At American Race Cars, we design and build the most competitive dragsters on the planet. Founded in 2005, American has quickly become one of the premier chassis builders in sportsman racing. Travis Colangelo and the American team focus on quality, precision, and driver safety. And remember, exceptional customer service comes with every car sold. Round wins, race wins, and championships start here. Join the American family today. For more information, visit AmericanRaceCars.net or see us at the track.
Law Chevrolet Buick in Boonville, Indiana is a family-owned sales and service center proudly serving the tri-state area for over 10 years. Racing has always been in their blood, and over the past few years, they've been blessed with the opportunity to serve hundreds of racers from all across the country. All of the crew at Law Chevrolet Buick would like to thank each and every racer for the opportunity to do business. Remember, if you buy a vehicle anywhere else, it's not the tires you'll be kicking.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Fuel Systems Technology was created to develop a line of carburetors that is not only affordable, but innovative while never sacrificing quality. These principles drive us to make the best carburetors possible. From our entry-level RT series to our full race Billet CNC aluminum and stainless steel Billet XS Pro series. Our engineers have spent their entire careers in the high-performance aftermarket developing various carburetors for enthusiasts, pro racers, and everyone in between. They helped form FST with the same goal that we all share, to get the best performing system into your vehicle for the best price possible. We too are the users, cruisers, and enthusiasts pushing our street rods, muscle cars, and drag cars to their limits. We understand the time and investment that you put into your vehicle, and FST is our opportunity to bring you something innovative, quality-driven, and affordable. Get yours through most reputable online retailers or learn more at fstcarb.com.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech everywhere.
With performance this raw, you need air that's pure. We started with a firm belief that innovation could improve performance. With the success of 50 years and millions of filters behind us, we continue to look ahead. Guaranteed to protect against dirt and proven to provide up to 50% more airflow. This is filtration for the future.
How would you like to have champion racers you know and trust to handpick the best products in the industry for you and your vehicle? With 25 years in the business and 8 NHRA World Championships, Sal and Peter Bondo of Bondo Racing Products will get you the right parts at the best prices, along with unmatched racer-friendly advice. From safety equipment to electronics and everything in between, call the racers at Bondo or visit BondoRacing.com.
From Luke Bogacki, and this is BracketRacing.com, comes a can't-miss event, Weather 101. Learn how to make sense of the wind, when you need and don't need a weather station, and how to predict ET without complicated software. Plus, gain access to Luke's personal weather ratios. Learn from the best with Weather 101, and this is BracketRacing.com.
Hello, we are here. It is dry. The sun is shining. Well, I won't say it's dry. There's still a lot of puddles. Wow, that cloud just opened up, and it was like we finished the last of the 25K quarterfinal and turned around, and there it was coming up the track from the top end. It was crazy. Anyway, I need to be quiet. Okay. Congratulations to Sean Parker on Tuesday. He won the American Race Tech Shootout and selected the American. Jeff Serra, also a winner, ended up with the Race Tech car. Wow, you know, that was a win-win situation. Anyway, also congratulations Wednesday on the FST 15K. Garrett Griffith took the win in his little blue pickup truck. Love seeing the door cars. He took the victory over Bailey Ferraro, and we are still in flux on the Thursday American Race Tech 25K eliminations. We will begin today. Right now they have, I know you hear race cars out there, but they're time runs. We have new entry time runs going on now. They have called to the lanes the quarterfinal of the shootout, the Surf Pro Lyon County shootout. And then they have also called the 25K semifinals. We're going to do them, and then we'll continue with time runs, and then throughout the time runs we'll finish out yesterday's event. Okay, so we're going to be kind of back and forth. It's, you know, it's one of those things you have to do. You have to be flexible in this world of drag racing when you're contending with weather, etc. Thank you to Strange Engineering for bringing Motor Mania in and bringing this event free to you, the viewer. Okay, I'm gonna let you guys watch these time runs, and okay, and then we'll go into our quarterfinal for the Surf Pro Lyon County shootout. It was a 48-car shootout, but it'll be the quarterfinal. Okay? See ya. Bye.
Left side was 15 green and 702. As we continue on with time trials here this morning for our new entries. I understand that we are now live on Motor Mania TV, so it is good to have all of you checking in. I see the live chat is already going strong this morning, so good morning to all you Motor Maniacs who are joining us from whatever part of the world you may be in. Thanks to Strange Engineering for sponsoring the live feed all weekend long here at the JEGS Summer Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. It is the inaugural Summer Fling. Is Whitney Huff on the left side and Marty Dabney on the right. Part of our new entry time runs here. Marty Dabney, 43 on the tree and 5:03 at 139 miles an hour. Whitney Huff goes 28 green and 6:37 at 105 miles an hour. So with that, we'll bring out the little white S10 pickup truck, and we're going to continue through. So our schedule here this morning looks like this. Yesterday, we had a little bit of a storm that rolled through. It was a little bit more than a little bit of a storm. It was a little bit of a brutal one. Didn't last very long, but it got brutal here. And after that happened, essentially the Fling staff had to go back, and Peter took a look at how things were going to line up and decided that it would be better if we just kind of say, you know what, let's finish this thing up in the morning. It'll work out better for everybody. And so what they did is we started the morning with new entry time runs. We are just about ready to wrap up our new entry time runs. From there, we're going to go into the quarterfinals of yesterday's $10,000 to win $10,000 to win shootout, brought to you by the folks of Surf Pro of Lincoln County. And then we're going to go into the semifinals of the American Race Cars $25,000 to win Thursday. So essentially, as Preston Mitchell makes the run down the racetrack in the topless Corvette, 007 on the tree and 5:36 at 128 miles an hour. I think we're getting down towards the end of our new entry time run. So we've got our quarterfinalists for the shootout all lined up, ready to go. Our semifinalists for the main event from yesterday should be all lined up and ready to go. And then following that, so if there are any additional new entries, just a little bit of a heads up. What we are going to do And I mean, what we are going to do is we are going to go into the quarterfinals for the shootout, the semifinals for the main event. And then if we have any kind of stragglers, any latecomers for the new entry time runs, we'll go ahead and put you down the racetrack following that. So the next thing you're going to see on the track will be the quarterfinals for the Serve Pro of Lincoln County $10,000 to win shootout from yesterday. $2,000 to the runner-up. Semifinalist will get a 2022 Summer Fling entry. All right, so as we are getting ready to go into our quarterfinals, we are still missing a couple of cars here. We need 6 and pits to the staging lanes, please. Again, for your shot at that $10,000. So we are still missing a couple. Okay, now we're just missing one. I like the way that math works out. If you're missing 2 and 1 shows up, now we're just missing 1. But if you could make your way into the staging lanes, please. Again, so getting ready to go into the quarterfinals for the shootout. Then it'll be followed by the semifinals for the main event. Then if we've got any additional new entries, we'll get you taken care of. And then we will get into the run for the money that we're going to do here this morning. Get everybody an opportunity to take an additional hit at the racetrack, should they so choose to do, before we get into an ATI Performance Products $100,000 Friday. So we'll wrap up yesterday's main event. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be really cool. And then it's time to race for some big money with that $100,000 on the line. Now, as we roll through that run for the money, obviously we've still essentially got 3 rounds in the shootout. We've got the quarterfinals that's coming up, then semis and finals. We will pepper those in throughout the run for the money, as well as the finals for the main event. But I think everything is going to be pretty cool in that aspect. And again, good morning to everybody who's joining us in the chat bleachers. Good morning, Umbrella Man. Good morning, Mr. Barry. Glad to have you guys listening in as well. We are missing the umbrella here. That is one thing that probably has not made an appearance. I was thinking about running down to Walmart and buying one just to stick it up in the stands but yesterday, when that little puff came through, that thing would have become a deadly projectile. I mean, it probably would have thrown it straight through the window of this tower, and that wouldn't have been a good thing because it got a little windy. Yeah, there was a slight breeze yesterday that carried some crazy stuff through the air, and I know that unfortunately several of our racers are now missing canopies and awnings, and I think somebody asked me yesterday if there was a pop-up tent graveyard somewhere on property that they could go take those things. Derek says there is. It's up near the top end of the racetrack. The boneyard? That's appropriate. So you guys have just piles and piles of destroyed awnings up there? There's a collection. Do you know what a plethora is? We have a plethora of destroyed awnings. Morning, Gator. Good morning, Mr. JJ. It's going to be a fun day. We're taking just another quick minute. We'll get some folks strapped into their race cars, and we will get after it. Again, the next thing I should say that we'll see on the racetrack is 6 cars still in competition for what was kind of an impromptu shootout that was put together yesterday afternoon. Thank you very much to the folks at Serve Pro of Lincoln County who came on board and helped sponsor the shootout. Again, it is $10,000 to win, $2,000 to the runner-up, and the semifinalists will get an entry for the 2022 Summer Fling. Good morning, Nitro. Can't remember if I said good morning, Gator, yet or not, but okay, I did say that. I can't even blame the fact that it's been a long day yet. But it kind of has been. Kind of has been. Sounds like they're getting loaded up back in the staging lanes, and we'll be ready to go. Again, while it's quiet, just a heads up for those of you that are out on property. If you may not be competing in the shootout or in the main event from yesterday, this morning, we are going to do that run for the money. The way that it'll work is when it is time, we'll call you into the staging lanes. It'll be a $20 entry fee, and the top 3 best packages going to get some nice little cash this morning. $2,000 to the first best package, $1,000 to the second best package, and $500 to the third best package. All for the low, low price of $20. But more importantly, it gives you a shot at the racetrack before we get into that 100-grander that's going to be contested throughout the day. But it is good to have Motor Mania broadcasting live. Again, thank you to Strange Engineering, and thank you to Jegs, our title sponsor here at the inaugural Summer Fling. We are racing right here in their backyard, about 40 minutes away from the headquarters of the best parts company in the world. That yellow and black is all over the place here at this racetrack, and we are certainly honored to have them as our title sponsor. Again, this event presented by Optima Batteries. We appreciate that. We've got all of our round prizes in effect. We've got our treasure chest that is going to be open and wide up. We've got over $50,000 in products and giveaways that's going to be done today. As a matter of fact, my man Marco, he's going to be rolling around back through the staging lanes as we get through the day. He's going to be looking for some racers that need it the most on a couple of different things. So if you see some scraggly looking guy like looking in your race car, it's not really a bad thing. He's not in there rummaging around for like leftover Doritos or anything like that. No walking taco. That was good. That thing was really good. I've never had one of those before. Never had a walking taco before. Oh. Oh yeah. All right, so sounds like we're getting our semifinalists, quarterfinalists all staged up and ready to go. Again, if we've got any additional new entries, if you did not get the opportunity to go down the racetrack this morning, we'll go ahead and pull you into lanes 5 and 6. So if we've got any additional new entries, go ahead and make your way into lanes 5 and 6. We'll also take our door cars for the run for the money. Again, we'll run in category, in class, so to speak. Door cars, run for the money. I believe we'll start with yellow sticker today. We started with black sticker yesterday, so we'll start with yellow sticker. Again, that's the outline on your car number that was handed to you as a part of your check-in process. So again, if you've got a door car with the yellow sticker on it, we'll go ahead and take you into lanes 1 and 2 if you wish to participate in run for the money. So if you are looking at playing along and run for the money, bring your $20 in cash, preferably paper bill. I mean, if you've got nothing but nickels, well, so be it, but bring your $20. Make sure you've got a dial-in written clearly on the left side of your car, because the left side is what is visible from the tower up here. So let's make sure we've got that. But again, door cars, yellow sticker for run for the money. Go ahead and start making your way to lanes 1 and 2. Any additional new entries, if you did not get a run down the racetrack this morning, go ahead and make your way to lanes 5 and 6. And it's shootout time, man. We got the shootout rolling up into the water box. And look at this. Jeff Fenn and Courtney Grease and Preston Mitchell. You have all won a $100 Altronics gift card because you were all 00 in the new entry time run session this morning. So you can come on up here to the Diva desk and get those prizes. Jeff Fenn, Courtney Grease, and Preston Mitchell. You got $100 Ultronics gift cards waiting for you up here at the Diva desk. The Shootout is underway. Here we go. Corey Galitti and Josh Lidke. Lidke on the right side, dialed in at 463. Corey Galitti on the left side, dialed in at 467. So a 4-hun split to start things off this morning as they try to take one more step towards that $10,000. Again, thank you very much to the folks at Serve Pro of Lincoln County. 3 thou the difference between the two in reaction time as we're off and away, and boom, Josh Lidke, 465 on a 463, taking a 7 thou stripe, grabs the win here this morning. He was 15 on the tree. That was 3 thou behind Corey Galitti. Galitti had a 12 reaction time. And then ends up with a 470 on a 467. 3 above the dial and bowing out here in the quarterfinals. Next 2, Jack Ostrowski and Todd Knight. Knight over on the right side, dialed 470. Ostrowski on the left side fouls it away by 1/1000th of a second. 001 red light for Jack Ostrowski. Todd Knight, 16 green and dead on 3, ends up 19 total. And we've got 3 cars coming back in the shootout, which means that right now, Josh Lidke has advanced with a 15 thou reaction time. Todd Knight has advanced with a 16 thou reaction time. Sean Pitts and Chad 6. 6 on the right side, dialed 581. Sean Pitts on the left side, dialed 669. Again, door cars with that yellow run sticker. We need you to the staging lanes for the run for the money. We'll also take door cars with a black run sticker to the staging lanes for run for the money. 6 with a 581 dial, giving up the head start to Sean Pitts in the Camaro, dialed in at 669. Is the winner going to be better than an 015? They're both better than 015. Both of them are 00 on the tree. And at the finish line, how about Chad 6? 006, 584 on a 581, gets there first by 16 thousandths of a second. And Chad 6 is headed into the semifinals. Sean Pitts was 009 and goes 673 on a 669. So it's going to be Chad 6 with a 006. Semifinals, of our $25,000 to win American Race Cars main event Thursday. 4 cars remain. Joe Barish and Bob Kalibsky Jr. are the first 2. It's 3 dragsters and a door car. Barish with a 485 is lining up on the right side of the racetrack here at National Trail. Kalibsky with a 456 lining up on the left side. Tree begins to drop and away we go. Joe Barish with the advantage on the starting line by 21 thousandths of a second, but Bob Kalibsky on a double breakout makes it work. 455.5 or 455.9 on the 456. Kalibsky is under 1/1000th of a second. Joe Barish got to the stripe first by 46 thousandths of a second and breaks out by 26 thousandths of a second. Barish 482 on the 485 will exit the competition here, and Kalibsky is headed into the finals for $25,000. Will he take on the dragster, or will it be the door car of Pete Diagnolo? Diagnolo, the 79 Malibu out of Rochester, New York. 583 is the dial on that left side of the racetrack, and Tim Kelly, running out of Cincinnati in Ohio, dialed in at 479. Ouch. I'm just going to say, ouch. Pete Diagnolo, 005, and backs way out of the gas, ends up going 587 on a 583, still getting there by about 0.05 of a second. Tim Kelly, that's going to be a painful way to start the morning, and he's going to have some commiserating to do. Unfortunately, the reaction time started with a 1. And Kalibsky Jr. will be our 2 finalists in the American Race Cars $25,000 to win Thursday main event. So again, should we have any additional new entries, we'd love to have you guys over there in lanes 5 and 6 right now. Both stickers on door cars, yellow and blue, for the run for the money. You have been called into the staging lanes. Again, both sticker colors, door cars, you have been called into the staging lanes for the run for the money. So it's going to be Kalibsky and Diagnolo coming back in the final of the main event. You got Lutke, Knight, and Six coming back in the semifinals of the $10,000 to win shootout. So I think we may have gotten all of our new entries taken care of. If not, we should have you in lanes 5 and 6 getting ready to go. And again, the schedule with this, we are going to get started with our run for the money. Again, $20. Bring that with you to the staging lanes, please. Make sure you've got your dial-in on your car, and the top 3 packages are going to get paid here this morning. So it's an opportunity to get another trip down the racetrack before we get into the main event. And as we go through the run for the money, we will work in our finals and semifinals for the shootout and for yesterday's main event. So as we get ready to go into the run for the money, Pete, essentially the program and the layout is you come into those staging lanes, pay your $20, make sure you got the dial in on the car, displayed on the left side, car numbers there, all of that kind of stuff. We're going to be looking at best overall package. I mean, that's a pretty simple thing to look at. But in this case, when you get to the starting line, it's going to be not really different because it's something that they do all the time, but the tree is just not going to have any delay in it. Correct. Or the difference based on the dial.
Correct, Nate. The dial-ins will be on a scoreboard, but the tree will come down just like a time shot, so you do not have to put the dial-ins in your crossover box. Just treat it like a time shot and put a dial-in on your window. Top 3 get paid, $2,000 for the best package, $1,000 for the second best package, $500 for the third. First tiebreaker will be reaction time. If it goes to the second tiebreaker, we'll put the 2 names or 3 names in the hat, and we'll pick them out.
We're not going to do like best backflip off the water slide in the fun zone or something like that?
That would be the third tiebreaker.
Third tiebreaker is best black.
Trip to the local hospital right there.
Trip to the local hospital.
That's what you're going to get.
First one to the hospital wins. All right, so pretty straightforward. Tree's going to drop same time, both sides, essentially bogey tree. So you don't have to worry about anything in the box. Just make sure that you are treating it like a time run. Cut your best reaction time. Run as close as you can to the number. And if you are one of the top 3 to do that, you're going to get paid this morning, which is a pretty good thing. So we are giving our racers just a couple of minutes to get into the staging lanes for the Run for the Money. Once again, door cars, yellow and black sticker door cars. You have been called to the staging lanes for the Run for the Money. And so if you do want to get that additional hit at the racetrack, come on down. We've got you lined up over there. We want to get you taken care of. But again, that Run for the Money is open to you for a slight little sounds good. We can do that. Word just came in from Cowboy down there in the staging lanes, and Ron as well, that if you are in the staging lanes getting ready to go for the Run for the Money, suit them up. Get the jackets on, get the helmets on, get the seat belts on, and let's go. I love it. I should have. I think it's going to be official. It's going to be official. So we are in the Run for the Money. Again, it's the top 3 best packages. If we need tiebreakers, let's say a couple of folks are out there. The first tiebreaker will be reaction time. So the car with the better reaction time. The second tiebreaker, if that is the case, essentially we're going to do it kind of the best way we know how. Put names in a hat and draw them out. And if that doesn't work, then the third tiebreaker is going to be the best belly flop in the kiddie pool over in the fun zone. The backflip thing we thought was going to result in, as you had mentioned there, Derek, trips to the hospital. So, yeah, we have to mitigate any opportunity for risk here. I mean, you're in the business of risk management in such a case, and so managing risk is a big factor here. So the third tiebreaker, should the name draw out of the hat not work, is a best belly flop in the kiddie pool. That is true. Somebody like me would beat somebody like you in a belly flop contest, because I've actually got the belly, and you, on the other hand, are one of those very well put together, in shape kind of law enforcement officer people. Yeah.
Trusted by all since 1960.
Jags. It's Run for the Money time. We're starting things off with door cars. So again, door cars, if you are going to participate in Run for the Money, we do need you into the staging lanes, please. Come on down. And it's a good thing Joanne didn't catch all of that, because, oh man, would that have been something to explain. I'm glad she was in ads at the time. Anyway, here we go. This morning, we are also going to be looking for, as I said, Marco's going to be kind of wandering around the staging lanes looking for some cars that need some nice upgrades. We are going to be looking out the windows here for some cars that need some upgrades, like, say, maybe a door car that needs a hood scoop the most. As Eric Amon and Scott McCormick are going to start things off here, and woo! Eric, not looking bad at all. Start things off with a 14-pack to lead the way. Is that going to stand up? No. No, I will certainly go out on a limb and say that a 14-pack is not going to be best, but Eric Amon, 003 on the tree and 11th thou above the dial, 528 on a 527. Scott McCormick was 14 on the tree and then ends up running a little bit too quick. So Eric Amon with a 14-pack. Leader in the clubhouse for now is Justin Mosier and Rick Huffman. Huffman was 14 on the reaction clock and then goes 6:46 on a 6:45. For Justin Mosier, 25 green and 5:42 on a 5:44. So Herb Pack and Nick McGovern. McGovern on the right side. The 68 Camaro out of Centerburg, Ohio. Dialed in at 538. Herb Pack out of Waverly, Ohio. All right, Herb Pack and Nick McGovern, they both got a shot at moving to the top. Herb Pack is 001 at this end of the racetrack and 638. Oh. 638 on a 635. He's 3 off the mark. Had the 001 there. Ends up 31 total. Nick McGovern was 12 green and 11th thou above the dial to end up 23 total. So McGovern will move into the number 2 spot. Eric Amon still sitting up there in the number 1 spot with a 14 pack. As now Rob Mosier and James Crouch Jr. Crouch? Is that Tunkhannock, Pennsylvania? Tunkhannock? That sounds like a trunk hammock. Like Trunk Monkey. Remember the days of Trunk Monkey? Dude, we need a Trunk Monkey. Both drivers are red. That's not going to get the job done. Rob Mosier was red by 16 thousandths of a second. He goes 581 on a 581. Oh, James. James. 669.0 on a 669. But missed the tree by 42 thousandths of a second. Somebody give James a hug, buy him a walking taco, and send him back to his trailer to find a tunk hammock. Zip perfect in the pickup truck. Come on. Wow. Shane Weaver puts up a perfect run. Trip zip 652.0. That is in the Austin Evelyn lane. Shane Weaver is Austin's uncle, and let me tell you something, Austin just pushed that car to a perfect run. His hands were on that car. Shane Weaver goes perfection. Trip zip dead 0. Tammy Burgess over the left side of the racetrack was 15 green and dead on 3 for an 18 pack, but that even gave me chills. That is amazing. Wow. You want to take a picture of that before it disappears? You got it? Oh, that's beautiful. Unfortunately, for the Green Nova here, not able to make the run. Oh my goodness. There you go. There you go. Somebody else can tie him up. We can get another perfect run. Here's the thing, if we end up with 3 perfect runs, just skip the draw hat. It's you get to belly flop time. Wow. I'm still just like, no, there was not a perfect run bounty, but oh my goodness. All right, so Glenn Dilday and Tracy Fields. Fields in the 55 Bel Air. Glenn Dilday goes 004 red and then goes 543 on a 543. Missed it at this end of the racetrack. Ends up dead on 4. Tracy Fields was 009 green. And then runs 587 on a 590. Oh my goodness. Oh. That's got me feeling good. I mean, for those of you that may not know the backstory, and I don't know much about it, but I'm telling you, it's a very, very special thing here. Ron Foss goes red by 0.06 of a second. Rocky Van Note has a 22 green, so very quickly, and really when Derek Beach gets on the microphone, I think it's he can probably explain it a whole lot better, but this right lane here is named after Austin Evelyn, who unfortunately lost his life in a very tragic side-by-side accident. And his uncle, Sean Weaver, in this run for the money, just went down that lane named after Austin and put up that perfect run here in that run for the money. That is a very touching moment, and so it was pretty cool. Ron Johnson was 10 on the tree, goes 640 on a 635. Jeremy Cooper was 16 green and goes 631 on a 632, under by 0.06 of a second. So Shane Weaver with that perfect run sitting at the top of the bunch. Eric Amon with a 14-pack at number 2, and Tammy Burgess with an 18-pack at number 3. As now Dewey Boggs and Bob Rossello. We are taking just a moment. As they check the top end of the racetrack, and that was just so cool. So cool. We got the rest of the run for the money to go, and again, all door cars for Run for the Money. You have been called. So if you've got a door car on property and you're going to be playing along and Run for the Money, we do need you in the staging lanes, please. Bob Rossello, Dewey Boggs, top end of the racetrack is cleared off. We're going to go ahead and stage him up. We'll see if we can do it again. Dewey Boggs, 006. Bob Rossello, 002. Rossello, 565.8 on a 565. He is 10 total. Moves himself up into the number 2 spot. Not a bad little lap for Bob. Dewey Boggs was 006 on the tree and ends up 14 thou above the dial. Ends up 20 total, and 14 totals in third place. We're about 10 pair in. Well, I mean, Shane Weaver went out there and just like blew everybody's mind, so that was just way cool. Now we got Marco Abruzzi and Terry Adams. Adams in the truck on the right side. Marco Abruzzi is 009. Can he go 611? Ooh, just under. 9 thou under the mark. 610 on the 611. Terry Adams, 652 on a 651 for Terry. Hey, Servo 10K semifinalists and American Race Cars finalists will take you to the staging lanes, please. Semifinalists for the shootout and finalists for yesterday's main event. We'll get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Come on down. As Michael Turner in that Turner Motorsports 84-bodied Fiero dials in at 536 on the right side, and Kurt Branscombe with a 653 dial on the left side. Branscombe is red by 0.04 of a second. Michael Turner's 14 green. He goes 538 on a 536, and that is the second time we've seen that happen here in the Run for the Money. Kurt Branscombe, 004 red, and then ends up dead on 0. 653 on a 653. Had it dialed perfectly. But just missed it at this end of the racetrack. As Whitney Huff and Jamie Walker. Walker is the guy behind that Serve Pro of Lincoln County who helped out in putting together yesterday's shootout. And for those of you that are kind of asking online, what we are doing right now is a run for the money. Essentially giving everybody an opportunity to come out here, take a swing at the racetrack before we get into the ATI Performance products. $100,000 to win Friday. The racers paid $20 to get into the game. Top 3 packages are going home with some money. Jamie Walker was 77 green and breaks out 570 on a 572. Whitney Huff was 16 green and goes 636 on a 637. So, again, the racers paid $20 to get in here and make a time run. Best overall package gets $2,000. Second best package gets $1,000. Third best package gets $500. And right now, best overall package belongs to Shane Weaver, who was perfect. We talked about Shane Weaver being Austin Evelyn's brother. Dustin Evelyn, oh my goodness. Are they going to do it again? Dustin Evelyn is perfect at this end of the racetrack. Oh! So Shane Weaver was perfect on both ends. Dustin Evelyn, who is Austin's brother, was just perfect in reaction time and goes 687 on a 6-9. Let me tell you something. If there would have been another perfect run out of, I would have been in church on Saturday morning. I would have been at church every day. Oh my goodness, that was wow. So again, we've got $2,000 up for grabs, best overall package, $1,000 second best package, $500 third best package. Right now, Shane Weaver with a perfect run is best overall. Bob Rosello with a 10-pack is second best, and Eric Amon with a 14-pack is third best. You got Chad May and Jim Hughes. Chad May's got 12 on the tree, and he goes 581 on a 576. Couldn't quite run the number he was looking for. Jim Hughes, 65 green, goes 607 on a 605. And wow, it's been a heck of a morning already. Once again, semifinalists for the shootout and finalists for yesterday's American Race Car $25,000 main event. We do need you to lanes 5 and 6, please come on down. What we're going to do is continue on with a run for the money here, and once we get our finalists and semifinalists into the staging lanes, we'll take a slight little pause from our run for the money action. We'll take care of some business there, and we'll get back into it. 003 on the tree for Tom Kelly in the Camaro on the left side of the racetrack. Tom goes 678 on a 680. Not quite the package he was looking for. Ben Haight was 28 on the tree and goes 645 on a 642. As Gary Humphreys, Scott Hessler. Hessler, who's running a home game here, lives just down the road in Columbus. 69 bodied Camaro, 521 is the dial, and Gary Humphreys out of Winona, New Jersey. 604, Winona. You got Farron in the house. Straight out of the folks at Hoosier. 20 thou on the tree for Gary Humphreys. 021 was the reaction time for Scott Hessler. As Hessler goes 5230 on a 521, he's 2 above the dial. Gary Humphreys was also 2 above the dial. 606 on the 604 is now Jeff Fenn and Troy Coughlin. Troy over on the right side. 5:28 the dial for the Jegs yellow and black Corvette, and Jeff Fenn. 5:02 the dial for the 69 Camaro. Troy is 007. And Coughlin goes 5:25 on a 5:28. Ends up 27th thou under the dial. Jeff Fenn 5:01 on a 5:02. Ends up 8th thou under the dial. Stace Schroeder and John Patterson are coming up next. Both drivers leave early. Stace Schroeder by 0.02 of a second on the red side. John Patterson by 0.06 of a second on the red side. As Patterson ends up running 6:40 on a 6:41, he's under 2 thou. Stace Schroeder goes 5:11 on a 5:12, he's under 0.07 of a second. And that is going to bring out Scott Tate and Cameron Atkins. Scott Tate in the Mustang dialed 5:49. Cameron Atkins in the Camaro dialed in at 6:40. Scott Tate was 15 green, goes 5:45, too quick. Cameron Atkins was 007 on the tree and goes 6:36, too quick. Brandon Prest and Nick Brown. Nick over on the right side. That Bickle-built car dialed in at 5:15. And for Brandon Prest, dial in as a 6:59. Hey, listen up in the staging lanes. If you are sitting in lanes 3 and 4, it is time to suit up for the run for the money. Come on. Nick Brown red by 0.13 of a second. For Brandon Prest, 0.28 on the tree, and then 6:58 on a 6:59. So again, if you are sitting in lanes 3 and 4, getting ready to go with Run for the Money, time to go. Go ahead and get them suited up. Oh, that little Barracuda is beautiful. I like that car. Hey, once again, finalists for the American Race Cars, $25,000 to win Thursday. Need you to the staging lanes. We got one, we need the other. So Kalibski, come on down. Bob, it's your turn. How about a 7-pack from Travis Colangelo? 002 and dead on 5. Travis Colangelo puts up 7 total to move into the number 2 spot. David Davis missed the tree by 0.05 of a second, goes 671. On a 670 is Sean Carpenter and Dan Dishon. Or Dishon, excuse me. Dishon over on the right side, 541 the dial for the 27 Roadster, and Sean Carpenter in the Camaro has got the 599. .548 on a 541, Dan Dishon, no good. Sean Carpenter was 18 green, 1 above as he's 600 on a 599. And that'll bring out Trip McCarty in the blue pickup truck, and Ray Adams. Ray, that 66 Barracuda. That thing is just cool. It seems like every time we show up one of these Fling events, somebody rolls in with a very unique, just beautiful race car. And all the race cars here are gorgeous, but that 66 CUDA is like, just kind of jumps out of the pack a little bit. 580 is the dial for Ray Adams. Trip McCarty dialed in at 601. And it leaves Purdy too. Unfortunately, he's 007 on the red side. Trip McCarty 007 green and 6000 on a 601. So McCarty had the bulb at this end of the racetrack. Ended up running 10 thou too quick down at that end of the racetrack. And we should have all of our shootout and main event racers back in the staging lanes. Larry Murray missed it kind of at this end of the racetrack. Jason Van Horn, 18 green, and goes 624 on a 624. Larry ends up dead on 3, but had a reaction time up here that started with a 2, and that's going to be a little rough. But as Chuck Sanders and Joey Cameron head out of the water box, I understand they're going to send a few more pair up for Run for the Money. And then we'll go from there. Chuck Sanders is 33 green, Joey Cameron 009. As Cameron was red by 9 thousandths of a second, goes down to be 617 on a 617. Chuck Sanders 624 on a 624. As Dave Gotts and Donnie Smith. Gotts out of Corona, California. He made a long drive to get out here into the middle of, the Midwest. Oh, he's dialed in at 630, and Donnie Smith out of South Shore, Kentucky, dialed in at 634. Still, it's Shane Weaver leading the way with a perfect run. Travis Colangelo is a 7-pack. Bob Rossello's 10-pack has been bumped to number 3. Donnie Smith, had a good lap going. Was 005 on the tree and ends up 11 thou above to be 16 total. Dave Gotts was 632 on a 630 after he was 10 thou red at this end of the racetrack. And Justin Logan and Joe Radunsky. I'm just sitting up here in the tower now remembering something that I learned yesterday and realizing that I'm in the presence of greatness. Like one of the world's best softball players is like on property this weekend. And I'm not talking about like, the movie Semi-Pro and Big Afros and all that kind of stuff, but we're talking like legit, like talent. I feel inadequate. Corn dogs. Yes. Somebody got the Super Pro reference. Or Semi-Pro, excuse me. Oh, that's a great movie. Radunsky was 16 green, goes 648 on a 647. Justin Long was 46 green and goes 637 on a 638. That's now Ron Bisden and Mark French. French over on the left side in the pickup truck. Bisden in the 77 Pontiac boat. That car is fun. 007 on the tree and 647 on a 645. 2 above the dial. Mark French was 12 green and goes 610 on a 606. As TJ Spurlock in the S10 and Noah Carpenter in the Roadster. Uh-oh. So unfortunately, looked like they found a little bit of fluid coming out of Noah Carpenter's car, shut him off and backed him up. TJ Spurlock going to get the solo shot here. And TJ, not quite there where he wanted to be with the reaction time. Goes 6:36 on a 6:35. Jessica Cameron and Ed Nemick. Again, continuing through a little run for the money. And then it looks like we will get into our semifinals for the Serve Pro Shootout and the finals for the American Race Car $25,000 to win Thursday. Nemick in the Corvette, 5:36. Dialing over on the right side, and for Jessica Cameron, 6:40 for the 84-bodied Cutlass. Jessica misses the green by 0.02 of a second, goes 6:39 on a 6:40. Ed Nemick was 31 green and goes 5:34. On a 5:36. Oh, Chris Northrup with a dry hop on the starting line because he can. 83-bodied Cambird, that's half Camaro, half Firebird, because they can. 6:57 is the dial in for Chris Northrup. Rick Bailey, the 66-bodied Mustang over on the left side, dialed in at 5:49. We got the pair on the starting line, the pair in the water box, and then we are going to get back into our semifinals of the shootout. Chris Northrup was 009 on the tree and 6:51 down the racetrack. Neither one of them really getting too close in there is Nick Dishon and Matthew Ball. Ball in the big old 57 Chevy misses the tree by 0.02 of a second. Nick is 34 green and goes 5:37 on a 5:35. Ball ends up 6:28 on a 6:29. As John Talmadge ended up popping in there on us just real quick. Going to get his run in, and then we'll get into the shootout. Talmadge looking for 595, goes 593 at 115 miles an hour after he was 011 on the red side. And here we go. Semifinals. It is the $10,000 to win Serve Pro of Lincoln County Shootout. We've got Josh Lutke and Todd Knight, who ended up racing each other, and Chad Six sitting back here waiting for his chance, as his 006 reaction time in the last round ended up earning him the bye run. So essentially, between Josh Lutke and Todd Knight, whoever bows out on this one will end up with that 2022 Summer Fling entry. Winner will move on to take on Chad Six for either 10 grand or 2 grand. Todd dialed in at 471 on the right side. Josh Lutke dialed in at 463 on the left side. And it's going to be Todd Knight first into the pre-stage bulbs as Josh Lutke pulls up alongside of him. Little Boonville, Indiana versus Belton, Missouri. Right now. 6 now the difference between the two in reaction time, and the winner is going to be Josh Lutke. He is 11 total. He's 006 on the tree, dead on 5, and will advance into the final round. Lutke was 12 on the tree and couldn't quite get there as he bows out. But Chad Six now takes his solo shot, and then we will have the finals of the $25,000 American Race Car Thursday. So Six in the Roadster out of Parma, Michigan. Ends up leaving a little bit early by like 8 thousandths of a second and runs 579 on the 580. So Knight and Six into the finals of the Shootout. And now it's time for the finals of the $25,000 to win American Race Cars Thursday. A little bit delayed from yesterday, but Pete Diagnolo and Bob Kalibski have raced their way here. Diagnolo in the 79 Malibu Classic Door Car versus Dragster final. Bob Kalibski dialed in at 456. Pete Diagnolo getting the head start, dialed in at 582. The burnouts are complete. Is the money going to go home to New York or Pennsylvania? I'm sure these two drivers have met up a time or two at either somewhere like Atco or Numidia and have done battle over and over. So for $25,000 worth of American Race Cars money, and to put an exclamation mark on the Thursday main event, here we go. Both drivers stay green. 7 thousandths the difference between them in reaction time, and the win light's going to go to the door car and Pete Diagnolo. 023 on the tree and dead on 8. Pete Diagnolo is 31 total. Bob Kalibski was 16 green at this end of the racetrack. Taken a 17 thou stripe and breaks out 2 thousandths of a second. Goes 455 on the 456. It is Pete Diagnolo going home with $25,000. Thank you, American Race Cars, for being the sponsor of Thursday's main event. We look forward to talking to Pete here in just a little while. He'll be making his way back down the return road after we get through the Shootout finals. We'll take a little break and do both of those finals probably before we get into round number 1 of the main event. But Diagnolo grabbing the win in the American Race Cars, $25,000 to win Thursday. We are going to resume with our run for the money. Again, giving everybody a little opportunity here to get some cash if they can. Ryan Henry was 008 on the tree, goes 559 on a 559. Blaine Parrish was 14 green, or 14 red, excuse me, and goes 558 on a 560 as Rob Burnhill and Brad Walters. Brad dialed in at 552. Burnhill dialed in at 481. Again, we are continuing on with our run for the money. And we'll take our... Let me just double check here before I get too ahead of myself. 6 out the difference between Burnhill and Walters. As Walters goes 552.0 on a 552, puts him 10 total. How about Ron Burnhill, 481.0 on a 481. Brad Walters, 552.0 on a 552. Both of them dead on 0. Burnhill is 16 total. Walters is 10 total. And neither one of them at this point is in the top 3. Oh, well, with that, we're going to continue on with a little run for the money. Derek Beach, who is the voice of this place on a regular basis. No? I thought you were running around here more often. Oh, that's right. You got a real job now, like the rest of us. You gotta do like real work. Anyway, it's good to have Derek here, and he's going to get on the mic for a minute with the rest of the run for the money.
So Cameron Cardulis, Aaron Vale. Come to the starting line now. As Nate was talking about, continuing that run for the money. Here this Friday morning at the Jeg Summer Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. It is ATI Performance Products Friday. That means $100,000 on the line later today in the main event. What a better way to get ready for that and have a little run for the money. So Cardulis, 608 on the scoreboard left side. Aaron Vale throws a 680 on the scoreboard right side with that red Pontiac. It's a Pontiac affair. Firebirds, side by side. 009 to the 16, Aaron Vale. Let's see what that scoreboard's going to line up over here on the right-hand side. 679.2, a quick by 8 thou at 99 miles an hour. Cameron goes dead 0 to be 16 total. Cardulis, nice run, but that is not going to be in the top. Let's see. 16 total is good enough for number 8. There's 3 drivers that have been 16 total so far this morning. We'll touch up there on the starting line. Dave Fields, Eric Amon's going to wait back here in the water box for just a moment. Well, I'll tell you what. Pete Biondo and I was just sitting in the tower and looking at the live feed. It is Pete Diagnolo's birthday today. He just won the American Race Cars $25,000 continuation from yesterday. He's going to be running in the Jegs All-Stars and Comp Eliminator representing D1 here in just a few weeks. And just celebrated a birthday today. That's not bad overall, right? It's been a pretty good year for Pete Diagnolo so far. I believe he's even leading the world in Comp Eliminator. So, that's a bad dude to say the least. So back underway we go. Eric Amon, Dave Fields, side by side. You've got that Oldsmobile to Delaware. Dialed here at 585. Eric Amon at 582. Hey, this morning, don't forget, Java Jane's is open. They're located down by the Hot Rod Grill. You get lattes, mochas, coffee, fruit smoothies, mini donuts. The whole deal. Stop down and grab yourself something this morning from Java Jane's. (16 to a 29). Dave Fields closing on the finish line. He goes 5.84.5. He's quick by 5 thou. Eric Amon goes dead zero to be 29 total. We've seen a lot of dead on zero runs here this morning, but there is only one perfect package so far, and Shane Weaver holds that one. Travis Colangelo, 7 thou total, and Bob Russello's 10 total. So is Brad Walters. They're tied right now for number 3. So next up, Scott Taylor. Buck McCartney there, 639, left side, 481, Scott Taylor right side. Sag 22 to let go. Taylor's going to be 24. They close into the finish line. 481, dead 4 to be 28 total for Scott Taylor. 637 off the 639 there on the left side of 105. Next up, Austin Cardulis and Kevin Brannon. Kevin Brannon in the Mons out of North Carolina. 558 the dial, and 681 for Austin Cardulis's Pontiac. Seen his brother Cameron come up earlier, who went dead zero. Be 16 total. We'll see what Austin can do. .008 for Kevin. 23 up front for Austin. The Monza is going to get there first. 5.58. 12 total for Kevin Brannon. Austin Cardulis lays down a 26 pack. 23 going by the tree and dead 3 overall. Not bad for Austin Cardulis. CJ Yeager and Roger Peterson. CJ rolling up to the pre-stage beam behind the wheel of that 76 Omega. 739 the dial in to the 628 for Roger Peterson. And don't let that machine on the right side fool you. CJ Yeager getting down lately. But we just parked that thing in the work circle up at Dragway 42 the other day.
Hey, Derek. That looks like it comes straight out of the Bronx, New York.
Oh, it might have.
The boogie down Bronx. But he's 006.
Came out of Northern Ohio, I'll tell you that, but CJ kind of knows how to turn on some wind lights. 006 as Pete said, and 741 on the 739, and I believe that was CJ's first hit of the weekend. Not bad whatsoever. Roger Peterson, 1 thou red and dead 7. Here comes Art Siafi and Dennis Mead. Left side, Dennis Mead Z28, that's the purple machine, dialed in at 582, and 588 for Art. Behind the wheel of that red Pontiac Firebird. Dennis Mead, 10 up front. Let's see what that big block Camaro can do. 581.3. Quick by 7 thou. Art was 6 thou red, excuse me. And 2 above, 590 off the 588. Next up, Bill Webb and Scotty Richardson. These are 2 veterans, to say the least. Guys have been doing this for many years. Scotty over there on the left side, 604 the dial out of Barbersville, Kentucky. And they're kind of running things at Edgewater lately, and really been doing a good job, to say the least. And Bill Webb, the business owner, for him and his wife, with Webb's Marathon and Webb's Transmission, in the little town of Centerburg. That Oldsmobile turns at 12 green. Scotty at 15 green. Finish line stripe. Webb 490. Dead 1 to be 13 total. Nice run this morning for Bill Webb. Skylar Richardson, 6:05 on the 6:04. So that puts Webb to be 13 total. He is tied virtually for 4th, I believe. Joe Socek, Jr., out of Rittman, Ohio, has that Nova for Team Trick Flow. 6:52 right side, and Brian Folk, 5:34 for Brian. That red Chevrolet Cavalier. .006 to the .004, Brian Folk, 5:35, 1 above. Joe Socek goes 3 above, 6:55 on the 6:52. Kevin Pollard and William Roberts now. William Roberts, the left-hand side. Down here at 5:85, behind the wheel of the 93 model Mustang out of North Carolina. Benson, North Carolina to be exact. So whenever you hear that, well, that's in Galop Motorsports' neck of the woods. That's the next stop of the Fling Tour. Down there for the fall Fling. At Galop Motorsports Park, Kevin Pollard over here on the right side. And 5:50 the dial in for that 68 Camaro. Talk about a beautiful piece. Kevin Pollard. And it gets down. Pollard's 30. 5:50 dead 2. It'll be 32 total. Roberts rolls down there, left-hand side, 5:88 on the 5:85 at 113 miles an hour. Next up, Jaggy and Jeremy. Jeremy Bargo, the excavator out of Barbersville, Kentucky. 592 on the window of that little blue S10, and Jaggy has the wagon, of course. That street legal machine in at 610. Seen some pretty impressive runs out of Jaggy so far this weekend. Not only behind the wheel of that wagon, but the dragster. It's just, he's got to have luck fall his way. Up front for Jag. Finish line stride goes that wagon to a 6:12 run. 2 above for Jaggy. Jeremy was 29 thou red and 594 off the 592. Now here comes Michael Paschal and Ricky Ship. Ricky Ship left side. 589 the dial in. That machine. And Michael. Just yesterday, Michael celebrated an anniversary and put up a post and, hey, thanks to my wife for letting me go racing. Thanks for my parents for letting me tow this race car up to Columbus this weekend. Trying to turn on some wind lights. For the family back home in Greensboro. 16 green for Paschal, closing into the finish line, 567, dead 5 for Michael Paschal. Ricky Ship was 005 and dead 6. To be 11 total there. Kurt Harrington and Tracy Sons. Kurt Harrington, Tracy Sons, closing to the finish line, and it goes down S10 left side, 005 up front. On the 621, it's going to be 622. Kurt Harrington was 008 and 616 over there on the right side. Matt Daddis and Dan Eggman now. Eggman left side at Youngstown, Ohio. He's got the Camaro, dialed at 548. Matt Daddis rolls to the starting line. He's got the Vermilion, Ohio Pontiac. Super stock style machine, 6'11". Matt's dad, Jim, in the house this weekend, watching on out there. Jim Daddy. I'm sure mom's listening back home, Lisa. So pre-stage bulbs are lit. They're working their way in. Let's find out if either one of these drivers can work their way to the top. Matt's 21 up front. Dan Hagman, he don't have a shot. He's 6'36 and 5'46. Matt Daddis 6'10, under by 1 foul. 6'10 with a 9 on the 6'11 for Matt Daddis. Richard Alford over here on the right side. He's got the Raleigh, North Carolina Chevelle, and it's 6'16. Caroline McCarty. Caroline, of course, with that wagon. That's a wheel standing machine. Must be something out there on the racetrack. Our starters run out there around the 60-foot mark in the left lane, so we'll be on hold for just a second before we send Caroline down. 6'11 to the 6'16, the dial-ins, as we just talked about. Up, leaving 6 thou red for McCarty down the left-hand side. Richard's going to be 14 green and 621 off the 616. 610 there, under by 8 thou for McCarty. Now here comes Tim Schmidt and Benny Domino. Ben throws a 573 dial in on his Camaro out of Staten Island. Tim Schmidt, out of Ohio, 5'11 here on the right side. That Camaro Roadster. Tim Schmidt, Benny Domino. Finish line, 002 and 574, one above for Vinny. Tim Schmidt rolls down there and goes dead 6 to be 27 total. Okay. Your attention to the pit area, please. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Final call for door car. Run for the money. Final call, door car, run for the money. You need to be in the lanes if you are going to make the run. And we're going to make a call for shootout finalists. We are ready for the final round of the shootout. To the lanes, please. Final round for the shootout. Final round. And we have made the call for door car, run for the money. Dave Braskett, Lonnie Smith. Let's see what that Cadillac can do on the right side. 478 the dial. He's 22 going by the tree and 478 dead 5. Not bad. 27 total, Dave Braskett. Lonnie Smith was 19 green and breaks out 630 on the 632. Steve Holman and Garrett Griffith. Garrett's in the red truck. This time out of Alexandria, Kentucky. 616 the dial. Steve Holman into 655 with his first-gen Camaro. Once again, if you are a door car and you are wanting to make the run and run for the money, you need to be in the lanes, please. And we are ready for our shootout finalists. Shootout finalists, we're ready for you. Go ahead and bring them into the lanes. These two ready to go. Steve Ullman, 1 thou red. Took a shot at it and missed it by just 1,000. 654 under by 1 hun there at 104 miles an hour for Steve Ullman. Gary Griffith's going to be 614 on the 616 and 029 going by the Christmas tree. Next up, Kenny Underwood and Lou Greco. Lou, 571 here with the Pontiac out of Pennsylvania. Kenny Underwood, of course, has his Pontiac over here on the right side. Skinny Kenny at 613. So Pontiac left side, Pontiac right side. Rico and Underwood. Blue is 21 thou red. Kenny Underwood's 001, so he has a shot at this thing. We'll see what the elapsed time number is going to be. Dead 4. 5 total for Kenny Underwood. Lays down a nice run right there. It's going to put him towards the top, without a doubt. Spencer Massey and Mike Bloomfield Jr. now. Mikey over here with his Fairfield, Ohio S10. Throws a 629 at it. Spencer, 635. Small tire, Nova. Mikey is 7 thou red. Spencer's 5 to the good and goes dead 1. Or excuse me, 2 above. Missed that other number. That was kind of important, right? 637 to the 635. With 637 with the 1 for Spencer. So he had the reaction time down, but missed it by 2 hun. Mike Donnell and Rob Lipsinger now. Rob, 543 over here on the left side with the Corvette. Mike Donnell in at 640. Going by the tree, Mike Donnell's 11, Lipsinger. 544, 1 above. Mike Donnell, 1 above as well. 641 on the 640.
Come back with that.
Gene Durst, West May. Comes out of the burnout box next. You got that Buick over there on the left side. For May Carburetors, 674 for West. Gene Durst, a little pickup truck out of Fostoria, Ohio, and it's 661. Yellow Run-Seeker Dragsters, the lanes for your run for the money. Yellow Run-Seeker Dragsters, this is your call to the staging lanes. Run for the money. Yellow Run-Seeker Dragsters to staging lanes at this time. Jane Durst 25 up front, and there goes a little West End to a 666 run. 5 above, 102 miles an hour. West May goes dead 0, but was 14 thou red. He had the elapsed time portion down, but just missed the tree by 14 thousandths. Caleb Ellison and Lee Newmeyer. These are 2 heavy hitters coming up here and run for the money. Caleb, over on the left side, out of Beaver Creek, Ohio, at 660, and Lee Newmeyer, 579 here. Caleb Ellison. Nearly rocked that thing on the bumper. It's 12 up front and 1 above for Ellison. Lee Newmeyer with 16 thou red and 582 off the 579, but man, you gotta love the wheels up lead out of Caleb Ellison there. Taylor Cook and Nick Hastings. Nasty over there at 608, 686 for Taylor Cook's wagon. Silver Fox Racing entry. Taylor turns on the pre-stage beam, starts to work his way in. Once again, yellow Runsicker Dragsters for Run for the Money. Yellow Runsicker Dragsters, Run for the Money. This is your call to the staging lanes, please. Yellow Runsicker Dragsters for Run for the Money. You can go ahead and bring them into the lanes. Taylor Cook turns at 7 thou red. Nick Hastings is 3 up front and is going to go 1 above. 609 on the 608 for Nick. Taylor at 686, dead 3. Threw it away at the starting line, unfortunately, going 7 thou red. Preston Mitchell and Kyle Beavers. You've got that big old 67 Cutlass over here on the left side for Kyle. 703 the dial in, and Preston at 537. Cincinnati, Ohio. I believe that's a Voigtnot custom paint on the Corvette there for Preston. Preston is 12. Let's see what the elapsed time is going to be on the 537. It's going to be dead 5. 17 total Preston Mitchell. Kyle Beavers with 6 thou red and 3 above. 706 on the 703 down the left-hand side for Kyle Beavers. Now Donovan Williams over here on the left-hand side. Noel Dowling in 641. Dave Davis from Toledo, Ohio. North part of the state there. 658 the dial for David. For Fleet Doctor and Fleeter Transmissions. Problems here for Donovan, so they back him off the starting line. David Davis is going to be 28 at the let-go and 657.8 on the 658 out the back door. Noah Carpenter and Jeremy York roll into the water box next. You've got that House Mouse truck out of Indiana for Jeremy at 542, and Noah Carpenter, the Roadster, comes to the starting line out of Greenwood, Mississippi, 583, right side for Carpenter. Once again, yellow Runsicker Dragsters. Yellow Runsicker Dragsters, we have made the call for you for Run for the Money. If you were wanting to make your run, yellow Runsicker Dragsters for the Run for the Money. Stage lanes are open. Bring them on in. Noah Carpenter, Jeremy York. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Just a few more inches to go in this pair. It's going to be out of the gate. Find out what kind of package they're going to lay down. 33 to a 27, so the reaction times really aren't there. 539, Jeremy York, 125 miles an hour. He's going to be quick. Noah goes 584, one above his dial at 114 on the other right side. Roman Cosner and Anthony Fetch waiting back here in the burnout box. Anthony Fetch out of the burnout box here, the 1992 Camaro out of Colonia, New Jersey. Anthony going to be at 625 here. Roman Cosner predicting the 558. 004 to a 19. Roman Cosner at 5 at 57. Under by 3 thou. Anthony goes down there and goes 628 on the 625. 300ths above the dial. It was 19 up front. Wayne DeSantis and Jason Rich going to try their hand at things right now. Jason Rich over here on the left side. He's got that 39 Chevrolet. Nate and I talked a little bit about that thing yesterday. 563, and Wayne DeSantis waiting his turn. He's got the dot.
Trusted by all since 1960.
Jags.
Attention to the pits. Attention to the pit area. We've made the call. Yellow run sticker dragsters for Run for the Money. You can make your way into the lanes if you are not already there. So Wayne DeSantis, Jason Rich. Just about set to go. The tree fires. 7 thou red there for DeSantis. Jason's going to be 19 up front. Over there on the left-hand side, 5 at 65. 2 above for Jason Rich. 591 DeSantis over with his Dodge at 116 miles an hour. Chris Bear comes back here to the starting line, right side. He's got the S10 out of Courtier, Ohio. Donovan Williams comes back up here, going to give it a shot with the Nova. 641 left-hand side, 589 for Chris Bear. It's a really clean 84 S10. If you've had the chance to take a look at that, it's a nice piece for the Bear Motorsports team. Chris Bear, 009. Let's see what the elapsed time is going to be. 5:89, dead 4. 13 total for Chris Bear. Donovan Williams is going to go dead 6. 24 total there for him. Next up, Aaron Vale, Sean Pitts. You got Pitts over there on the left side, the local runner, dialed in at 671. Aaron Vale, he's in a second car. That Pontiac Trans Am at 634. So this is going to be our final pair here in Durcar Run for the Money. We have yellow run sticker dragsters in the lanes for their Run for the Money. And in the water box is the Shootout Final. Superb Licking County Shootout waiting to go. Aaron Vale 2 thou red. Sean Pitts with 16 green and 670 on the breakout. Under by 7 thou at 100 miles an hour. So now it's going to be Chad 6 waiting back here in the burnout box. So Josh Lutke and Chad 6 going to square off here. The Roadster and Dragster matchup. $10,000 going to the winner. $2,000 to the runner-up. Just a mere $8 grand difference, right? So Chad 6 backs up here on the right side. Parma, Michigan, where he calls home. 579. Going to be the dial in for Chad. Josh. Behind the wheel of that Danny Nelson build entries. 463. The dial in for Lutke. So the Surf Pro of Licking County shootout here for $10,000. Win this and obviously going to the winner's circle to talk to Nate here in just a few moments. They turn it green. Only 7 thou separated with the starting line. At the other end, it's going to be 6 thou. Margin of victory, Chad 6-5, 79 dead 3 to be 24 total. Josh rolls down there and goes dead 2 to be 30 total. And Chad 6 is your winner of the Surf Pro of Licking County $10,000 shootout here this Friday morning at the Jake Summer Fling. Started yesterday and we had a pop-up shower move in, and it was like a monsoon, to say the least. There was standing water all throughout the facility, and canopies and awnings went a-flying, and it was quite the mess, to say the least. Had to finish it this morning, and Chad 6 is your winner. So he'll make his way to the rehearsal here in just a moment. Go there and talk to Nate Hershey. Look at the replay there on the Motor Mania live feed, and it was just by that much. And, well, that much was 6 thou, margin of victory, going over there to the right-hand side.
We design and build the most competitive dragsters on the planet. Founded in 2005, American has quickly become one of the premier chassis builders in sportsman racing. Travis Colangelo and the American team focus on quality, precision, and driver safety. And remember, exceptional customer service comes with every car sold. Round wins, race wins, and championships start here. Join the American family today. For more information, visit AmericanRaceCars.net or see us at the track.
Rest of the entries and dragsters, you can head to the lanes for Run for the Money. back coming. All right, if you are out in the staging lanes, go ahead and pull forward. We are sticking out the back. Go ahead and pull forward up if you are out in the staging lanes, dragsters. We can bring some more cars in. And all dragsters, run for the money. If you are wanting to make that run, go ahead and bring them into the lanes.
Okay, we are down here in front of the winner's circle banner here at National Trail Raceway with our winner of the American race cars, $25,000 that ended up finishing. And I think there was a reason that we ended up on Friday morning, because Pete Diagnolo, our winner here, congratulations on your $25,000 win, but I understand we waited today because today's your birthday too. Happy birthday, man. Thank you. It's pretty cool to have it done on my birthday. I got the car in the trailer after the sky opened up last night, and it didn't really hit until someone was like, well, you know, tomorrow's the semis and it's your birthday, so maybe that'll work out. And I said, oh, maybe it will. Well, maybe turned into for sure thing it worked out. I mean, you're standing here, you've got the jacket on, you've got the trophy sitting on top of this beautiful Malibu. It made the trip worthwhile, and like you said, today is the big day, and you've already started off in the winner's circle. Can you do the same thing, turn it around and finish it off? I mean, bookend the day in the winner's circle?
It'd be really nice to do that for sure. A lot of tough competition out there, but try to do our best and see what happens. If it was meant to be, it was meant to be.
So obviously you don't do this on your own. You got a lot of folks that help out, make things happen for you. Who else is here with you this weekend that helped you get where you're standing right now?
The list is long, but my girlfriend, she's finally here. She, you know, keeps the house together and stuff when I'm gone. And my dog finally gets to get in a picture. Her son, Justin, his friend Amani, my sister that always comes. And my mom and dad, home, dad's working, so we can be out here playing. And my mom's actually cutting the lawn at my house, so thank you for doing that. And no, just happy all around. These are the funnest races. Been coming to them for probably about 8 years, and didn't get out of first round for the first couple, so finally was able to get it done.
Well, after not getting out of the first round for the first couple, round, congratulations. Pete Diagnolo, your winner here on a $25,000 to win American.
Thank you guys, and great job with everything so far, and I don't know, just whatever the rest of the weekend brings, hopefully some more win lights. Thanks.
We'll hope so. Congratulations once again, Pete Diagnolo.
At American Race Cars, we design and build the most competitive dragsters on the planet. Founded in 2005, American has quickly become one of the premier chassis builders in sportsman racing. Travis Colangelo and the American team focus on quality, precision, and driver safety. And remember, exceptional customer service comes with every car sold. Round wins, race wins, and championships start here. Join the American family today. For more information, visit AmericanRaceCars.net or see us at the track.
All right. So, I just learned another little fact that I don't know, like creepy or fortuitous or whatever the case may be. But we are standing here once again at the winner's circle with the winner of our $10,000 Serve Pro Shootout, a race together, impromptu kind of yesterday. Guys that went out a little bit earlier got a chance to get back out on the racetrack and race for some big money, and we're standing here this morning with Chad Six, your winner of 10 grand. And Chad, I understand it's your birthday too.
Yes, it is. Yesterday was my birthday, but I'm finishing from yesterday.
That is so cool. Congratulations on picking up the $10,000 win here in the Serve Pro. When you heard about the race, how long did it take you to get up here to sign up for it?
We were like fifth, and then I decided I wasn't going to do it. Then I seen like 10 people go by me, so I went running.
Yeah, well, congratulations. You made a smart choice yesterday to jump in here and grab 10 grand. Tell me a little bit about what your night was like, having to kind of wait it out to come back this morning.
Well, I just did this 2 weeks ago at West Mays race. I was in a shootout, and we had to go to bed with 8 cars left. I had to go to bed with 6 cars last night. It definitely, it plays on you.
Well, you obviously kept your mental state well. You came out, ran a couple of good rounds. One last question here. You found out going into the semis you were going to end up with the bye. You knew you were going to be in the final. What did it feel like at that point?
You know, when I pulled off the end of the track, I knew I killed the tree, and I did a little praying that was going to be my bye run.
Well, it turned out to be that. Obviously, you can't do it without friends. Who else is out here with you?
Oh, Wes May, Nick Hastings, Chris, Matt Addis, Jaden Durst. There's a whole line of us. Justin. Yeah, my wife's at home watching. Kaylee's at home watching. So, yeah.
Well, you got some big names in your corner. Congratulations on your $10,000 win here this morning. Go get ready for another 100 grander today. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Chad Six, your winner of the 10 grand Serve Pro Shootout.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Pretty amazing in the western side of the United States to have this kind of pot money, and Peter and Kyle do such a good job. Like I said, it's a pleasure to be here, man.
I heard a lot of good things about it a couple years ago. I came last year, got to experience it firsthand. It was awesome, a lot of prizes to go for. One of the big races on the West Coast, you actually get a chance to make some money if you're gonna win.
If you ever question coming, just come one time and see how it is, and I think you'll come back.
All right, so we are rolling into Run for the Money for dragsters. Matt Recolaitis and Mike Matty closing it on the finish line. Mike Matty, 498 the dial, 23 at the let go, and he breaks out 496 under by 200. Matt Recolaitis was 13 green and 473, one above, at 145 miles an hour over there on the left-hand side. Michael Rourke and Chet Dragon. That's the Bantam, left side for Chet, 634. On the board for Chet Dragon, Michael Rourke throws a 469 dial on his M&M race car. The Jakes.com machine over here on the right side. Tree fires, they're out of the gate, 006 for Rourke. Finish line stripe on the 469. It's going to be 468.5, 146 the speed. 631.6 and 001 red Chet Dragon over there on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Gabby Needham and Brett Tanzillo. Gabby has the Cleves, Ohio undercover machine in at 5:27. The car that Gabby's behind the wheel of. Has done a lot of winning over the years. Brett Tanzillo. He's got the Mullis, a local runner. 483 the dial in. And once again, we are in Run for the Money and dragsters. Completed our Winter Circle celebrations for yesterday's $25,000 main event and our $10,000 race, and we are working towards opening ceremonies and ATI Performance Friday. Jake Summer Fling, Brett Danzello, 006, and two above, 485 on the 483. Gabby was 5 thou red and 533 off the 527. Missed it by just a tick there. Richard Duvall and Jack Ostrowski. Jack won some rounds yesterday. Ostrowski has the McIlvain race car out of Pennsylvania, 441 left side, 498 for Duvall. left side, 441, dead zero. I guess not really a win light there, but Jack Ostrowski is going to be 13 total. How about that? Richard Duvall is going to be 497 to the breakout, under by 9 thou. That's 59 on the let go. James Glenn and Curtis Allen. Curtis Allen backs up over the other right side of the New York, 482 on the dial board. James Glenn at 467. Curtis is 107. That's not a good thing. Let's see the elapsed time, 479, 142 miles an hour. James Glenn was 1 thou red and 2 above. 469 off the 467 there. Next up, Cordy Grisey and Paula Holman. Paula Holman left-hand side, 498. Courtney at 425 here. Pair of ladies going head-to-head and run for the money. James Krause Jr. and Kurt Branscombe each won $100 to Peach Pro Products after running dead on zero in the run for the money. So James Crouch and Kurt Branscombe, you got a $100 Peach Pro Products gift certificate, and Dustin Evelyn wins a $100 K&N gift certificate for the perfect line during run for the money. So Dustin, got a $100 K&N gift certificate. Paula Holman, 007 and dead zero. About 7 total there for Paula. Courtney was 28 and 427, 2 above, 171 over there on the right side. Now here comes Connor Grisey, 426 the dial, and McKenna Brown. McKenna, 462. Literally jumped on a plane, I believe yesterday evening, and flew in from Florida. It's like that thing called college. It gets in the way sometimes, and she's like, hey, better late than never. That's what you call fashionably late to the show. So McKenna's going to jump behind the wheel today and see if she can turn on some wind lights in the Jakes.com machine. And she is going into her final year of college, I believe. So I'm sure Mom and Dad listening back home there. Of course, want to say thanks to Strange Engineering for being our MotorMania TV live feed sponsor for the entire Jake Summer Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. So I had to run up there and get something off the racetrack. So McKenna and Connor bring the race cars back to life and gonna roll to the pre-stage beam. We're gonna find out what's gonna happen here. You seen earlier on in the week that Uncle Mikey was driving that machine, I believe. It's hard to tell these yellow cars apart. They all look the same, and who's driving them and whatnot, but I know for a fact that McKenna's behind the wheel this morning. Connor alongside. This pair's set to go. 38 on the let go for McKenna. Connor's going to be 23 green, 429. Above by 3 hun. McKenna, look at that, 462, dead 5. To be 43 total. Troy Henry and Rob Lipsinger. Lipsinger's up the dragster now. The Race Tech out of New Hope, Maryland, 465 on the left-hand side. Troy Henry at 478. Running off Kentucky. Bolsinger closes in on the 660-foot mark. 465 dead 9. Troy Henry 477 with a 6 on the 78. Winner by 4 thou there at 143. Glenn Dilday and Chris Reynolds. Chris Reynolds in at 453. Left-hand side of the Delaware. Dilday's extra here. And at 420. We're out of Missouri for Dilday Automotive. I don't know. What do you think, Nate? You think it's going to run? What do you think Dilday's going to run? I'm going to say at 21. He thinks you're going to say 434. That's like a 10th and a half off of what he's dialed.
Oh, is that where he's at? Oh, never mind.
I mean, Nate's a gambling guy, but I think we're a little off on that one. Okay. So we're back to, let's say, a 421. 22.9, okay. I am the farthest thing from a gambling man. I am no good at it, let me tell you. 007 there for Dilday. See how close he comes to the 420? Nope, 419. We were both off, 168 miles an hour. So was Glenn even. Chris Reynolds, 452, 152 miles an hour. Cortland Carter, and Corey Galletti now. Corey Galletti, 456 here on the right side. Put some new shoes on that entry. So he broke him in on the burnout right there. Cortland Carter, 463, as we talked about. Two good-looking machines going to be side by side. So still working our way through. One for the money and dragsters. There's a whole herd and gaggle of them, to say the least. They're all back there in the staging lanes, lined up to the end. And lights appear. Corey Galletti going to be 7th thou too soon. A 456 dead 1. Cortland Carter just 461 off the 463. Now it's going to be Sean Robson and Chris Beauchamp. Beauchamp, 469 for the American race car out of Scranton, Pennsylvania. Of course, Sean Robson, the local runner. That's the Iron Man Storage, Pumpco Concrete Pumping. Guy that started his drag racing career virtually on 2 wheels. Was a motorcycle rider for many, many years. Started to dabble in the door cars a few years ago, and then he was like, you know what? We're going to buy a dragster. That's what he did. To Frank Hawley School, and that's kind of how it all got started. So went from 2 wheels to 4 wheels. Sean Robson left side, Chris Beauchamp on the right side. Hey, I'm not sure if the Rambo family picked up their package, but Ryan and Noah Rambo, I know you're up the running line here. You guys got a package, so if you are listening or anybody wants to text them or whatever, Rambo family does have a package up here in race control. Sean Robson was 10th thou red and 492, one above. Chris Beauchamp was 8th thou red and 468 off the 469. The right-hand side. Ali Pettit and Justin Mosier comes back here to the starting line. So Justin Mosier and Ali Pettit just getting ready to square off, and I'm going to slide on out, and Nate's going to slide back in after he returns from the winner's circle there. And we're going to send some more race cars down the racetrack in the dragster run for the money. That's what a little delayed there, but better late than never, right? When my mind just totally went blank. It kind of happens on a regular basis.
I can totally relate to that. Justin Mosier red by 18 thousandths of a second, goes 463 on a 466. Ali Pettit was 004 on the tree and 493 on the 494. Again, we've still got, tightening it up a little bit. Shane Weaver with that perfect run, still leading in the top spot. Kenny Underwood with a 5-pack at number 2, and Travis Colangelo with a 7-pack there at number 3. Paula Holloman's also got a 7-pack under her belt, but I do believe there's still some room for improvement as we are going to see some pretty good runs make their way down the racetrack. Yeah, and as Derek had just said, got back up here from the winner's circle after congratulating Pete Diagnolo on his birthday, getting that $25,000 win. And Chris Six getting his $10,000 win from the shootout the day after his birthday. So apparently, the secret to success, at least through the early part of the morning, was let it be your birthday. I don't know if it's Shane Weaver's birthday or not, but might as well be. Dan Sayers, 003 and dead on 2, another 5-pack. Making its way up towards the top of the list. Noah Rambo was 12 on the tree and 454 on a 454, but now it's Shane Weaver with the perfect run. It's Kenny Underwood and Dan Sayers with a couple of 5-packs at the top of our run for the money. As Rob Mosier and Chris Stein are going to be our next two. Stein on the left side. Rob Mosier on the right. Mosier dialed in at 453. Stein dialed in at 419. I'm trying to think back what's been the quickest dial we've seen so far this week. I think 419 might be the quickest dial. But that's certainly getting after it. So Stein is going to get in and set. Mosier's going to join him again, looking for the top 3 packages here and Run for the Money. Both black and yellow sticker dragsters have been called, and unfortunately for Chris Stein and Rob Mosier, neither of them, by way of the reaction time, were eligible to get into the top 3. Mosier wasn't bad with an 11 light, goes 452 on a 453. Chris Stein had a 33 reaction time and goes 417 on a 419. There's now Vince Schroeder and Spencer Massey, the shank, over on the right side of the racetrack. 454 the dial for the Pennsylvania-based ride, and for Spencer Massey, coming in out of Fort Worth, Texas, he's got the 476 up on the scoreboard. Again, just kind of been keeping our eyes open, looking out the window. I watched a lot of the cars go through in the door car Run for the Money rounds. Looking for a door car that needs it the most. I think we have a potential leader in the clubhouse. Let's see, keep your eyes open for a little bit. A little bit anyway. 021 on the tree for Schroeder. He goes 452 on the 454. Spencer Massey was red by 0.003 of a second. And knowing now that there's like a perfect package that's leading the way and a couple of 005s right behind it. I think we were talking about it yesterday in round number 1, looking for, when we were looking for those perfect reaction times. Now is certainly the time to tighten it up. Make any adjustments in the box you need to, and hope that you let go better than 005 in order to be eligible for a shot. You could maybe get a shot at it. Morning, Rooster. Morning, all the motor maniacs who are watching along on that Strange Engineering live feed. Again, big thanks to Strange Engineering, sponsor of the live feed all weekend long, and a big thanks to Jegs, to Optima Batteries, to all of the sponsors that help make this happen. Want to thank Stainless Works. Got an opportunity to talk to Chris last night after the race, and man, I hope your hand's feeling better. I really do. Because, I guess in the world of, header building, hands are important. You got to have them. Dennis D. Valerio is 005 on the tree and goes 457.5. He puts up a 10-pack. Here to Run for the Money, Vic Butler on a 493 was 13 red, goes 491 on a 493. But again, kind of getting back into it. Bondo Racing Products, Mickey Thompson, Hoosier, Goodyear, Mazir Enterprises, Ultronics, all our round sponsors. With those best losing packages, big thanks to FST Carburetors, Altalab, Gothi Enterprises, Autometer, who was putting up some bonuses yesterday. Thank you to American Race Cars for sponsoring yesterday's $25,000 to win a race. FST for their sponsorship of Wednesday is Troy Williams Jr.'s 005 and 477 on a 464. Something wasn't right there. Wasn't right. Ended up 77 on a 64 dial. Eric Bowman was 11 on the tree and 469 on a 469. He's 16 at total. But we've got so much to do. Hey, here's Bob Payton. Speaking of kind of that best overall package. Right now in a run for the money, we're looking for the top 3 packages. But throughout the rest of today, and some of tomorrow, we're going to be looking for the best overall package in the door car and in the dragsters. Right now, it's a 2-pack in the door cars. It's a 4-pack in the dragsters, and it's Bob Payton who holds that 4-pack. As unfortunately, Chris Sons is getting backed off of the starting line, and we are seeing a lot of drips and dribbles that are coming out from underneath the race cars here, and Chris Sons, unfortunately, the latest victim of that, as he came out of the water box there on the right side of the racetrack. Had a little trail. They're going to get that mopped up, and so it'll be Bob Payton going on the solo shot. Now, Payton has already been 4 total. If he can put up a 4 total or better, could slide his way into that number 2 spot. I'd love to see another perfect run. We got to wait to see the reaction time because of the true start. He was 13 on the tree and then goes 480 on a 482. So 13 on the tree, not quite where it needed to be. Not quite. But we'll see. So now Jeff Sowers and Kenny Underwood. Underwood, who is already in the top 3, as he came up and made the run in the door car to put him at 5 total. This time he's 21 on the tree. Won't quite get it there with the dragster. Jeff Sowers 12 on the tree and 4.594. Oh, Kenny. Kenny on a 486 goes 4.860 after an 021 reaction time. Now, I don't know how many of those that Derek saw while he was up here on the mic, but I saw a bunch of dead-on zeros when I was on earlier in this run for the money. Unfortunately, a couple of them that I saw were after they'd gone red and then ended up dead on 0. We've seen a lot of that red and dead on. That was kind of the whole inspiration for some of the other things that were happening there. But oh boy, oh boy. Here's Grace Rowe and Joey Cameron. Cameron right side, dialed 474. Grace left side. Out of Marengo, Ohio, dialed in at 506. Well, they both had a 0, a 3, and a 1 in the reaction time. Grace Rowe was 031. Joey Cameron was 013. As Joey goes 472, Grace goes 503. And again, for those of you that are watching along online or happen to be joining us out there in the grandstands, well, we are in the middle of a run for the money on an ATI Performance Products $100,000 to win main event Friday here at the inaugural Summer Fling, the JEGS Summer Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. Once we get done with the run for the money, we'll bring everybody back around. It'll be time for round number 1 in their chase for 100 G's. 16 on the tree for Tristan Strauss. That's the better of the 2 reaction times as Billy Rowe leaves 9,000ths of a second early. Tristan 520 on a 520. Not bad. Dead on 3 to be 19 total. Billy Rowe 481 on the 480, ends up 12 thou above the dial. As back from the burnout comes Carson Griffith and Scott Taylor. Taylor in the American built car on the right side. Carson Griffith. The Nelson chassis over on the left. 513 the dial for Carson. 454 the dial for Scott. And oh, hey, by the way, Dustin Evelyn, if you have not come up to the Diva Desk yet to visit, you should. You know why? You got a $100 K&N gift certificate for your perfect light during the Run for the Money. So Dustin Evelyn, if you have not yet come up there, come up and say hi. We've got that $100 gift certificate for you. Scott Taylor is 26 on the tree, goes 457 on a 454. Carson Griffith, 19 green and 513 on a 513. Also, James Crouch Jr. and Kurt Bramson. You've each got a $100 Page Pro Products gift certificate after running dead on zero in the Run for the Money. So, like, the treasure chest is open. And I think Miss Lela Paravalaris has been put in charge of the treasure chest. So she's like making it rain prizes back out of the tower. She's like, hey, you did something good, get a prize. You did something really good, get a better prize. Jordan Parker was 16 green and 454 on a 455. Troy Williams Jr. was 12 green and 466 on a 467. Scott Hornline and Tim Markaglu. Markaglu, who was one of our winners when we were in Galat a few months back. Picking up a big check and a trophy and parking it back down there on the return road as he is lining up with a 453 dial here on the left side of the racetrack. And once again, dragsters, both black and yellow sticker, if you are going to be participating in Run for the Money, come on down. I just had like a deja vu moment, and I thought, wait, he made it. Oh, I saw an umbrella in the stands, and I was thinking it might be Umbrella Man, but it doesn't look like it is. It's that same like multicolored umbrella, so it got me excited. 41 and a 42. Scott Hornline was 27 green and under by 0.04 of a second. Timmy Markaglu was 15 green, and then 452. And 453. I just saw your response, Jake. True, he might be able to do that, but I don't think he would want to do that. I'm just saying. Because even if you're near the sales side, you still want to be able to shake somebody's hand, right? There's a lot of things I could say about that, but I won't. 007 on the red side for Krista Schneider, as Krista runs 444 on the 445. John Ringette 500 was the dial and 499 was the run after a 21 thou. Reaction time is now Troy Coughlin Jr. and Rick Schneider. Schneider on the right side, the Michigan-based car 472. Coughlin in the Jegs yellow and black, dialed in at 469. Tree for Troy Coughlin Jr. as he's going to run 467 at 148 miles an hour. For Rick Schneider, 15 thou on the red side at this end of the racetrack and 471 on a 472 on the right side. And Rooster, I did not mean to get started with those kind of jokes, but I'm waiting for the punchline just because I can. Chris Sons, Steve Law. Law left side, Sons on the right side. Are you going to sing that, I fought the law and the law won? Maybe. Inset, bye. 13 on the tree for Steve Law. And then runs 474.0 on a 474. 13 green, dead zero for Steve. Chris Sons, 468 on a 466. Ends up 2 above the dial. Travis Colangelo and Jeff Reed Jr. Jeff's on the right side this time. Travis is on the left side. 477 is the dial for Travis. 485 is the dial for Jeff. And here we go. Thomas, to answer your question, we will not know the exact count until after round number 1. Once we run round number 1. Then we'll go ahead and give the official card count of how many are in competition here today. Travis Colangelo, 10 green, 478 on a 477. He ends up 24 total. Jeff Reed, 487 on a 485. And again, if you want to crack into that top 3, where we're paying $2,000 to the best run, $1,000 to the second best package, and $500 to the third best package, you got to be better than 5 total. So dragsters, run for the money. Final call for the run for the money session. Final call, got to be here. Need you into the staging lanes. We're going to get everybody loaded up, and then it'll be almost time for round number 1. Tim Kelly, Wes May. Kelly down 478, was 12 on the tree and goes 479. Wes May down 495, had an 037 reaction time and goes 493. There's now Rick Huffman and Matt Cornell. Matt out of Monroe, Michigan. Rick Huffman out of Waxahachie, Texas, just down the road. Uh-oh. Huffman missed a perfect reaction time by 1,000th of a second and misses the 454 by 8,000ths of a second. Goes 453 down to the top end of the racetrack as we continue on with our run for the money. Getting down towards the end of the run for the money. Not going to be too much longer before we start calling folks back in. For round number 1, it's time to start getting your mind right, getting everything set up and ready to roll, as Brian Folk and Clayton Roberts. Clayton over on the right side, 451. Brian Folk on the left side, dialed in at 463. And a 449 on a 451 for Clayton, 459 on a 463. For Brian Folk. Eric Pavicic, Jacob Meinert are going to be the next 2. And again, I'll give that one last warning. If you are going to get in on Run for the Money, now is the time. You do need to be in the staging lanes. Let's go. So with a 483 dial for Eric, a 469 dial for Jacob. Eric Pavicic, 005 on the tree and 480 on a 483. Mead is 001 on a 483 dial, goes 481.5. Oh. The window was open. And then he just got there too quick. Todd Knight had a 028 reaction time for a 470 on a 472 as Cody Witt and Tracy Sons. Are going to be rolling up here next. Cody down 489, Tracy Sons down 483. And. Ready. Maybe set. 004 line for Tracy Sons. Can he be 483-0? No. He ends up 481 as well. So last couple on the 483 dial and run 481. 481.6 this time for Tracy Sons after a 004 reaction time. Cody Witt was 008 on the tree. Took a swing at it to try and get it done as Don Butkowitz and Justin Daniels. Butkowitz on the right side. 476. Justin Daniels left side, 528. No, Ronnie, there has not been a full, well, I guess in a way we gave a little review of the Walking Taco. Let's just say it was good. Like, really good. I'd never, in all my years, had somebody like, and apparently it's a popular thing now, you like open up a bag of chips and put stuff on it and eat it with a spoon or a fork. But I'll tell you a little bit more about it. Don Butkowitz, 49 on the tree, goes 475 on a 476. Justin Daniels, 525 on a 528. That's now Michael Shoup and Will Hallman back up from the burnout. Will over on the left side, Michael Shoup on the right side. But essentially for the walking taco, which I think they've got available at the Hot Rod Grill when it opens up, but they took like a bag of Doritos, and apparently they've got a specialty bag for walking tacos with Doritos, but that's what it was. They opened it up, they added in the taco meat, they added in the lettuce, the tomatoes, sour cream, cheese, all that stuff, and then you just mix it up and eat it like a big old taco salad. It was really, really good. So, yeah, if you happen to be on property and you're wondering, what am I going to get for lunch today? That one's pretty good. I don't know what the daily special is going to be out there today yet or not, but it was pretty good. It was worth it. I can say that. It was worth it. Michael Shoup, Will Holloman. Michael Shoup's 001. Come on, man. 474.4. Under by 0.06 of a second. Dang. Oh, shucks. Had the reaction time. Western dressing. Marco, you ever heard of Western dressing? I've heard of like Italian dressing, I've heard of Russian dressing, I've heard of ranch dressing, blue cheese dressing. Never heard of Western dressing. I don't know. Rooster, you're going to have to share there a little bit. So Brian Reclitus and Vinny Domino. Domino left side, 458 is the dial. Brian Reclitus dialed in a tenth slower than that with a 468. Vinny Domino was 006 on the tree, dead 9. Ends up 15 total. That was the better of the two, is John Biaggi and Jeg Coughlin Jr. Is that right? Biaggi? Biaggi? Sorry, I'm just thinking back to like Karate Kid references, which I'm sure he's never heard in his life. It's one of those things, when you got a last name like that, you've heard just about everything there is to say about your last name. Like Derek with the last name Beach, I'm sure he's heard just about all of them. Every single one of them. All right, Jeg Coughlin Jr. perfect on the tree. Oh, 455 on a 456. Under 9 thou. Had a shot at another one there. Had a shot at another one. John Biaggi missed the tree by 1,000th of a second. And then goes 449 on a 452. But Jeggy was trip zip at this end of the racetrack and then under by 9 thou down at that end. As Josh Lidke and Heather Fetch. Heather on the right side, dialed at 489. Josh Lidke dialed in at 463. And is the Hot Rod Grill open now? They opened, all right. So the Hot Rod Grill, I guess it is almost lunchtime. It's like 10:45, I didn't even realize it. But the special today is Johnsonville brats. Johnsonville brats to you by Hot Dog Grill. It'll be good. They've still got the walking tacos. They've got the Johnsonville brats. It's good stuff. Heather Fetch was red by 0.03 of a second. Goes dead on 8, 489 on that 489. Josh, 462. On a 463. Lester Atkins and Nick McGovern. Atkins is 20 green, McGovern is 30 red. As McGovern goes 460 on a 461, Lester Atkins 466 on a 468. as we get Corey Gallitti and Mike Illing. So I've heard about this. I've experienced this. Apparently in Chicago, you're not allowed to put ketchup on hot dogs. You never put ketchup on hot dogs? Oh, you do? All right, well, no, that's what I've heard. In, like, Chicago, it's like no ketchup on a dog. It's got to be mustard only. That's what I've heard. Mike Illing, 003, 475 on a 475. How about 4 total for Mike Illing? He be Illing and moves up into the top 3. Dead on 1, 003 at this end of the racetrack. Corey Gallitti was 12 on the tree and dead on 8. But yeah. So Mike Illing moves to the number 2 spot behind Shane Weaver, who put up that perfect run in the pickup truck. But I gotta say, Rooster, I am with you. No ketchup on a brat. It ruins it. Totally ruins it. Mustard. And like that Dijon style mustard. It's got to be fancy. Fancier mustard, not just a, little yellow mustard thing. Bryson Scruggs is 19 green. Steve Schmidt is 21 green. 446 on a 446. Schmidt dead on 1. Bryson Scruggs was 19 green, and then 440 on a 443. Yep. See, I got a few people checking in from Chicago on the chat bleachers, and they are saying the same thing. No ketchup on a hot dog, unless you're a small child. Then I guess you get a waiver or something. Apparently, I would be disallowed in Chicago. 009 for Tom Dauber and 463 on a 463. He's 10 total, and still like 6 spots out of the top 3. There's Severn Johnson and Chris Beauchamp are going to come up now. And I'm guessing, what, JJ, you must be on a lunch break or something, right? Severn with a 474, Chris Beauchamp with a 444. What up, Stevie? Team leader checking in from Vegas. You want a Pepsi? Okay, so Severn Johnson, 001 red, goes 473 on a 474. As Chris Beauchamp was 005 and then dead on 3. Ends up 8 total. And now with like our top spots being a perfect run, 4 total and a couple of 5 totals. I think just for fun, by the time we get done here, we need to have a perfect run, a 1-pack and a 2-pack. Why not? Why not? Matt Hall is a man after my own heart. He says if you're going to mess around with hot dogs, you got to put chili and cheese on them. And I'm with you. 11 on the tree for Chris Snyder. 13 on the tree for Jason Lynch. Jason, 13 green, goes 47 on a 43. Schneider, 481 on a 480. JJ. Saying not yet. You're not at lunch yet? You got nothing better to do like class? Like focus? We'll see. Jono Gerber and Nick Folk. And I do got to say this. I know, Rooster, you're not too far outside of Chicago, as you said. I got to get either back down there or there's like one place down in Southern California that's got a Portillo's. I need me a big old hot dog and an Italian beef sandwich. That's what I need. Jono 483 is the dial. Nick Folk 457. Neither one of them with the reaction time that'll get them into the spot that they need. But 029 on the tree and then 482 on a 483 for Jono. Ends up under by 0.02 of a second. Nick Folk ends up under 0.07 of a second, and he goes 456 on the 457. Is now Mike Bodner and Todd Barton will be next. Todd Barton, originally a West Coast racer, a left coaster. Out of California, Todd, of course, the guy that does the designs for the crew shirts and the t-shirts, does that Todd Barton Best Appearing Award, all of that good stuff. The man is a magician when it comes to graphic design and t-shirt design and all of that good stuff, but he is the man when it comes to that stuff. Relocated to Tennessee, and he and his wife just celebrated, was it their 15-year anniversary a couple of days ago. So happy anniversary, Todd. There's Mike Bodner lining up here on the right side of the racetrack, Kendall Park, New Jersey, home, and a dial of 4.90 seconds. Both drivers are 10 on the tree. Todd Barton goes 4.705. Under by 0.05 of a second. Mike Bodner goes 490 on the 490. He's dead on too. I'm going to agree with you there, what is that, El Chupa Nebra? I better not say that. I don't know if that's like a bad word. I'm not sure. So Joe Barish and Jason Rich. Rich on the left side, 438 is the dial. Barish on the right side, 486 is the dial. Barish with the better bold at 13th thou after the green light, goes 482 on a 486. Jason Rich, off a 10th, 448 on a 438. Ouch. I'll get that figured out and try it again before they come back for round number one. That's now Bob Kalibski and Jeremy York. York over the left side, he's down 446. Kalibski, who was in that final round, runner-up in the American Race Cars $25,000 to win Thursday. Now get a little warm-up lap for the ATI Performance Products $100,000 to win Friday. Steve Valdez has a point. Sonoran hot dogs are amazing. Every time I get down to Tucson, there's a little hot dog shop down there that's really good. Kalibski is 29 green. Jeremy York is 13 green. As Kalibski goes 457 on a 456. Jeremy York 445 on a 446. And for those of you that are just kind of tuning in, essentially we are doing a run for the money. Getting down towards the end of it, the staging lanes are starting to empty out. And then we're going to be getting into round number one of the ATI Performance Products $100,000 to win Friday. Here at the inaugural Jegs Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries. We've got a few more cars that are going to be taking a swing at the tree. Kevin Brannon and Madison McCormick are a couple of them. McCormick on the right side, dialed 489. Kevin Brannon dialed in at 447. Brannon was 002 and 448 on a 447. Shoot. Madison McCormick, 488 on a 489 with 16 green. And as we were just talking about a moment ago, hey, your attention in the pits, please. Door Cars yellow sticker Door cars, yellow sticker. Let's get you headed this direction for round number 1 of the ATI Performance products. $100,000 to win Friday. Door cars with a yellow sticker. To the staging lanes, please, for round number 1. Bailey Ferraro and John LaBouse. Ferraro made his way into the finals on day number 1. That $15,000 to win, FST Carburetor Day. Dialed 452, he's 004. Vingby 452.0. Close, but not there. 451.4 for Bailey Ferraro. John LaBouse was 004 red. Taking a swing at it. And again, as we are making our way through run for the money, our top 3 right now, you got Shane Weaver, you got Mike Ealing, you got Kenny Underwood and Dan Sayers. Had a 5-pack. Ealing with a 4-pack. Shane Weaver put up a perfect run. And if you didn't hear the story, it was pretty awesome. We'll talk about it here in just a moment as Michael Needham and Mike Bloomfield Jr. Bloomfield on the left side, dialed in at 449. Needham on the right side, dialed in at 495. Times, both of them are 007. Mikey Bloomfield goes 446 on a 449. Needham goes 494 on a 495. But again, door cars with the yellow sticker. Let's get you headed to the staging lanes for round number 1, please. Door cars with a yellow sticker. Let's get you to the staging lanes for round number 1, please. And again, kind of that whole deal with this run for the money. Shane Weaver rolled up in a pickup truck a little bit earlier on in the day, lined up in the Austin Evelyn lane, which is named after his nephew, and ended up putting down a perfect run during the run for the money. So he is currently the leader in the clubhouse, of course. You know, hearing the story about Austin and unfortunately the tragic accident that happened, the fact that that right lane is named after him for this season is pretty special, and to be able to go out and make that perfect run in that lane was pretty touching, pretty cool. So it's kind of a neat fact that he is the leader in the clubhouse right now. And then you got the 4-pack of Illing behind it, a couple of 5-packs with Kenny Underwood and Dan Sayers. Jesse York is back in a dragster, and Caroline McCarty on the right side. So essentially, if you're looking to crack into the top 3, we're looking for like a 004, 003, 002 reaction time, something like that. Or a perfect bull would work too. I guess we'll take a 001 if we have to. Not that kind of 001. Unfortunately, Carolyn McCarty, 001 red, and then goes 485 on a 46. Jesse York, 13 green and 474 on a 475. We are running out of dragsters. We've got door cars with yellow stickers headed into the staging lanes as we're going to get ready to go with round number 1 of a main event Friday coming up pretty soon. There's Chris Bear, Johnny Carter. Carter left side. Bear on the right side. 468 the down for Chris. And 495 the down for Johnny. Reaction time not there on either side. Not bad, but just not there. 11 on the tree for Chris Bear as he goes 467 on the 468. Johnny Carter 16 green. And then 494 on the 495. There's Gary Williams and Jeff Serra. Serra right side down 455. Williams left side down 479. And I think we are almost done. 15 at the light for Gary Williams, 12 at the light for Jeff Serra, as Serra is going to run 456 on a 455. Gary Williams goes 480 on a 479. And we got Will Holloman and Kyle Cotrera. And it sounds like we're going to finish things off with a couple of solo shots. Again, door cars with the yellow run sticker. Door cars with the yellow run sticker. You should be in the staging lanes for round number 1. Of the ATI Performance Products Friday. Kyle Cotrera, 4th out red, 454 and a 454, ends up dead on 7 down at the finish line. Will Holloman, 29 green and 458 on a 459. So again, our top 3, we've got a perfect run. We've got a 4-pack and a couple of 5-packs. Josh Baker is going to get to take a swing at it here. Can he get the best reaction? He's 4 on the tree. 465-0. No. 463 on the 465. Had the bulb at this end of the racetrack that could have gotten him what he needed, and we are going to finish off with Jeremy McCormick. This is the final car in Run for the Money. McCormick out of Fountain, Michigan. 449 is the dial. 008 on the tree. And then 449 on a 449. So, unofficially top 3, Shane Weaver with that perfect run. Mike Illing with a 4-pack. You got Kenny Underwood and Dan Sayers both at 5 packs each. We'll get all that figured out as far as who is going to get the money. And we have got cars under the arch. We got a little bit of track prep that's going to take place here before we go into round number 1. So ladies and gentlemen, as you are out there, whether you are joining us on property or whether you are joining us online, just hang tight for a moment. We're going to get this track prepped, ready to go, as we have got some big money on the line here. Again, thank you very much to ATI Performance Products for being the title sponsor of our $100,000 to win Friday. We're going to take just a short little break up here in the tower, and we will be back when it is time to get cars into the water box after our opening ceremonies.
Trusted by all since 1960. What you want, when you want it, at a price you want to pay.
Jags.
Years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Law Chevrolet Buick in Boonville, Indiana is a family-owned sales and service center proudly serving the tri-state area for over 10 years. Racing has always been in their blood, and over the past few years, they've been blessed with the opportunity to serve hundreds of racers from all across the country. All of the crew at Law Chevrolet Buick would like to thank each and every racer for the opportunity to do business. Remember, if you buy a vehicle anywhere else, it's not the tires you'll be kicking.
Fuel Systems Technology was created to develop a line of carburetors that is not only affordable, but innovative while never sacrificing quality. These principles drive us to make the best carburetors possible. From our entry-level RT series to our full race, billet CNC aluminum and stainless steel, billet XS Pro series. Our engineers have spent their entire careers in the high-performance aftermarket developing various carburetors for enthusiasts, pro racers, and everyone in between. They helped form FST with the same goal that we all share, to get the best performing system into your vehicle for the best price possible. We too are the users, cruisers, and enthusiasts pushing our street rods, muscle cars, and drag cars to their limits. We understand the time and investment that you put into your vehicle, and FST is our opportunity to bring you something innovative, quality-driven, and affordable. Get yours through most reputable online retailers or learn more at fstcarb.com.
We drive Sport Compact, designed for the elite and the garage build. Information is power, because data is the difference between winning and losing. We give you the options, versatility, and power to come out on top. Complacent isn't in our vocabulary. We drive you. And that's why FuelTech is everywhere.
Ultronics, the leader in performance electronics. Racers know and depend on their state-of-the-art systems every day. Perform Air Pro and Perform Air Eclipse are the racing industry's standard high-tech, easy-to-use weather systems. Power-Light lithium batteries, the super powerful lightweight energy source for your machine. And the Data Quest Power Quest, the most innovative data recorders and touchscreen switch panels you can find. Check out ultronicsinc.com for these products and more. Ultronics, the choice of champions.
All right, racers, track prep is complete. We are here on a Jegs Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries at National Trails Raceway. It is the inaugural event. We started these flings many, many years ago back in Bristol, added events in Vegas, added Galat, and it was the dream of the Fling staff to add in a fourth event here in the Midwest. This beautiful facility was selected, and today we are proud to be out here enjoying the weather, enjoying each other's company, and enjoying yet another stop on the Spring Fling, Fall Fling, and now Summer Fling Tour. We know that Peter and Kyle put a lot of work into making these things happen. And as most of you know, we recently lost Kyle. It's a big loss to the family. It's a big loss to all of our hearts, and it's something that hurts real bad. But we all know that Kyle would want nothing more than for us to continue racing, to be out here showing each other the same kindness, the same love, the same admiration that he showed to all of us. And I said this once before, and I'll say it again. The one thing about Kyle Seipel is no matter what, when you were talking to him, he made you feel like the most important person in the world. And I certainly hope that each and every one of us can take that into our own lives, and as we talk to each other, that we make each other feel like the most important people in the world, because we are family. We are here to race for $100,000. That is what he wanted to do. This was something that excited him tremendously, and we are excited to be here. So for those of you that are here supporting us on this inaugural event, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts for being here and for being part of our family. This is going to be a fun day. It's going to be an exciting day, and it wouldn't be right to start this off without hearing from Kyle's best friend and partner, Peter Bondo, who's up here in the tower. Peter, on behalf of all of the racers, thank you so much for keeping this race going, for being out here with us, and we're all here for you just the same as you're here for us, Peter. Thank you so much.
Well, I appreciate it, Nate. I appreciate the staff. I appreciate National Trail staff, Spring Fling, Summer Fling staff, and all the racers. It's our inaugural event. It was a dream of Kyle and I to go to a fourth event. It took us 11 years to get here. The reason we came here is based on relationships and good people, and that's Jason and JJ. We're going to build this event up to be a great event again next year. Hopefully you guys are having a good time. Kyle is watching from up above, and we're going to make him proud today. You guys drive your best, and let's crown a champion tonight. We have a Racer Appreciation Barbecue tonight. I want everyone to come. If you have friends that are in the area, bring them. We have 600 plates, and we don't have that 600 racers. So I'm an old school Italian, and we don't like to put food to waste. So call up your friends and tell them to come have a good time with us tonight. With that said, I want to thank Jegs, Optima, and ATI, especially for the $100,000 ATI Friday, and you racers, from the bottom of my heart. And if Kyle was here, he'd say the same thing. We couldn't do it without you guys, and you guys, aside from some carnage yesterday with all those wins, you guys look like you're having a great time, and that's what it's all about. But let's put our game faces on and turn on some win lights.
Thank you very much, Peter. Again, in order to start things off on the right foot, we've got Chaplain Eddie Bauer here with Racers for Christ to offer today's invocation. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've not done so, please rise and remove your caps.
Thank you, Nate. Would you all join me in prayer, please? Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day, for the sunshine, and for the opportunity to be here at National Trails Raceway. God, what a great event this is going to be, and I just want to pray in advance for safety over all of these competitors, for everybody in the pits, for all the track workers. I just pray that you keep all of us safe and help us enjoy this beautiful day. And God, we also want to remember all of our men and women who are serving in the military, whether here in the United States or overseas, that God, you would just be with them and their families. Just help them wherever they are, and we thank you for helping them to keep us safe and have the freedoms that we enjoy. So just, God, give us a great day, help us to enjoy some great racing, and we just thank you for this event here. It's in Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Thank you, Eddie. And like you said, we are blessed to be in a country that is free. We live in a very tumultuous world right now. There's a lot of crazy stuff happening. But as we are out here racing today, let us remember those who are protecting our freedoms, both past and present, who have gone before, that give us the opportunity to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remove your caps for our national anthem as sung by Miss Ivy Brannon.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner
an ATI Performance Products $100,000 to win Friday. And for Kyle Seipel, let's go racing. The cars are firing up, and it's game on. Our first two cars, Scott McCormick and Justin Mosier. Again, we've got our yellow sticker door cars all sitting back in the staging lanes, $100,000 on the line. And an ATI Performance Products Friday is now officially underway. Again, it is the JEGS Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries, the inaugural event being held here at National Trail Raceway, and we are so happy to be a part of this. A 545 dial-in showing up on the right side scoreboard, he said kind of tongue-in-cheek, and a 604 dial-in showing up on the left lane scoreboard. You've got the 76 bodied Nova out of New Winsome, New York. We've already had a New Yorker park a car on the dance floor here today, as it was Pete Diagnolo who picked up the win in the $25,000 American Race Car Shootout that was finished up today, and Justin Mosier over to, both of them leaving early to start things off. And it's going to be Justin Mosier getting the win. The lesser offensive of the two red lights, Justin Mosier was 004 on the red side, goes 547 on a 545. Scott McCormick leaving first was 006 red. So True Start would not have reversed the outcome of the race, but it did capture the fact that they both leave early. Scott McCormick runs 603 on a 604. Mosier declared the winner and will advance to round number 2. Racers, remember, there are buybacks today. $350 to get back in for $100,000. Should the first round not go the way that you want, we got a couple of door trucks on the starting line. I don't even know what color to call it. It's like a mossy green. Donnie Smith's car. I like it. It's an awesome color. Garrett Griffith over on the other side. Garrett, who has been like nigh unstoppable recently, picked up the win in that truck on Wednesday to get 15 grand. Gets the win this time in round number 1, was 009 on the tree, and goes 631 on the dial to get the nod. Donnie Smith, unfortunately, was 30 in the reaction clock, and that pretty much kept him out of the game all the way down the racetrack, as now Caleb Ellison and Matt Daddis. Daddis on the right side. Couple of heavy hitters back to back. I mean, Garrett Griffith, who won a couple of 10-granders not too long ago, picked up the 15-grander on Wednesday, went deep into the rounds on Thursday before he was finally taken out when they were able to claim that Gothi Enterprises Bounty Award, as Matt Daddis is dialed in at 613. Caleb Ellison dialed in exactly a bulb slower with 663. So that half a second difference of the bulb on the starting line. Caleb Ellison out of Beaver Creek, Ohio. Big old wheels stand out of Caleb Ellison's Nova as he leaves the line, and 0.4 of a second separate him at this end. Matt Daddis, 614 on a 613. He was 21 on the tree, and by 0.6 of a second, Matt Daddis will advance. Caleb Ellison was 25 green and 12 thou above the dial to be 6 thou behind at the stripe on the loss, but the wheel stand out of that Nova was gorgeous, and hopefully, Caleb will be making his way up to the Diva desk so we can see the wheel stand at least one more time. That was beautiful, beautiful. Taylor Cook in the Silver Fox Racing station wagon. That's something you just like cruise down to the local store, grab yourself some ice cream, sit there at Sonic, eat it. That's a cool car. Marty Dabney in the Vega. That's a pretty little ride as well. 502 the dial in for Marty, 687 the dial in for Taylor Cook. The drivers stay green. Marty Dabney Dabney's got the advantage as they leave the line, and he's going to pick up the win light. 009, 25 thou above the dial, gets their first 3 thousandths of a second. Taylor Cook had a 22 thou reaction time and was in trouble when Marty left with a 009. Marty, 504 and a 502 winner. Taylor Cook ends up 15 thou above the dial, but 3 thou behind at the finish line as Dabney sneaks by in the Vega for the win, as now Ron Johnson and Kyle Beavers. Kyle out of Urbana, Ohio. 708 is the number for the 67-bodied Oldsmobile, the Cutlass. I like that. 648 the dial for Ron Johnson in the Mustang, and red light start for the Cutlass by 4 thousandths of a second. Kyle Beavers, not quite gonna make it out of the round. And then goes 708 on a 708. That big old Cutlass dead on 2 and missed the tree by 4 thou. Ron Johnson, 39 green, 644 on the 648. Gets the win light as Josh Van Horn and John Talmadge. Talmadge, who rolled up in the run for the money, had some problems with the green Nova, was able to get it figured out, now trying to get around Jason Van Horn's 72-bodied Nova. Winner's going to be Van Horn. The lights show top side of the left lane scoreboard. 627 on the 626 for Josh Van Horn. After an 023 reaction time, John Talmadge was 39 on the tree and goes 597 on the 598. And that'll bring up Eric Amon and Cameron Atkins. Jeff Verdi, the multi-million-dollar man, who, dude, I saw the picture. I love the bike. That's a cool project. Figured you'd get excited about an Oldsmobile. 638 for Cameron Atkins, 529 for Eric Amon. Both drivers 009, 7 thou the difference between, both drivers 00, 7 thou the difference between them. Cameron Atkins was 009 and goes dead on 3 to take a thou at the stripe for the win. Tight little race there. Eric Amon was 002 on the tree and 11 thou above the dial. His 13 pack getting beat, his 13 pack getting beat out by the 11 pack, and it's going to be Cameron Atkins moving on as Dewey Boggs and Bob Rossello. Bob Rossello with a 567 dial, Dewey with a 597 dial. Win light's going to belong to Rossello. 567 on a 567. Runs dead on the dial, getting there first by 0.02 of a second. 22 on the tree for Bob Rossello. Dewey Boggs had an 035 reaction time and goes 598 on the 597. As now Jeff Fenn and Chad May. Byesville, Ohio, home for Chad on the right side. 576 is the dial in. Jeff Fenn, 501. Chad May was 006 red and then goes dead on the number. 576 on a 576. Jeff Fenn, 12 green. 503 on the 501 as Josh Gant and Shane Weaver. Shane is now $2,000 richer thanks to the run for the money that was held this morning. Put up a perfect lap on that side of the racetrack, and this time he goes red. Leaving first, left 17 thousandths of a second before the red light turned on. Josh Gant left early as well, but only by 5 thousandths of a second. Gant goes 610 on a 610 and gets the win light. As Jeremy Bargo and David Davis We just mentioned that Shane Weaver is $2,000 richer thanks to that run for the money. Mike Illing is $1,000 richer, and Kenny Underwood is $500 richer. Again, it came down to that tiebreaker because Illing and Sayers were both 5 total. Tiebreaker was reaction time, and Kenny Underwood's reaction time was a 001. Dan Davis, 674 the dial on the right side, and 676 shows up on the scoreboard for the win. He was 003 on the tree. That gave him 21 thousandths of a second advantage over Jeremy Bargo. Bargo ends up running 594 on a 595 as now Ricky Shipp and Michael Turner will be up next. Turner, 540 the dial for the Fiero on the right side. Ricky Shipp, 589 the dial. In the 70 body Nova on the left side. Michael Turner grabs himself 7th thou at the starting line, but Ricky Shipp runs right on the money and gets there first by 3 thousandths of a second. 589 on a 589 for Ricky Shipp was 10 on the tree. Michael Turner, 003 reaction time, ends up 13th thou above the dial to be 16 total, and behind 3 thou at the finish is Marco Abruzzi and Aaron Vail. Aaron on the right side of the red Firebird, dialed in at 680. Marco Abruzzi on the left side in the beautiful orange and black truck, dialed in at 610. And oh, Aaron Vail's car leaves the line, comes off the tires, and then sets it right back down and stops. Aaron was red by 8 thousandths of a second. Marco Abruzzi, 14 on the tree, goes 611 on a 610, but Aaron Vail's car, I mean, literally about the time that the tree dropped, it's like he just got out of it, realized he was leaving early or something, and then just kind of fires it back up and makes his way down the rest of the racetrack. Didn't look pretty. What was, we got into that yesterday, Purdy versus not Purdy? Yeah, that was not Purdy. So Rick Huffman and Joey Cameron. Huffman in the Chevette for the folks at Accelerated Graphics out of Waxahachie, Texas. Waxahachie. It's one of those places, like, you name a town like that, and people are like, do you spend a lot of time in a where? Well, once again, both drivers leaving early, and True Start would not have reversed the outcome. Rick Huffman was 6 thou on the red side. Joey Cameron was 1 thou on the red side. And Joey Cameron will walk away with a win light, 619. On the 620 dial after he 001 red light. Rick Huffman was 006 red, goes 648 on a 647. And that'll bring up Herb Pack and Sean Carpenter. Carpenter on the right side, dialed in at 603. Herb Pack on the left side, dialed in at 642. Little S10 pickup truck versus the 68-bodied Camaro, and a red light start for Herb. By 2 thousandths of a second, he bows out. Sean Carpenter 004 and 602 on a 603. And with that, I'm going to step aside for a minute. It's been a little while that I've been on the mic, and we're going to turn things back over to Derek Beach, who is going to take us a little ways through the rest of the door cars here in round number 1 on the ATI Performance Products Friday.
Yeah, plenty of door cars still to go, I tell you that. You look back there in the staging lanes and flowing out the back. So everybody's showing up here in round number 1. We gained a few cars overnight, and things kind of changed when $100,000 is on the line. Everybody wants a shot at it. Obviously, You can't win it if you're not here. So Terry Adams at midnight. We'll roll to the starting line. 6:55 right side. That's the S10 for Adams. Ben Heinen of New York. He's got that third-gen Camaro on the left-hand side. 6:46 the dial. He goes one above, takes 2 thou, and he is perfect back here at the starting line. Terry Adams was 14 green and dead one to be 15 total, and that's no good. Hey, don't forget, buyback window is open. Stop over here, 108 here in the tower. Here on ATI Performance Products Friday. Tom Kelly and Mikey Bloomfield. Junior on the right side, 6:28 the dial in the S10 pickup truck, and Tom Kelly's Camaro from Cincinnati. 683 on the scoreboard left-hand side. The battle between the red Chevrolet bow ties. Now it's going to be a red light left side, wind light right side. Tom Kelly 12 thou too soon. Mikey Bloomfield is going to be 10 going by the tree and 2 above, 106 miles an hour for the pickup truck. 687 and 683 Tom Kelly. 100 miles an hour. Next up, Ed Nemechek right side out of Hampshire, Illinois. 5:36 the dial in for the Corvette. Takes on Trip McCarty's truck. The truck is dialed in here at 6:01. Lights a pair, McCarty, 26 thou to work with. And it's going to be the truck. Trip McCarty, 6:02, one above, takes 7 thou to be your round winner. Ed Nemechek rolls down there and goes 5:35, 5 on the 36. Larry Chapman, here on the right side. Willow Springs, North Carolina, 5:13, going to be the dial in for him. Caroline McCarty alongside with the wagon. 6:11 on the scoreboard. Gets to lead first. Larry Chapman's going to do the chasing over here on the right lane. Tree fires. They're both green. 5 thou advantage going to the right side, and the wind light right side by 4 thou. Larry Chapman's going to be 3 above, 5:16 on the 5:13. Carolina was 6:14 off the 6:11 with the wagon. Stay Schroeder. Schroeder's dialed in here at 5:13. 5:89 on the right side for William Roberts. Benson, North Carolina Camaro. So Steve Schroeder's aluminum has the pre-stage bulb lit on the left-hand side. That's Sunbury, PA. Base Chevrolet. $23,000 advantage going to the left side, and it's going to be Steve Schroeder. Takes 13 thou to be 2 above. Roberts goes 590 on the 589, above by 1. Reaction time cost him back here at the starting line. TJ Spurlock wheeling the truck on the left-hand side out of Wilmington, Ohio. Spurlock is dialed in here at 6:36. Larry Murray has that Mustang Roadster dialed 580. These two are out and away. 5 thou difference going by the tree. Top into the racetrack. The wind light comes on right side. 3:10 thou. Larry Murray was better at the starting line, like we talked about, by 5 thou. Goes 583 at 115. TJ Spurlock 638. 2 above the dial. 106 miles an hour. And just by 3:10 thou. The wind light goes to the right side. Ron Voss and Rob Lipsinger. Rob Lipsinger's Corvette in the left-hand lane at 5:45. Voss throws a 619 dial on his 82 model Camaro out of Lucas, Ohio. These two blue machines are out of the gate, and this one's going to be determined back to the starting line. 009 too soon for Lipsinger. Ron Foss is 28 of the let go and 625, 600ths above the dial at 110 miles an hour. Lipsinger runs it out the back door there after he turns it red. Next up, TJ, Kurt Branscombe. Kurt Branscombe, left-hand side, that's the Confusion Racing. Vega to Chillicothe, 658 on the scoreboard, and Trey Coughlin Jr. wheeling that 57 Corvette. For everybody at Jags.com. Mail order Giant, 5 at 27 Coughlin, gonna be leaving second. Kurt's son Kenny and the Branscombe family listening in live back home. Wind lights going to the right side. DJ, 34 and 528 on the 527. Kurt Branscombe had the advantage. He was 18 green and 656 on the 658, under by 2, honey. Took 50 down there at the stripe. That's just way too much right there. Tim Schmidt and Roger Peterson. Tim Schmidt, 512. Over here on the right side. Roger Peterson throws a 630 at it with that silver pickup truck. Tim Schmidt giving chase to Roger Peterson, the advantage by 14 thou going to Tim Schmidt. He takes 65 down to the finish line stripe to be under by 2 thou. Roger Peterson is going to be 4 above. You have a whole lot of brake pedal there, the pickup truck, and turns on the wind light. Except Chad 6 comes off his win today. We're on the right side of the Michigan, 579 on the scoreboard for Chad. Mark is in at 610. He's got the white pick-em-up truck. Red light by 6 thou for Chad 6. 6 thou red for 6, right? Something like that. Mark French, 610, dead 8, 12-1 by the tree. To be 20 total. Next up, Dan Dishon, Jason Lynch. Jason, left-hand side, 585 the dial in for his entry, and Dan has the Roadster from the Logansport, Indiana, dialed at 548. Here we go, Dan Dishon's behind at the starting line by 7 thou. The wind light comes on for Jason Lynch on a dual breakout. Jason was 006 and 584.5, under by 5 thou. Dan was 542.4 on the 548, taking 44 thou, the finish line stripe. Mark Nedeshim. Nedeshim's Camaro out of Wisconsin, 623 left-hand side. And Preston Mitchell over here on the right-hand lane. Don Davis built Corvette Roadster. Boy, not custom paint, 538, going to be the dial in for Preston Mitchell. By 20 thou for Preston. Mark's going to be 009 and 3 above to go into the next round. 626 at 110 in that Camaro. This brings up that 57 Chevy left-hand side. That's Matthew Ball, dialed at 631. Richard Alford, he's got the yellow. Chevelle out of Raleigh. The North Carolina resident, post to 620 dial in. On the window, with the Chevy on the right side. Tree fires, they're out in the way. Oh man. Both are 23 back here at the starting line. At the other end, give it to Richard Alford, 621, one above at 106. Matthew Ball with 630 with a 7. Under by 3 thou on the 631 dial. He takes 21 thou at the stripe. Ryan Folk and Nick Brown. B. Folk left side, 5 at 37. Going to be the dial in with his Cavalier and Nick Brown's. Jerry Bickle built Pontiac Firebird at 515. Right down the road from here comes the Newark resident for Nick Brown. Both are green. The advantage is going to the left-hand side. Brian Folk, 006 and dead 9. Takes 16 thou to put the Cavalier into round at number 2. Nick Brown was one above. Was 20 at the let-go and trailed all the way down virtually. 660-foot race course. Kevin Pollard and Tracy Fields going to battle now. 592 on the left side for Tracy Fields. 55 Bel Air. That's a way cool race car. You want to take a look at that, and it is mint. Kevin Pollard, no slouch whatsoever. And he's got a good look at Purple Machine out of Virginia. 552 for Pollard. Line left side, green line right side. Oh, Pollard might be in trouble. 19 thou behind. Fields is 001 and dead 3. 4 total. Take 5 thou for Tracy Fields. He laid one down right there. Kevin Pollard goes 550 on the 552 at about 24. Bill Webb and Rocky Vinot. Bill Webb, out of here at 490, as the Olds will be on the right side. Him and Angie. And Rocky Van Note for everyone at Mosier Engineering. That's the Vega. 588, going to be leaving first. Bill's going to do the chasing. And that's going to be a good matchup back here at the ready line. Ooh, Jackie and Scotty. Green light's a pair. Bill Webb's going to try to make something happen out here, and it's not going to work in Bill's favor. 49.8 on the breakout. He had to get there because he was behind at the starting line. Bill gets there by 23 thou. Obviously on the breakout, Rocky was 590 to the 588 with 16 green. Seen the front end drop of the Vega, and Bill goes on by, so he'll visit the buyback window. John Patterson and Chuck Sanders now. The Point Pleasant, West Virginia. That's the Blue West End at 625. And John Patterson, he's got the white pickup truck. Right side of the Whitehall, Ohio. Turn him green, John Patterson. He's in trouble, 34 and behind. Chuck Sanders was 005 and 5 above, taking 18 thou down there. Yeah, he had a lot to work with. John Patterson was 647 on the 643. Here comes Jaggy, right side. In the wagon, 612 the dial in, takes on Scotty Richardson. 608 on dial for the Barbersville, Kentucky-based Nova. Jaggy knocks the tree down. Harrington holding 16th thou. It's going to be Coughlin. Takes 32 thou to be 3 above. 6:15 on the 6:12. Scotty was 6:13 on the 6:08 at 102 miles an hour. So Jake Coughlin going into round number 2 later today with the wagon. Kurt Harrington and Lee Newmeyer. Lee Neumeyer's Vega, right side, 585 the dial in. Kurt Harrington, 618 as we talked about with that little Chevette out of Muncie, Indiana. Identical reaction times. They both let go to be 22 with the dual breakout, and Kurt Harrington's going to be closer. 6:17.8, under by 2 thou. Lee Newmeyer was 5:82.9 on the 5:85, taking 19 thou down there at the finish line. Harrington in round number 2. Now it's going to be Jeremy York and Wayne DeSantis. DeSantis over here on the right side. He's got the Dodge dialed in at 591. That S10 pickup for Jeremy York. 540. The ET prediction today. Here we go. DeSantis, 16 and 15 thou behind. Jeremy York takes 7 thou to be 4 above. He's going to the next round. Wayne DeSantis was 594 on the 591. Chris Northup and Donovan Williams squaring off next. You've got that Cambird, as they call it. For Chris Northup, a little mix between the Camaro and the Firebird. 658 right side, 645 for Williams in the Nova, the left-hand side of the racetrack. All right, stage bulbs lit for Williams. Northup makes his way in. The tree drops. They're both out of the gate. 12 thou advantage going to Chris Northup here. He closes in the finish line stripe, but by 5 thou, Donovan Williams is going to be a round winner. He's going to be 16 total. Dead 1 and 15 going by the tree. Chris Northup was 003 and 1 above. Nick McGovern and Justin Logan now. You got Nick McGovern here on the right side. That's the Camaro down in at 540. 638 the dial in for Justin Logan out of West Virginia. McGovern got a whole lot of real estate to make up here. It's not going to happen for McGovern. 31 up front and breaks out. 539.5 on the 540. Justin Logan was 638. Dead 2. 8 total there for Justin Logan. Jessica Cameron and Ray Adams. Jessica left-hand side. Down to 641, Ray's at 580. with 14. The advantage by 4 thou is going to go to Jessica, and then dual breakout. Wind light comes on for Ray Adams by 3 thou. 579.9 on the 80. Jessica with 640 with a 6 on the 641. She got there first by 7 thousandths of a second. You need to take 4 less. Next up, Pete Diagnola and Mike Donnell. Mike Donnell, right side, 643 for his Monza. Diagnola, of course, he's on the hot streak. Let's find out who's going to move on after this pair. Don't forget, if you want to buy yourself back in and get a shot at it, 108 here in the tower. It is $100,000. Yep, you might spend $350 to buy back in, but it is totally worth it, especially if you win 100 grand. Right side, Mike Donnell is going to be your winner. He was 14 green. It was a dual breakout affair. Pete Diagnola was 008. Got there first by 17 thou. 582.8 on the 584. Mike Donnell was 642.9 on the 43. 1 thou under the dial for Donnell, your round winner. Chris Barron, Blaine Parrish now. Blaine Parrish comes back to the starting line, left-hand side. That's the Camaro in at 560. Chris Barron, he's wheeling that 84 Model S10, 589. All right, pre-stage bulbs are lit. With the Camaro on the left, the S10 on the right, Barron Parrish. It's going to be a close drag race, 3 thou here at the starting line. Is the difference, the finish line stripe, how about 8 thou? Margin of victory going to Blaine Parrish. 15 green and 561 on the 560 dial. Blaine's going into round number 2. Chris Bear was 591 off the 89 in the S10. He's going to have to go to the buyback window to get another shot at 100 grand. Nick Dishon and Joe Socek Jr. Socek has his Nova out of Rittman, Ohio, 654 left side. And 537 for the Kokomo, Indiana. First gen gray Chevrolet. Lights a pair, 007 to the 009. Nick Dishon takes 15 thou to be dead 8. 15 total. Nick Dishon into round number 2. Joe Socek was 656 on the 54. No good. Dave Gotts and Sean Pitts. Battle between the Camaros. You got that 2,000 mile on the left side for Sean at a 671. You had the first gen, the 67 bow tie for Dave Gotts out of Corona, California. Yeah, guy that had to drive like 1 hour to get here from London, Ohio, and well, the guy that drove 3/4 of the way across the country to get here. We're talking like over 1,000 miles and a whole lot of hours. Yeah. Dave Gotts trying to make some things happen to put some money in the bank and make that drive from California that much sweeter. Make it worth it, to say the least. You know, that's pretty cool if you think about it. You got a bracket race in Ohio, and you got people from the West Coast coming all the way here to support the Fling. That says something. That makes you think that if you were like right around national trails and you're not here, well, shame on you. Dave Gotts is going to be your round winner. 37 up front. Sean's 2 thou red. Dave Gotts is 634, 2 above 118 miles an hour. Michael Paschal and Travis Coangelo. Back window blew out of Travis's car a few years ago. And he's like, you know what? We don't need a back window. We got a front windshield, we got side windows. Yep, we're going racing. 560 left side for Team American Race Cars and Travis. Michael Paschal at 568. I know there's a whole lot of fans back in North Carolina. It's rooting all of the racers there from their home state. All here at the Summer Fling. Is 27 and behind. Let's see what he can make happen at the other end. It's not going to be good. 571 to the 568 for Michael. Travis was 003 and dead 6. He is 9 total, taking 48 to the finish line, and Team American Race Cars is moving on. James Crouch and Jason Rich. James Crouch over here on the right side, 672. Jason at 565. James Crouch starts to look over his left shoulder. Jason Rich is closing fast. He's 007. And was 4 above. 569 and a 565 for Jason Rich, and he doesn't get there by 3 thou. James is going to be your round winner. 673 off the 72. CJ Yeager and Wes May. Watch this one. CJ Yeager, he's been on a hot streak. That Omega out of West Salem, Ohio, 742 the dial. Wes May over here at 675. One of the only true four-doors probably on the property. CJ Yeager. Hey, just means more room for the fun, right? Throw a few more in there for the Winter Circle celebration. And they had quite the Winter Circle celebration of their Dragway 42 not too long ago. Yeah, you got to have a lot of extra room for the trophy and the check, and well, you can throw in 100 grand inside that thing with ease. CJ. 10 up front. Wes May says that's good, but I'm better. 004. The win light comes on. Wes May 675.9. 13 total there for Wes May. CJ Yeager takes 11 thou to be under by 8 thou. Ron Baisden and Lou Greco. That's the only thing we're missing is Lou's band. We have Lou's band here tonight? Oh, look at that. Oh, man. Funny, well, I don't think it's a funny story. Maybe it's a funny story, but Lou probably wouldn't agree. But a couple years ago, I tried out for Lou's band at over there at Pittsburgh, and let's say they didn't bring. Yeah, I was nowhere near a backup singer or a primary singer or anything, but I thought I was at the time. Gave it an A for effort, right? It was like one of those deals. They really weren't auditioning, but I went up anyways. Gave it a shot, yeah. So Ron Basin. 647 right side, Lou at 571, and they are out of the gate. Watch that Pontiac GTO to left-hand side. Lou is 002 and 572. One above, take 32, and he's going into round number 2. Later today here in ATI Performance Products Friday. Next up, Kenny Underwood and Dustin Evelyn. Skinny Kenny at 614 right side. That's the Pontiac Firebird for Jegs.com. And Dustin Evelyn, he's got the Malibu. It's been in the family for many, many years. That was his grandpa's machine. Turn it over to Dustin. 690 on the scoreboard for Evelyn. Oh man, this is going to be a good race. 005 did the 006 in the win light by 4 thou. Kenny Underwood. 615, one above. Dustin was one above as well. Just by 4 thousandths of a second. Kenny Underwood moves on. It's going to be Jamie Walker and Noah Carpenter. He's got that Surf Pro with Licking County. Sponsored CUDA. Jamie Walker, 574. Going to be leaving second. Noah Carpenter out of Mississippi with the Roadster right side. 51 to a 41. Not the best reaction times of the round we've seen, but hey, 1 thou margin of victory. Noah Carpenter's moving into round number 2. 587, 111 miles an hour for Carpenter. Jamie Walker was dead 3 to be 54 total. Not good enough to get him into round number 2 there, but you can't visit the buyback window, the Diva desk, per se, for $350. Spencer Massey and Scott Hessler. Scott Hessler is actually a former track champion here at National Trail, so the local runner on the right side dialed in at 524. He takes on Spencer Massey. Guy that jumps behind the wheel of the top fuel machine from time to time. Oh boy, watch this one. 003 to a 009. The advantage by 6 thou is going to Spencer Massey with the win lights. Going to Scott Hessler here. 526 dead 1, or excuse me, wheel 1. Means he's 2 above. Let's try that. Spencer Massey was 636 on the 637. Bringing out my 7 thou there. Matt Daddis and Jaden Durst. These are 2 drivers that have been head-to-head numerous times over the years. The Fostoria, Ohio West end on the left side for Jaden, 667 to dial in, and Matt Daddis puts the Starfire in at 626, and I am sure they did not intend to match up in round 1 like this. They were hoping this was a late round matchup for two guys out of Northern Ohio. Final call for door cars for round 1. We will now take yellow Runsicker dragsters to the lanes for round number 1, please. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Yellow Runsicker dragsters. Yellow Runsicker dragsters. This is your call. Round number 1 here in ATI Performance Products Friday. Yellow Runsicker dragsters. Bring them on in, please. Matt Daddis, Jaden Durst. They turn them loose. Oh boy. 1 thou separate them. They came to race. There is no doubt about it, and it's going to go to Matt Daddis by 2 thou. One of the closest drag races we've seen of the round. 627, 1 above for Daddis. Jaden was 668 on the 667, 1 above as well, and 2 thou margin of victory. As we talked about, Matt Daddis goes into the next round today. Scott Taylor and Tammy Burgess. Prospect, Ohio comes the Beretta. Good looking machine over there for Tammy. Her husband in at 515 and 485. Scott Taylor, a beautiful Miller-built roadster. To the quicker door cars we've seen. Once again, yellow Runsicker dragsters. This is your call. Round number 1. Let's go ahead and bring them into the lanes, please. Yellow Runsicker dragsters. Staging lanes at this time. Beretta's out of the gate. Here comes the Camaro. Tammy Burgess has the advantage. Holden, 7 thou at the starting line, but by 9 thou, Scott Taylor's going to be your round winner. He goes dead 2 to be 26 total. Tammy Burgess was 1 above. Just wasn't enough to get around Scott Taylor's Camaro there. Jim Hughes and Nick Folk. Folks got the Cobalt on the right side, 582 the dial. And Jim Hughes, he's wheeling that 2000 Model West End in at 607. $5 red for Jim Hughes. Nick Folk's going to be 13 at the let-go, and the Cobalt runs on down at 581, 118 miles an hour. This next matchup's going to be between Sean B. Miller and Dan Fletcher. Sean B. Miller, local runner out of Johnstown, into 610. Going up against world champ Dan Fletcher, 625, a guy that's really done it all throughout his career. Behind the wheel of race cars. A little small tire Nova for ATI Performance Products here on ATI Friday. We talked about it earlier on in the week that, well, if you're going to make a showing, make it on Friday if you're Dan Fletcher. That would really make the sponsor happy, right? Dan, 19 and behind. Sean B. Miller knew he had to be good. Yep, and he is 6'10", dead 0 to be 6 total. Dead on zero, Sean B. Miller with a little Plymouth Roadster. Dan Fletcher was 19 green and dead 8 and in the way. It was a good drag race right there. Rob Mosier and Ricky Atkins. Here comes the Bulldog out of Milan, Michigan, the Pontiac GTO for Ricky. He's won a few of these big money races over the years. And Rob Mosier over there. Let's see what that Nova can do. Ricky Atkins has some problems with the starting line. Let's see if Mosier is going to take his foot off the gas. He does. 588. 3 above on 111. Ricky was 005 and then has some mechanical issues. Rob was 009. That's an unfortunate break there for Ricky Atkins, and especially here when $100,000 is on the line. So I'm sure he will figure out whatever the issue is and go into the re-entry round to give another shot at it. Matchup between the Camaros is going to be coming up next. As we are still continuing on here on round number 1 of door cars, we have made the call for yellow run sticker dragsters. Yellow run sticker dragsters, we have called you to the staging lanes. Attention to the pits, yellow run sticker dragsters. Go ahead and bring them on in, please. Vendimino over here on the left side. $575 the dial, and Ryan Henry alongside it at $560. I'm sure the Domino family is watching the live feed back there in New York. Do you want to give a shout out to Bob Domino? Unfortunately, I couldn't make it over to the media this year to see Bob and have some of that great Italian food that they cater into the media 150. Benny Domino turns a 12 foul red. Ryan Henry's going to be 16 green and 560 dead, 922 miles an hour. There is one thing for sure. If you go to a Fling event or the New Media 150 over there at the Domino family, you are going to eat good. The Racer Appreciation Cookout the Fling staff puts on and the Domino family is second to none. Yeah. If you're not going for the racing, at least show up for the food because you won't be disappointed. Jeremy Cooper and Dave Braskett. You've got the Cadillac on the right side. 479 the dial in. 635 for Jeremy Cooper. That Cadillac has turned some heads this weekend. Whenever it comes up, see everybody on the live feed kind of commenting that, hey, that's one of the coolest cars we've seen on the property so far. It's just different. It's got working brake lights, headlights, I believe, even. The whole nine. There goes Dave Braskett. He is 25 and behind. 006 for Jeremy Cooper. The win light by 13 foul for Cooper. 637. 2 above the dial. Dave Braskett was 480 off the 479. Race was virtually won back here at the starting line. Next up, Anthony Fetch and Gary Humphreys. Anthony, over here on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Out of New Jersey comes that Camaro down into 627. Gary Humphreys in at 608. Anthony Fetch, 628, 1 above, take 8 foul, and he is 003 green. Gary Humphreys, 608, dead 9, and no good. 21 total there. Lonnie Smith and Brad Walters. As I look back there and see Nate eating lunch, and we were just talking about good food, and they commented on the live feed, and they said the Straight Axle Mafia eats really good too, so we're going to put that on our list. Yeah, we're going to see some good food from the Straight Axle Mafia crew. Brad Walters, Lonnie Smith closing in. Finish line, 3 fouls going to separate him at the starting line at least. 6 foul at the other end, and Lonnie Smith moves into round number 2 here at ATI Performance Products Friday. Next up, Nick Hastings and Cameron Cardulis. 2 guys that are good friends, and They went head-to-head back in the day in junior dragsters, battling it out all through Ohio. Nick Hastings, 612 the dial. Cameron throws a 609 on the Pontiac Firebird left side. All right, Hastings is set. Let's see if Cameron can take down Nasty. Oh boy. Cameron Cardolas, he came to play. 003 up front, and the win light goes to Nick Hastings by 13 thou. Cameron, 611 on the 609. Was holding a few going by the tree, but Nick Hastings throws together an 11 pack. Dead one and 10 up front. Art Siaffi and Rick Bailey. Rick over here on the left side. He's got the Mustang. Dialed in at 552. Art in at 593. Rick Bailey, 72 and way late. Problems for the Mustang. Art Siaffi is going to be 593, 10-1. Oh my goodness. He takes 7/10 stripe down there. And really virtually never looked over. It's 19 total. Whew. Yeah, those Pontiac Firebirds, that style is really hard to see out of. You got to put some effort into looking over and seeing where things at. But yeah, man, luck was on the side there. Joe Rudinsky and Dennis Mead. Down between these Camaros. 650 on the dial board for Rudinsky. Dennis Mead in at 583. Dennis way late. 068 up front. Dual breakout, and Joe Rudinsky is going to be closer. He's moving on. 004 and 648 on the 50. Aaron Vale and Dave Fields.
I'll come back in a couple.
Aaron Vale. He's got the silver Pontiac up this time. 634 on the right side. Dave Fields in at 587. That Oldsmobile. Pretty neat little race car there for Dave Fields. Don't see too many Olds Cadillacs out here, but he's got one of them. $2,000 red for Aaron Vale. Dave Fields is 18 green, and off the 587, it's going to be a 588 run. Dave Fields goes into round number 2. Comes one of the quicker dirt cars we've seen. That's Ron Barnhill, left side. 482 the dial for the Ford out of Fredericktown, Ohio. Steve Holman alongside. He's got the Camaro in at 655. Paula and Steve Holman, the Holman family. So the big block Ford on the left side. We'll take on, I believe, that small block Camaro on the right side for Steve Holman. Brake pedal there for Steve Holman. 656 on the 655. He takes 91. Now they're at the stripe. 484 on the 82, and Ron Barnhill, excuse me, was 85. To let go. Eric Amon and Buck McCarty. McCarty left side. 640 the dial in out of Georgia, of course, and 585 for Eric Amon. One of the guys up from North Carolina. 15th thou ahead. Finish line, it's going to be McCarty, 6:42. Two above the dial, 103 miles an hour. Eric Amon went down there and takes 13th thou to break out by 7th thou. Scott Tate and Tracy Sons now. Tracy over here on the left side, 6:22, going to be the dial in for the Tennessee-based S10. He's been going some rounds this weekend. And Scott Tate down here at 5:51. We're sitting in the pre-stage for a while here. Scott Tate, Tracy Sons work their way in. Blue Mustang set to go. Red pickup follows suit. Tree drops and they are out and away. Scott Tate is holding 35 thou. He is perfect here at the starting line, and Tate takes 9 thou to be 3 above. Tracy Sons, dead 9. No good. Going to be 44 total there for Tracy Sons, and it's going to be a trip to the buyback window. Austin Cardulis and David Davis, two Ohio racers, head-to-head. Austin left side. We've seen his brother Cameron come up a few pairs ago. He's got the Pontiac in at 684. David in at 660 with the Fleet Dr. Camaro. Austin's been putting together some good runs. He's just trying to find some luck. That's the biggest thing. Hasn't been a slouch on the tree. Austin, he is tardy here though. He is 58 and on the breakout. 683.4 on the 84 for Austin Cardulis. David does 003 and 2 above. So David Davis into the next round here today. Kevin Brandon and Garrett Griffith. Ooh, here's another good one. There's a whole bunch of good ones, but this is a good one, to say the least. 616 Garrett left side. Kevin in at 562 at the Monza. Find out which heavy hitter out of this matchup is going to go to the next round. Kevin Brandon set, and Garrett starts to work his way in. Seventh thou advantage going to Kevin Brandon. Finish line, the win light for Garrett Griffith. 6:17, 1 above. Kevin takes 30 to be under by 2 hun. 560 on the 562 at 119. Garrett Griffith, your round winner there. Whitney Huff and Dan Hagman. Dan Hagman in at 548. He's got the Camaro out of Youngstown, Ohio. Whitney over there on the left-hand side, another pickup truck in the mix of things. 636. Win light there for Whitney. 15 green, was virtually holding 14th thou at the starting line, going 638, 2 above the dial. Hagman takes 30th thou at the stripe to be under by 2 hun. Roman Cosner and Brandon Presnow. 2 white Camaros head to head. You've got that 70 model on the right side of the Patasla for Roman into 558. And then you've got the 78 Camaro out of Pennsylvania for Brandon Preston, 659. Brandon won some rounds yesterday. Deep in eliminations with that little small tire Camaro. Let's see what he's going to bring to the table here in ATI Performance Products Friday here at the JAG Summer Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. $100,000 here on Friday. This is quite the, this is actually the largest payout in National Trail history. Green line left side, green line right side, and there is 5/1000ths of a second separating these two. Finish line, give it to Roman Cosner by 4 thou. 558 dead 6. Brandon Prest was 6:59 dead 5 to be 25 total. Roman Cosner into round number 2 later today. So, well, lunchtime is over for Nate. That means it's lunchtime for me. We're going to slide on out. Nate Hershey's going to slide back into the hot seat, and we are bringing up yellow Rensinger dragsters here in round number 1.
Thank you very much, Derek. We are in our transition pair. One door car was slinging around out there, and one dragster was the first one out there. Gary Minter is going to get the win light. 494 on a 494 for the dragster. Minter was 10 on the tree. William Roberts had the 044 reaction time. It goes 589.8 on a 590. Minter pretty much had it covered, and as Derek had said, we are well underway. Round number 1 on a Jegs Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries. We are in the middle of an ATI Performance Products Friday. Had some activities to take care of earlier in the day.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
With performance this raw, you need air that's pure. We started with a firm belief that innovation could improve performance. With the success of 50 years and millions of filters behind us, we continue to look ahead. Guaranteed to protect against dirt and proven to provide up to 50% more airflow. This is filtration for the future.
How would you like to have champion racers you know and trust to handpick the best products in the industry for you and your vehicle? With 25 years in the business and 8 NHRA World Championships, Sal and Peter Bondo of Bondo Racing Products will get you the right parts at the best prices, along with unmatched racer-friendly advice. From safety equipment to electronics and everything in between, call the racers at Bondo or visit BondoRacing.com.
From Luke Bogacki, and this is BracketRacing.com, comes a can't-miss event, Weather 101. Learn how to make sense of the wind, when you need and don't need a weather station, and how to predict ET without complicated software. Plus, gain access to Luke's personal weather ratios. Learn from the best with Weather 101, and this is BracketRacing.com.
Trusted by all since 1960.
Jegs.
Speaking of that fun zone, the Fling Fun Zone, they've got water balloons and ice pops happening right now. You want to get the kids into the swimsuits, get them over there, get them a little cooled off, courtesy of the water balloon fight, take them down there. Let's get that going. Let's get that going. But yeah, water balloons and ice pops over in the fun zone. Bring the kiddies down, have a little fun, enjoy the day as our dragsters are on the starting line. Jack Ostrowski and Glenn Dilday. Dilday, 4.20 seconds is the dial for the dragster on the right side of the racetrack. And for Jack Ostrowski, who went deep into the rounds in that 25K race, now dialed in at 4:41. Tree lights up, and here we go. Red light start for Glenn Dilday by 7 thousandths of a second. He leaves the starting line early and will have to find his way back through the re-entry round. Dilday ends up running 4:25 on that 4:20. Jack Ostrowski, 25 on the tree, and 4:44 on a 4:41 for Jack. There's now Troy Williams Jr. and Josh Baker already into the beams. Baker on the right side, dialed 465. Williams dialed 472. Advantage on the tree by 10 thousandths of a second. Going to Josh Baker, and with a 468 on that 465, he is going to light up the scoreboard. I don't know that Troy Williams' car is cooperating with him at all. During the time run, Williams was way over the dial this time. Dial in at 472, goes 479. On what was a 472 dial. That's just not working out. He was 13 on the tree. But it's almost like that car is just fighting him tooth and nail. Couldn't quite figure it out, so Josh Baker, after a 003 reaction time, ends up 38 thou above the dial to get to the stripe first. By 47 thousandths of a second is now Troy Williams Jr. and Mike Coughlin. Be our next two. The Coughlin name on the right side of the racetrack, 477, is the dial for the yellow and black ride, and for Troy Williams Jr., it's a 471. 3 thousandths of a second between them in reaction time, and the finish line says Troy Williams Jr. will advance into round number 2. He goes 471 on a 471. 23 green. Dead 9, ends up 34 total, taking a 6 thou stripe. Mike Coughlin was 26 on the tree and 12 thou above the dial in his effort. But that'll earn him a trip to the buyback window, which is located at the Diva Desk up here, Suite 108 in the tower. $350 will get you back into the game for $100,000 worth of ATI Performance Products money. As now Corey Galitti and Bobby Benson next to 3 thou separate them again. Scoop rock in effect on Corey Galitti's side of the racetrack. 461 on a 459 for Galitti. Galitti, 20 on the tree, gets there second for the win as Bobby Benson had the 023 reaction time. Taken a 19 thou stripe and needed to take 18 thou or less. Breaking it out just one lousy little thousandth of a second. So Bobby bows out, 1 thou, gets him a trip to the buyback window to get back in as Dave Sherbondi and Courtney Grease are up now. Miss Courtney, who picked up a nice little prize during our early rounds run for the money. Got herself a gift certificate. And is now lining up with a 4.27 second dial on the right side. Dave Sherbondi dialed in at 508, and oh my goodness, Dave Sherbondi is going to be sick to his stomach. And I mean sick, sick, sick. Dave Sherbondi, 004 red, and goes 508 on a 508. Courtney Grease's car left the line just late. The one was on the opposite side of the decimal. I mean, it was like a 1.8 second reaction time. She goes 428 on a 427, gets that lucky round early, and gets the win light. But Dave Sherbondi, oh man. 004 red, dead on the dial. And Courtney Grease's car was still sitting on the starting line by the time he was 300 plus feet down the racetrack. That hurts. That hurts. Hey, black sticker dragsters will now take you into the staging lanes, please, for round number 1. Black sticker dragsters, go ahead and come on down as Ty Davis and Little Bantam going up against Connor Greaves in the dragster. Both drivers leaving this end well. 009 the reaction time for Ty Davis as he puts it dead on the money. 485 on a 485. He's dead zero, getting the win light against Connor Grease. Connor was 003 on the tree, takes an 8th thou stripe to break out 0.02 of a second. Ugh. Clayton Roberts and Bailey Ferraro. Ferraro on the right side, 452. Ferraro's already made his way into a final round appearance. Did that on Wednesday while we were racing for the 15K. Clayton Roberts over on the opposite side, down 473, and Bailey getting back into shape. 001, dead 8. 9 total, taking an 11th thou stripe for Bailey Ferraro. As Clayton Roberts, 20 on the tree and dead on 0. Bailey dead 8, Roberts dead 0. It was a 20th thou reaction time to Bailey's 001. And 11th thou, the margin of victory at the finish line, gets Bailey Ferraro into round number 2 is now Richard Duvall and Jason Lynch. Lynch over on the left side, dialed in at 487. Duvall on the right side, dialed at 499. Time at this end of the racetrack. Winner's going to be Duvall. 499 on a 499. He is 7 total. 002 and dead on 5 for Bailey, or for Richard, excuse me, who's taken a 20 thou stripe for the win. Jason Lynch, 13 green and 488 on the 487 for Jason. So Richard Duvall picking up the win light. There's now Lane Cayley and Michael Rourke. Rourke over on the right side. 469 is the dial for Michael. For Lane Cayley, 509. The number over the left side for the Millmont, Pennsylvania-based car. Again, both drivers leaving with the 00 reaction times. 5 thou between them is the difference. 008 on the tree for Lane and a double breakout. Going to fall to the side of Lane Cayley. Cayley goes 508 on a 509, gets there second, breaking it out 4th thou. Michael Rourke was 003 on the tree and goes 468 on a 469, breaking it out 6 thousandths of a second, taking a 7 thou stripe. Denny Napier Jr. and T.J. Spurlock. TJ dialed in at 456, Denny dialed in at 470. Advantage on the tree by 33 thousandths of a second to Denny Napier, and he is going to get it done on the double breakout as well. 469 on a 470. He's under 5 thousandths of a second. TJ Spurlock 455 on a 456. He's also under 5 thousandths of a second. But Denny Napier gets the nod, gets the win, and moves on. There's now Matt Reclitus and Troy Henry. Troy on the right side, dialed in at 478. Matt Reclitus on the left side, dialed 474. Matt Reclitus in control of this one as he was 032 on the tree, and again an 032 on the tree and in control. Troy Henry had missed it a bit as he was 051 on the bulbs, and Reclitus ends up 476 on the 474, 2 above the dial to get the win light. Troy Henry was 12 thou above and 11 thou behind at the finish line, as he will find his way to the buyback window. Now Bob Payton and Chris Beauchamp. Beauchamp over on the right side, 472, the Pennsylvania-based car, and for Bob Payton, there is a 481 on the scoreboard. Payton will be leaving first. Still haven't seen anybody get better than that 4-pack. Not yet, not yet. But I believe it's out there. I do. Payton gets the advantage on the starting line and gets the win light at the finish line. 481.7 on the 481. He is dead 7, taking an 11th thou stripe after he was 13 green at this end of the racetrack. That gave him a 13th thou advantage over the 026 light of Chris Beauchamp, as Beauchamp runs dead on 5. So a dead 7 beats a dead 5 by a little baby hole shot at this end of the racetrack, and Bob Payton punches his ticket to round number 2 as Zach Fulcher and Zach Silva. Quick little mop up with the brooms out there on the starting line before Silva out of Parkersburg, West Virginia, will make the attempt. And Zach Fulcher out of Farmington, Kentucky. Head start belongs to the right side of the racetrack, and once again, black sticker dragsters, yellow sticker dragsters, you have all been called into the staging lanes for round number 1. We see everybody lined up back there as the back of the staging lanes are overflowing with those looking to take a shot. 22,000 difference between them in reaction time. Zach Fulcher, 006 and 1 above. Makes him 16 total, gets there second. Zach Silva, taking a 1 thou stripe, breaks it out 9 thousandths of a second, and had no shot at it with an 024 reaction time. So Fulcher making his way into the next round. Silva going to need a little help from the re-entry round for a second shot at ATI Performance Products, $100,000 to win here on a Friday. How about Brett Tanzillo? Tanzillo? Well, in the Southwest, 2 L's is a Y. Just saying. Like if you think about it, like tomatillo, right? Or quesadilla. Yeah. See? So, all right, Tanzillo it is. I'm good with that. And Chet Dragon. No matter how you spell it, it's Dragon. I don't know, maybe somebody can be like, it's Dragon. No, it's not. It's Chet Dragon. The myth, the legend. He's dialed in at 632 over on the left side. And Brett Tanzillo goes red by a mile. Had the numbers in the box wrong, but Chet Dragon was 001 on the tree, 635 on a 632 for Chet. Tanzillo ends up running 487 on a 487. After whatever malfunction it was that caused him to leave that early. I'll have to go back and get that figured out, but he was dead on the dial. Just didn't have the reaction time at this end. Chet Dragon 001 and 635 on a 632 for the win. As now Chris Reynolds and Jeremy McCormick. McCormick here on the right side, dialed in at 450. Chris Reynolds on the left side, dialed in 0.03 of a second slower than that with a 453. Fourth thou between them in reaction time. Win light goes to Jeremy McCormick. 27 on the tree, dead on 9. Beats Chris Reynolds, 31 on the tree. And 18th thou above the dial. Got a little slow one making his way off the top end of the racetrack as Madison McCormick and Will Holloman will be the next 2 in line. Holloman dialed in at 460. Madison getting the head start with a 489 dial. Little Pine Level, North Carolina versus Fountain, Michigan. Madison in and set. Will Holloman inches forward and locks into position on the starting line as well. 2 thou the difference between the two in reaction time as they both let go. Right, Holloman looking like a little scoop rock down there. May have gave it back 5 thou as Madison McCormick runs 490 on a 489. 008, 12 thou above. Makes her 20 total, and Will Holloman 006, 19 thou above. Ends up 25 total, and by that 4 thou margin, Madison McCormick is moving on to round number 2 as now Noah Rambo and Johnny Carter. Will take their chances at $100,000. Noah dialed in at 456. Johnny Carter dialed in at 496. On the starting line over Johnny will hold on for the victory. 16 thou was the reaction time for Noah Rambo as he goes 457 on a 456, 13 thou above the dial, taking a 13 thou stripe as Johnny Carter had the 035 reaction time, ends up dead on the dial, but the math is not going to work out to Johnny Carter's advantage. Noah Rambo picking up the win light here in the first round is James Glenn and Mike Matty Jr. Matty of Sheffield Lake here in Ohio, 497. Dial in on the right side. And for James Glenn, coming all the way in at Ridgefield, Washington, talking about racers showing up here from California, Washington, New Mexico. A lot of those West Coast cars making the trek out here into the heart of the Midwest to do a little racing at the inaugural Summer Fling. 7 thousandths of a second, the difference between the two in reaction time. James Glenn will hold on for the win as Mike Matty takes a little bit too much stripe down at the finish line. Matty was 006 on the tree, takes 9 thou and needed to take 8 thou or less as he breaks out just one lousy little thou. James Glenn, 13 green, dead 1, ends up 14 total. And gets the win light. So Matty's going to have to make a trip up to see the Divas to get back into the game for $100,000 as Mike Bodner and Josh Ledke. Josh, who was a runner-up in that $10,000 to win day, was able to get a little extra cash in his pocket when we finished that up today. 463 the dial for Josh over on the left side, and for Mike Bodner. Rolled it through 2 thou too quick. 002, the red light is on, and Mike Bodner is headed up here to the tower to get a second chance at $100,000. Josh Ludke gets to make his way back into the pit area and go on recess for a little while as he's dialed 463 and runs 463. Dead on 9 after an 014 reaction time. Here comes Troy Coughlin Jr. and Scott Hornline. Coughlin, who's obviously been busy in many rights, piloted a lot of the bracket cars, Super Gas, Super Cup, alcohol cars, pro stockers, top fuelers. Pretty much if it's got an engine and goes fast, he's like, I'll drive it. I don't care. Honey Badger don't care. 468 the dial in for Troy Coughlin Jr. 482 the dial for Scott Hornline. Hornline out of Freeland, Michigan. Sitting there in that American-built ride. Finally found the stage bulbs, and we are gone. 4 thousandths of a second, the difference between the two in reaction time, and it's going to be a Scott Hornline affair as he is 006 on the tree, taking a 5 thou stripe, and goes 483 on the 42, 12 thou above the dial. Troy Coughlin was 10 green and 13 thou above the dial to be 23 total. So Hornline gets the win light. Gabby Needham, Nick McGovern. McGovern on the right, 461 dial. Gabby Needham on the left, 529 dial. We heard Derek talking about how far back the history of that car on the left side goes, like way, way back into the days of Bullet Motorsports and what Dave Connolly and like all those guys, Ray Con, the whole deal. That's a car that's seen a lot of success. It's in a lot of trouble right now, I can tell you that. Nick McGovern, 15 on the tree, 463 on a 461. McGovern was holding a little over 0.03 of a second advantage in reaction time. Shaved it down to be a little less than 0.03 at the finish line and gets the win light. So Nick McGovern takes a car that at one point in time was piloted by Peter Biondo into round number 2. As Gabby Needham will have to make a trip up to see Peter Biondo's wife at the buyback window. But it's worth it. $100,000 on the line. The buyback was the only way to go. Mark Cooper and Jeff Serra. Serra, who's like one of those perennial late rounders, trying to get it done here against Mark Cooper. Cooper was 007 on the tree, leaving second. Jeff Serra 001, dead on 6. Mark 7 on the tree, Jeff Serra 7 total. As Mark Cooper gets to the stripe first by 24 thousandths of a second and breaks out on the loss. Once again, that Fling Fun Zone is open. They got ice pops. They had some water balloons back there. Make sure you get the kiddies over there to cool off. We should have all of our dragsters in the staging lanes for round number 1 if you haven't made your way there yet. And it is an ATI Performance Products. $100,000 to win, main event Friday in the inaugural Spring Fling. Eric Bowman getting the win light against Carson Griffith. Bowman was 12 on the tree, 14 thou above the dial, ends up 26 total. Carson Griffith had a 29 thou reaction time and will not. We'll see the win light come on his side of the track. So Bowman taking a little time off between round number 1 and round number 2. Carson Griffith going to have to come back into the melee that is the Thunderdome that we call the re-entry round. You get in there and fight for your life as Nick Folk and Joe Barish. Barish made it into the semifinals of the main event from yesterday. As a 3 thou split between Brian Folk and Joe Barish ensues. Barish will take his 10 thou reaction time, be 200 above, and take a 4 thou stripe for the win. So 10 on the tree, 485 on a 43 for Joe. Getting their first 4 thou. Brian Folk was 007 and ends up 27 thou above the dial as he runs 465 on the 463. Here now is Tom Dauber. The Red Rocket out of Medford, New Jersey with a 464 dial, and Curtis Allen out of Foster, New York. So New Jersey and New York driving all the way here to Ohio to line up in round number 1. Because they couldn't find anywhere closer. Now if we're on the West Coast, that may be true. West Coast, you'd have to drive like either from Vegas to Sonoma or Phoenix or Fontana. Maybe if Pomona's open. But not often. 001 on the red side for Curtis Allen. Tom Dauber, 12 green, 462 on a 464. Moving into round number 2, Curtis Allen, after being a thou red, goes 482 on a 484. But it is the Rocket who will make an appearance in round number 2. Curtis Allen will make an appearance in the buyback round as Bob Kalibski and Vinny Domino. Kalibski, who ended up as the runner-up in yesterday's American Race Cars $25,000 to win Thursday. is Vinny Domino. He's got a 461 down for the runner out of Numidia. So a 2-run difference. And a 5 thou difference in reaction time. 005 on the tree for Vinny, 10 on the tree for Bob Kalibski. As Kalibski wins it on the double breakout. 458 on a 459, Kalibski under 4 thou. Vinny Domino 460 on a 461, under 9 thou. And that is going to bring up Rob Leipzinger and Dennis DiValerio. DiValerio out of Illinois, dial in at 459. Rob Leipzinger dialed in at 466. Rob, who is sponsoring that Kyle Seifel Never Give Up award. We'll see how that happens. Dennis 460 on a 459. 031 on the tree. That gave him about a 27 thou advantage in reaction time as Rob ends up running right on the dial, but comes up 19 thou short at the finish line. And it's now going to be Kyle Cotrera and Paula Hallman. Hallman over on the left side, dialed 498. Kyle Cotrera on the right side, dialed in at 484. And the racer out of Elliott, Maine. Going up against the Jack's Wax car out of Pataskala, Ohio. And I'm going to keep saying that 4 different ways. Yeah. Pataskala. I'm going to call it Pataskala. I'm going to call it Patalaska. South Alaska, North Alaska, whatever it is. Kyle Cotrera gets the advantage on the starting line and will hold on for the win. 485 on a 484 for Kyle. He was 15 on the tree to Paula Hallman's 024 light. So Kyle holding 9 thou at this end. Hallman goes 499 on a 498, ends up 18 thou above and 16 thou behind at the stripe. So Kyle Cotrera to round number 2 as Jason Rich will roll up against Justin Mosier. Mosier 467 dial on the right side. Jason Rich 448 dial on the left side. As Justin will get the head start in this pair. .468 on a 467. Justin Mosier gets the win light after he was 16 green. Jason Rich was 4 thou better in reaction time, but ends up 4 hun above the dial, 452 on what was a 448 number, and 23 thou behind at the stripe. Justin Mosier moves on as Krista Schneider and Jeremy York will be our next 2. Krista 445. Dial in on the right side. Jeremy York working on a 446 number. And a thou difference between the 2 in reaction time. Getting down to the finish line, Jeremy York, 003 on the tree, 448 on a 446. He is 22 thou above, ends up 25 total, taking a 16 thou stripe for the win. Krista Snyder, 002 on the tree, and 39 thou above the dial. Ending up that 16 thou behind. Jeremy on to the next go-round. As now McKenna Brown and Joey Cameron. McKenna, I believe, rolled in as one of our new entries this morning, as we see yet another of the Jags yellow and black cars. make their way down the racetrack. For Joey Cameron, the Maryville, Tennessee-based ride, Dials 476, McKenna, Dials 463. Pre-stage bulbs lit both sides of the racetrack, and again, as we get them in set up and ready, it is lunchtime. It's a little past lunchtime here at National Trails Raceway. Again, we want to remind everybody that the Hot Rod Grill is open. They're special today. Happens to be the brats. So if you want to swing by and grab one of those and eat it while you're sitting in the staging lane, that might be a good thing. That might be a good thing. McKenna Brown for the win. 17 on the tree and dead on 7. Puts up 24 total to move on, as Joey Cameron was 0-29 on the tree and had no opportunity to get out of that round. Again, McKenna 17, dead 7. Puts her total package 5 thou better than Joey Cameron's reaction time, and Cameron did what he could, ran 478 on a 476, but he's going to end up making a trip to the buyback window to get back in, as Ali Pettit and Jacob Meinert will be next. Jacob, 467 is the dial for the racer out of Pennsylvania in that brand new American built car, and Ali Pettit, the undercover ride out of Manchester, New Hampshire, 494. Both drivers leave early, and although it's a double red light, True Start once again would not have reversed the outcome. Ali Pettit leaving first on that 494 dial was 049 red. Jacob Meinert leaving second on the 467 dial was just 004 red. So although we do see the double reds on the scoreboard, not quite a True Start affair, but win light's going to belong to Jacob. He goes 468 on the 467, 15 thou above the dial. Ali Pettit ends up the run 15 thou above the dial as well, as we now go with Bryson Scruggs and Jeff Sowers. Jeff running for the Ohio home team, 461. Number there on the right side, and Bryson Scruggs out of Tomball, Texas, 444. And the win light is going to be for Jeff Sowers. Jeff, 461 on a 461. He was 19 green. That had him about 9 thou better at this end of the racetrack. Goes 461.6 on the 461. Tightening up the stripe to a thou. And we'll get the win light. Over the left side, it was a 29 thou reaction time, and then couple of hunt over the dial. 2 bow out as Matt Cornell and Rob Mosier. Mosier on the right side, 455 is the dial. Matt Cornell on the left side, dialing in 0.4 of a second slower with a 495. Drops it red by 9 thousandths of a second. Rob Mosier survives the round with an 037 reaction time and 1 above the dial, as he is 456 on a 455. Matt Cornell, after was 9 thou red, ends up finishing up the lap 10 thou under with a 494 and a 495, as now Jean Labousse and Chris Schneider. Snyder over on that right side of the racetrack. 515 is the dial. And for John Labousse, who, like years ago when we did our very first fling down there in Bristol, was a big check maniac. I mean, he picked up just about all of them. 496 is the dial for Labousse. Former NHRA world champion lining up over on the left side. 005 the reaction time, and 497 on the 496 for John. He was holding 7 thou advantage in reaction time. to Chris's 013. Chris takes 6th thou at the stripe, needed to take 5 thou or less as he ends up 5:14.9 on a 5:15. And John LaBouse is going to win that one. 005, 13th thou above. Steve Law now and Mike Bloomfield Jr. Law left side, 475. Bloomfield right side. As it's going to be Law first into the bulbs. Mike Bloomfield in second. 9 thousandths of a second is what separates him at this end of the racetrack, and Steve Law goes 006 on the tree, dead on 6 at the big end of the racetrack, and takes a 14 thou stripe for the win. 12 thou total for Steve Law. Mike Bloomfield was 15 on the tree and 11 thou above the dial. And as we bring out our next pair, which happens to be Marco Bruzzi and Dave Askew, I'm going to say for those that are listening in the chat bleachers, Miss Heather, you're saying you're 15 minutes away from here. You're at work watching a live stream 15 minutes away from here. You know, if you started coughing really hard at work, they may tell you to go home. And if they tell you to go home, you could drive 15 minutes from whichever direction you're supposed to be and, like, be here. Or you could just wait until the end of the day, which isn't that far away, and do that. Dave Askew, red by 2 thousandths of a second, goes 5:18 on a 5:16. Marco Abruzzi gets the win. 22 was the reaction time. Dead on 2 was the run. And he was just going along for like a free ride after Dave Askew turned the wrong light on the bottom side of the Christmas tree. But I'm serious. I'm serious. You just like start coughing and hacking and telling them you feel feverish, they'll be like, go, you get out. I mean, it's Friday afternoon. Do it. Vic Butler and Jeff Reed Jr. Reed's got the 489 dial, Butler's got the 492 dial. Here we go. 22 thou, the difference between them in reaction time. Win light's going to belong to Vic Butler. Oh, Vic Butler, 001, dead on 1. That is 2 total for Vic Butler. That puts him in the top spot for the runoff for the Brodix Head. It puts him into round number 2. Jeff Reed was 23 on the tree and goes 489.0 on a 489, but Vic Butler, 001, dead 1, 2 total, and that may earn Vic a shot at a set of those SR20 heads. Wow. Vic Butler puts up a lap. Crazy. Rick Schneider and Dan Sayers. Sayers over the left side. He's got a 5:45 dial in, and Rick Schneider's got the 473. Again, 2 red lights show up on the Christmas tree, and this time it is a true start affair. Dan Sayers down 5:45, leaving first was 002 red. Rick Schneider 473 was the dial, leaving second, and was 7 thou red. Rick Schneider bowing out, Dan Sayers moving on. Sayers finishes off the run with a 5:43 on a 5:45. Schneider 4:72 on a 4:73. But true start in effect, and gets one. Dan Sayers survives because of the true start. Severn Johnson and Jesse York. York down 475, Severn down 473, a 2-hun split in the dial. We'll see what happens down the racetrack. Muncie, Indiana home for Jesse York for Severn Johnson. Coming from the other direction out of Crownsville, Maryland. Now the difference between the two in reaction time. Severn Johnson has a little work to do and cannot, as Jesse York closes the door. 007 on the tree, taking a 20 thou stripe, goes 476 on a 475. He's 15 thou above the dial to be 22 total, as Severn Johnson was 15 green and 27 thou above the dial. Ends up on the wrong side of the mathematical equation. Jesse York advances as Justin Daniels and Tim Kelly. Gonna be it. Tim with a 480 number. Justin Daniels with a 526. A little bit of a decent head start. I'm going to go to Justin. 2 thou the difference between them in reaction time. And the nod goes to Tim Kelly. 007 taking a 0.03 of a second stripe. Goes 481 on a 480. After he was 007, he ends up 18 thou above the dial. Justin Daniels, 009 was the reaction time. And then goes 527 on a 526. As Tracy Sons and Tristan Strauss have got the pre-stage bulbs lit. Tristan, 521 the dial for the Newark, Ohio-based car, and for Tracy Sons out of Hendersonville, Tennessee, 482. Red light start for Tristan. By 0.05 of a second, Tristan bows out and then runs dead on the dial. 521 on a 521. Tristan Strauss, red and dead on. I've seen that way too many times. Tracy Sons, 483 on the 482. After a 006 reaction time. Moves him on. Hey, once again, dragsters, your attention please, dragsters. This is going to be your final call. Final call, dragsters, for round number 1. I need you into the staging lanes, please. Pretty much it's like final call round number 1. The Stainless Works round getting closer to being over. We'll determine who is the best losing package. They'll get a brand new set of those Stainless Works headers. Then we'll get into the buyback round. So again, if round number 1 didn't go the way that you wanted, just saying, if it didn't go the way that you wanted, like, oh, I don't know, Sean Robson, red by 0.04 of a second, and then dead on 5, I'm sure that's not the way that you wanted. For half of you, it didn't go the way that you wanted. Luckily enough, there is redemption, there is forgiveness, there is an option. And I'm not talking about chapel service on Saturday morning, but that's an option as well. But if you do need to find yourself some forgiveness for whatever mistakes you made in round number 1, you can go to the Diva desk. They will bless you with a second opportunity. You just got to go visit them. Todd Knight, 27 green, 474 and a 472. That was the winner, as Chris Bear and Spencer Massey will be up now. Spencer, 475. Chris Bear dialed 468. Advantage on the tree goes to Spencer Massey. Win light goes to Chris Bear. Bear 16 green and runs dead on 1 to sneak by with a 5 thou margin of victory. Spencer Massey was 003 on the tree and 19 thou above. Ending up 22 total and checking out here in the first round. So again, while it is quiet, while we got a quick little moment to check the top end of the racetrack, again, final call for Dragsters round number 1. Final call, Dragsters round number 1. We got that buyback round available. You can swing up to the Diva desk here at Suite 108. See them, and if, you know, things go the way that you want, you'll fight your way through the re-entry round and be back here for round number 2. Oh! I'm digging the shirt. Drinks well with others. Nick Folk and the shank. Vince Schroeder. Schroeder on the right side, backing up from the burnout out of Pennsylvania. Dialed in at 455. Nick Folk over on the left side with a 461 dial. And I looked out the window and what did I see? But a very familiar looking family. We'll talk about them here in a little while. So as they're staged up, set, and the tree drops, 0.04 of a second is what makes the difference on the starting line. And Vince Schroeder, the shank, 0.11 on the tree, dead on 2. At 13 total for Vince. Gets him a win light. Nick Folk was 0.007 in reaction time. Taking an 8 thou stripe to break it out 0.02 of a second. Ugh. Ugh. Don't like that. Bill Press Jr. and Jed Coughlin Jr. Pressed over on the right side. Jed Coughlin Jr. on the left. Both of them dialed 456. Jag is 007 green. Bill is 001 red. Jag Coughlin 456 on a 456. How about 007 dead 5 for Jaggy? Getting the win light. Bill Press Jr. was 001 red. And then goes 458 on the 456. That'll bring up Todd Barton and Brian Reclitus. So Brian, 472 is the dial. Todd Barton, 472 is the dial. So we go from a couple of 456s to a couple of 472s. Reclitus out of Pennsylvania. Barton out of Gray, Tennessee, by way of California. Which I'm going to say, like, I'm just a little jealous. Todd Barton finding his way into that great state of Tennessee. That's a beautiful place to live, and they're not far from Bristol. They got the right setup there. But happy anniversary to Martha and Todd. Good to see you guys out here as 1,000th of a second separate Barton and Reclitus on the starting line, and 8,000ths of a second separate Barton and Reclitus at the finish line. Brian Reclitus 13 green, and then goes 472-1 on a 472. He ends up 14 total. Todd Barton, not a bad lap, 12 green and 473 on a 472. But boy, oh boy. Brian Reclitus sneaks it by 8 thou and gets the win light as Billy Rowe and Cody Witt. Witt over on the right side. I'm guessing that's Naugatucket. You think that's Naugatuck? Well, it's kind of like Naugahyde.
Somewhere in by God, West Virginia.
Yeah, West Virginia, Naugatuck. If it was San Francisco, it'd be something Tucket. I mean, wait, what? Never mind. Scratch that from the record. Just saying. Billy Rowe out of Amanda, Ohio. 483 to a 491. Win light's going to belong to Cody Witt. Going to give me a chance to try and say Naugatuck again. 36 on the tree and 491 on a 491. He's dead on 5. Billy Rowe was 28 green, taking a 15 thou stripe to get there first and break out by 0.02 of a second. Needed to take 13 thou or less. What's up, Marco?
Text message.
Jono Gerber and Josh Gant. Gant? All right. Josh Gant out of Grafton, Ohio. 488 is the down for Josh. 486 is the down for Jono. And we need door car buybacks to the staging lanes, please. Both sticker colors. Door car buybacks need you to the staging lanes, please. Both sticker colors. Jono going to get the win light, 003, 486 on a 486. He is 12 total. Josh Gant was not 003. Had given up 0.04 of a second reaction time. And couldn't be there. Couldn't get there. Wasn't going to happen. No way, no how. This is John Biaggi. I'm sorry. But being a kid from the 80s and like growing up on the Karate Kid movies, John Biaggi has got like one of the coolest last names. Exactly. I mean, you can run around with the last name Biaggi. That's cool. I know it's not the M, but I'm just saying that's cool. And to be from Buda, Illinois. Maybe it's Buddha. Either way, if it's Buddha or Buddha, it's still a great name. Timmy Markeglu out of Staten Island. Dialed in at 456, John Biaggi gets the win light. 452 on a 452. He was 31 on the tree, ends up 39 thou total. Tim Markeglu had an 046 reaction time. But I am going to have to go find out if it's like Biaggi. Who knows? Maybe for all I know, it's Smith. But Timmy Markeglu, 46 in the tree, runs down to be dead on 4. But couldn't quite get there. As Heather Fetch and Chris Stein. Stein with a 420 dial. Got a couple of cars on property that are dialing right around that 420 zone. He's got the left side of the racetrack out of North Manchester, Indiana, and Heather Fetch, another of the New Jersey cars, dialed in at 488. Red light start for Heather by 0.02 of a second. Chris Stein is 005 on the tree and goes 422 on a 420. Wow. Wow. Heather goes 490 on a 488, but the problem being that red light here at this end of the racetrack. And by the way, I guess the text messages are going out, but they're taking a couple of seconds longer to get there, a couple of minutes longer, whatever the case may be. We needed door cars for the buyback round. Both yellow and black run sticker. Door cars for the buyback round. Yellow and black run sticker. Need you back into the staging lanes, please. Again, if you are a door car that has not bought back yet and are still considering it, just letting you know there's still some time. Still some time. Should you decide that you do want to jump back in for a second shot at $100,000. You still got a minute. Oh, Grace Rowe. Big trouble here. Win light belongs to Jordan Parker. Oh, Jordan. 004 and dead on 0. 4 total for Jordan Parker. Getting there first by 0.07 of a second. Grace Rowe was 52 in trouble early. 506 and a 504. Grace Rowe will bow out. But again, as we draw nearer and nearer to the end of round number 1, again, we are in the Stainless Works round. Michael Shoup, 476 on a 476. Bowing out here is Wes May with 17 green and 495 on a 495. Wes May was 17th thou at this end of the racetrack. Michael Shoup had a 22 thou reaction time, and it comes down to 1,000th of a second. Wes May gets to the win line as Chris Beauchamp and Scott Taylor are going to be next. Scott dialed 459. Chris Beauchamp dialed 447. That's 3, now 4 bulbs lit on the top of the Christmas tree. And a 001 red light for Scott Taylor. Chris Beauchamp, 10 on the tree, 445 on a 447 for Beauchamp. Scott Taylor, after being 1 thou red at this end of the racetrack, goes 455 on a 459, and that will bring out Steve Schmidt and Rick Huffman. Huffman over on the left side, Steve Schmidt on the right side. The Waxahachie, Texas car. Waxahachie is actually a really nice town. Really nice little place. And I didn't even really know it, but turns out I have in-laws that live in Waxahachie. I've driven through there like 4 or 5 times to go out to the racetrack. And then my wife and I go to Texas the other day. She's like, yeah, we're going to go hang out at my uncle's house. I'm like, where's that? She's like, Waxahachie. I'm like, really? All right, I know where that's at. Steve Schmidt gets the win light. 14 green and goes 450 on a 447. Taking an 11th thou stripe. Rick Huckman, 44 on the tree. So giving up 0.03 of a second in reaction time and goes 457 on a 456. Bowing out here this time. As up now is Clayton Roberts and Eric Pavicic. Pavicic out of Polo, Illinois. See, there's another thing where I could throw in like a little bit of the Southwest thing. You know, he's from Pollo, Illinois. Why do you live in a town called Chicken? I mean, like El Pollo, Illinois. I know, it's Polo, Illinois. 486 the dial for Eric, 453 the dial for Clayton, and Clayton Roberts 708 on the tree. He's on the green side. Eric 21 on the red side as Eric checks out. Clayton Roberts 451 on the 453. He's 2 hun under, getting the win light. Eric was 2 hun over after he was 2 hun in front of the green light. There's a lot of 2 huns in there. Lots and lots and lots. But the short of it is that Clayton Robert is moving to round number 2. And Eric Pavicic is going to head up to visit the Diva Desk as Corey Galitti and Don Butkowitz. Don and the Race Tech ride on the right side. 476 to a 474, 2 on the split between him and Dial. Corey Galitti rolling up on the left side. 1,000th of a second, the difference between them in reaction time. Butkowitz bows out via the breakout. He was 006 on the tree. Goes 475 on a 475, taking a 6 thou stripe to be 5 thou under. That's Travis Colangelo and Josh Baker. Baker's 470 dial on the right side. Travis Colangelo 480 dial on the left side. 5 thou the difference between them in reaction time, and at the stripe the win light turns on for Travis Colangelo. How about the man who was sponsoring yesterday's race with that American race car? He goes 007 at this end of the racetrack, dead on 6 at that end of the racetrack, and tightens it up to a 7 thou stripe. Colangelo, 13 total. Mike Illing now rolling up on the right side. Will Holloman on the left side, 447. The dial in for Holloman. Another of those Tomball, Texas-based cars. Oh, Mike Ealing out of Gladwin, Michigan, 476. What is up, Mr. McClellan? Is glad to see that you are joining in from K&N. We appreciate the sponsorship, the continued partnership as you guys give out all of those great gift cards that we're able to give to our racers here. So thank you, thank you, thank you, and we are glad that you are listening in at the office there. 447 on a 447 for Will Holloman was 14 green. Mike Illing, 009 at this end of the racetrack. Had the better bulb, got to the stripe first by 13 thousandths of a second, and breaks out. As that is pretty cool. I'll tell you what, Kevin, we wish that you and Daniel could be here as well because, well, hey, you guys just make the game more fun. It's always good to have the Max in the house. So hopefully next year. All right, I'm sorry, Kevin. No, your dad is the man. We all know that. Your dad is the voice, the god of drag racing PAs everywhere. I'm just saying. Carolyn McCarty rolling up here on the right side, going to run unopposed as her opponent was unable to make the call back here in the staging lanes. 006 on the tree, and then 486 on a 487. Down the racetrack. Now backing up from the burnout, Johnny Ringo. Johnny Ringat out of Massachusetts, 502 is the dial on the left side, and Richard Alford Jr. And again, Kevin, as you do roll around the office, just make sure you remind everybody there at K&N how much we appreciate the sponsorship and how important they all are and how much we know how important they all are to the sport of drag racing. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Richard Alford, 005 on the red side. Goes 488 on a 487. Johnny Ringo moving on. 23 green and 500 on a 502. To get the win light. That's now Lester Atkins and Kyle Cotrera. Cotrera dialed 458, Lester Atkins dialed 467, and as they back up from the burnout, I mean, speaking of K&N, also want to give a huge thanks to Todd Barton Design, who happens to be here on property this weekend for that Best Appearing Car Award. Thank you very much to the folks at FTI, Strange Engineering, Crew Chief Pro, Page Pro Products, as well as to Jones Transmission Cooling, Lindsay Racing Products, Regil Scoops, all part of the Fling family of sponsors that make it possible for us to give away the over $50,000 worth of racer appreciation giveaways that go out the door each and every time we make a stop at one of these racetracks. Kyle Cotrera, 458, Lester Atkins, 457, 5,000 the difference between them in reaction time. Imagine being Kyle Cotrera, you're 005 on the tree, one above the dial, and you are done. Because Lester Atkins just goes trip zip on the tree and dead on 9. That is ridiculous. Stupid mean. Stupid mean. Trip zip, takes 6 thou, ends up dead on 9. And Cotrera's got nowhere to go with a 005 and one above. That's hard. That's hard. And you're right, Mo. Hey, Mo. What's your current situation? I haven't seen a current situation posted on Facebook in a while. Uh-oh. Dennis Mead over the left side. Bowing out here as he was 483 on a 482, 19 green. Troy Williams Jr. making an appearance here. Kind of incognito. He snuck in. 489 on a 488, gets the win light, was 13 green. But I like that. Seeing guys from the West Coast starting to check in. Mo Trujillo saying hello. Kevin McClellan checking in out there. I know we got folks watching from all over. Miss Brittany is online as well. The chat bleachers are getting hot. Maybe not as hot as it is here right now. I don't know how hot it is outside, but I know that it feels like sitting down in a sauna. Like in Vegas, it's like putting your head in an oven. Here, it's like wrapping a wet hot towel around your head and walking around for 3 hours. It's rough. It's rough. I think my lungs are waterlogged. Roman Cosner and Jeff Serra. Jeff dialed in at 468. Roman dialed in at 486. And again, we should have all of our door cars back there for the buyback round. Both drivers identical on the tree. 007 was the reaction time as Jeff Serra goes 465 on a 468. Roman Cosner 483 on a 486. Both of them 23 thou under the dial, and it comes down to 7 ten-thousandths of a second at the finish line. Put my hand on the glass. What are you talking about, Barry? 7 ten-thousandths the margin. Jeff Serra getting it done on a double breakout as Kevin Brannon and Kenny Underwood are coming up now. What's up, Victo? Up there in the Bay Area, got people checking in from right here in Ohio, all kinds of fun stuff. Kevin Brannon gets the win light over Kenny Underwood. Underwood turned it loose, 2 thou too quick, goes 486 on a 486, but Brannon, 16 green, moves to round number 2. Underwood gonna be moving on. All right, what's up, Joey P? You like Joey P, you like JP, whatever you want. Where are you checking in from? Gary Williams now and Michael Needham. We are down to the last 4 cars in round number 1, the ATI Performance products. Round number 1, Stainless Works, the round sponsor, giving away a set of those gorgeous headers for the dragster to the best losing package. And we have got buyback cars sitting in the staging lanes. The door cars are back there with those yellow and black stickers. Needham left side, Gary Williams right side, 495 to a 485. Advantage at this end of the racetrack goes to Needham, and he is moving on. 12 thou at this end, 1 thou off the mark at that end, 13 total. He's going to get the win light. Gary Williams was 031 on the tree. And 6 thou behind at the finish line. Looks like we're going to end up with an even number of cars. Aaron McCullough over on the left side of the racetrack. One of the late arrivals has shown up here and gets matched up with Glenn Dilday in round number 1. Dilday down 548. Aaron down 482. Advantage at this end by 12 thou goes to Aaron, but it's going to be Glenn Dilday on a double breakout. 14 green and 546 on a 548 for Glenn. The door car wins the final pair, and round number 1 comes to a close. We are here on an ATI Performance Products $100,000 Friday, the inaugural Jegs Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries at National Trails Raceway. We're getting ready to roll into our buyback round. We're going to do a little track prep, a little touch-up. But again, racers, if you have not yet bought back, there is still time. $100,000 is
Trusted by all since 1960. What you want, when you want it, at a price you want to pay. Jegs.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
So it sounds like we are all good on the racetrack, and the buyback cars are in the staging lanes again, since we were kind of, they were off in commercial land there on the live feed. Just want to again say a huge shout out and a big thanks to all of the sponsors. I mean, you look at the brochure, the flyer, it is just jam-packed with names like JEGS, Optima, FST, American Race Cars, ATI Performance Products, FuelTech, all-day sponsors here. You've got all of the round sponsors, folks like Stainless Works giving away those headers, Bondo Racing Products giving away the Elite Outlaw shifters, Mickey Thompson, Hoosier, Goodyear, Mazier Enterprises, Ultronics. You start talking about the prizes coming out of the treasure chest from FTI, K&N, Page Pro Products, Crew Chief Pro, Strange Engineering, of course, Drag Race Solutions, Jones Transmission Coolers, Lindsay Racing Products, Regiles. The list just goes on and on and on. Of course, Altalab for the weather stations, Brodix for the heads that we're going to do during the runoff. Ladies and gentlemen, I remind you every time, just keep this. I mean, we're, in August now, end of August, getting ready to go into September. Christmas is not too far away, and racers love racing stuff. So if you want to know where are the first places that you need to shop to get racers their racing stuff, just hold on to the flyer. The companies that are on the flyer are the ones that are reinvesting in your program. Make sure that you remain loyal customers to them. Make sure that when you're shopping for your parts online, you're going to JEGS. Order them up. Get them delivered from there. When you need your carburetors, go to FST. When you need your stuff painted, go to Todd's. See Todd Barton when you need crew shirts. That's the way to go, because they turn around and reinvest into your program. Make sure that you continue to show them that support in return, because they will continue to make these kind of programs possible, and we can't do it without their partnership. So thank you to all of the sponsors for everything that you do. We are getting ready to go into the buyback round. And it's going to be fun. So round number one didn't go the way that these guys and gals wanted it to. So they're going to try again. Try again. They're laying a little insurance down on the table and seeing if they can light up the scoreboard this time to jump back in and be there for round number two. And speaking of a little insurance, I'm glad that they reached out to Derek Beach and asked him to pop in here and help out with the announcing over the last couple of days, because I need that little bit of insurance. When I start doing stupid stuff and start just becoming an idiot, I can turn it over to Derek and go, hey, take over for a minute, because I'm not really working out. So they did double down and brought in one of the best, and I'm happy to be sharing the mic with him. He's going to take over here for a little while in the buybacks.
Well, thanks, Nate. And well, I tell you what, it's been a few years since Nate and I's worked together and had the opportunity, and back in about 2015, to go out to the West Coast, and of course Las Vegas out there in Nate's neck of the woods. And man, I tell you, it was a heck of an experience out there. Did the National and Divisional, and had a little fun out in Vegas. Back in the traveling days, and fast forward a couple of years, Nate's come over here. Now we meet once again, hanging out of the Jegs Summer Fling. And this is a big round. Reason why? All these drivers that you're going to see coming up to the starting line have spent $350 extra to buy themselves back in for a chance to move on. 2 goes down, 1 virtually comes back. One of the drivers will be moving on and getting another shot at $100,000 here on ATI Performance Products Friday, and the other, well, they're going to jump in the cooler and start probably drinking the day away. So William Roberts and Donnie Smith going to be head-to-head. William Roberts over here on the right side, 590 the dial in for the Camaro. Smith is in at 634, then Esteta by 2 thou. That's how we're going to kick things off. 635, 1 above and 10 up front. Donnie Smith was holding 16 thou at the starting line. William Roberts goes dead forward to be 30 total, and that is not going to be good enough for the win. Next up, Chad May, right side. He's got the Camaro out of Byesville, Ohio. 576 at the dial. Takes on Scott McCormick. And a new Winston, New York. McCormick, 605, gets the lead first here on the left-hand side. Buyback by is car number 79, Eric Amon, Dorkar. You can see by. Scott McCormick, 17 and behind. Chad May is 008, take 9 thou to be dead 9. 17 total for Chad May. Moving on. Another shot at $100,000. And Nemick and Jessica Cameron. Nemick right side out of Hampshire, Illinois. He's got the Corvette dialed at 536. Jessica throws a 640 dial on the Oldsmobile, the Cutlass out of Mount Vernon. One of the toughest ladies on the property. Left-hand side, Jessica Cameron turns it loose. It's going to be a win line. Jessica is 11 up front. Ed goes 27 thou red. And it's going to be 639, 107 miles an hour. Just 2 thou under for Jessica Cameron, but it does not matter due to the red light start. Next up, Brad Walters and Vinny Domino. That wheel standing Camaro on the left-hand side of the Staten Island. 577 the dial in for Domino. And Brad Walters is in at 555 here on the right side. Vinny rocks it back there on the whirly bar pretty hard, sets him down, a big time advantage going to Domino in the win light. To Vinny Domino. He's going to be 21 total. Rolls down there and takes 17 thou to go to the next round. Brad Walters breaks out 554, under by 7 thou. And he was 45 up front. That equals no good. John Talmadge and Jason Rich. Jason's got the 39 Chevy on the left side, 566, and John Talmadge in at 597. That Nova and John has been through all kinds of stuff to get here this week, and let's see what Talmadge can put together. He's 001, holding 37 thou, and it's going to be John Talmadge. 597 to be 5 total. Takes 39 thou to get through the buyback round. Michael Paschal and Jamie Walker. Paschal on the right side of the Greensboro, North Carolina. Just a cool machine they got over there in 568 and 574. Jamie Walker's CUDA. All right, who's it going to be? Paschal or Walker getting through this round? 39 31 to a 33 here on the starting line. The win light by 4 thou goes to Michael Paschal. He gets another one for Team North Carolina, 569, one above. Jamie Walker was one above as well, and like I said, by 4 thou. Paschal's in for round number 2. Terry Adams and Ron Barnhill. Barnhill's got that quick forward over there on the left side. The Mustang is down in at 485. Terry Adams in at 655. So Ron Barnhill was uncharacteristically late in that opening round of eliminations, which caused him to buy back. He's late once again. Barnhill 62 up front. He's just not seeing it today. Terry Adams 16 green and 655 dead, 2 to be 18 total, taking 60 down there. He definitely wasn't going to give it back. Next up, Aaron Vale and Jeremy Bargo. Jeremy Bargo's truck out of Barbersville, Kentucky. Him, Ashley, and the kids is dialed in at 596. Aaron Vale, Nikki watch it on, 681 for the Pontiac Firebird. There goes Aaron Vale. Here comes Jeremy Bargo, the blue machine, chasing after the red machine. Finish line stripe they go. Dual breakout affair. Aaron Vale takes 60 at the finish line to be under by 800. I don't know what happened there. He was 009. Jeremy Bargo was 008 and 593 on the 596. Watch that one on Motor Mania. Up. Didn't get the camera angle I was looking for to see the finish line there. So next up, Chris Northrup and Rob Lipsinger. You got Rob over there on the left side, wheeling the Corvette in the 544. Chris Northrup in at 661. Your attention to the pits, please. Attention to the pits. We'll now take dragster buybacks. Dragster buybacks. We need you to the lanes, please. Attention to the pits. Dragster buybacks. Lester Atkins. You are the round 2 buy. So that'll be coming up in a little bit. But Eric Amon, you are the buyback round buy. Door car number 79. Lester Atkins is sitting on the buy in round number 2. We have called dragster buybacks to the lanes, please. Dragster buybacks to the staging lanes. Went light there for Rob Lipsinger. Next up, Pete Diagnolo and Ron Baisden. Diagnolo's been on a hot streak here. 583 to dial for the Malibu out of New York. Ron Baisden's got that big old Pontiac out of Columbus, the local runner. Right side, 648. He gets to leave first. He'll be looking for Diagnolo. He'll be charging hard at the other end. Guy that's celebrating his birthday. Already parked that Malibu in the winner's circle once today. 1 thou is going to separate him here. Watch the front end drop, and it's going to be a one line left side. 583 to be 16 total for Diagnolo. Ron Basin takes 20 to be under by 200. 646 of the 648. Kevin Pollard and Spencer Massey. Watch this one. The Nova, left side of the Fort Worth for Spencer, 637 dial to the 551 for Kevin Pollard's Camaro. 2 guys you wouldn't expect to see in the buyback round, but hey, things happen and this is where they're at, and we'll find out who moves on. I'm sure it's going to be a tough matchup between Spencer and Kevin here. Spencer's green, so's Kevin Pollard. That purple Camaro should be right alongside the Nova now, and the win line for Kevin Pollard. He takes 5 thou to be 1 above. 009 up front. Spencer was 40 going by the tree and breaks out 635.5 on the 637. Chad Six and Joe Socek Jr. Into the water box they go. Got Chad 6 on the right side. 581 the dial in for the Roadster. And Joe Sochek Jr.'s Nova. And it's 654. Chad 6, Joe Sochek. They're out of the gate. The Nova's out in front. Here comes the Roadster closing in. The finish line stripe. It's going to be a dual breakout, and Chad 6 is going to be closer. He was second off the starting line, but breaks out by less. 580 under by a hun. Joe Sochek takes 16th out the stripe to be under by 2 hun. Caleb Olson turned to 6th down red there. Preston Mitchell, your winner. Next up, Shane Weaver and Taylor Cook. Shane Weaver here on the right side. Shane Weaver's S10 pickup truck, 653 the dial. Taylor in at 688 with the wagon. Man, another cutthroat matchup right here. 004 to the 008, and the win light by 5 thou goes to Taylor Cook. Taylor goes one above, 689 on the 688. Shane Weaver 655 on the 53 down there. Just 5 thou margin of victory. Kyle Beavers and Bill Webb. Look at this, 709 to the 491. Yeah, Kyle Beavers, the 67 Cutlass, the big-bodied machine on the left side. Gets the lead first. Bill Webb's going to give chase in his Oldsmobile. Out of Centerbird. Another cutthroat matchup here at the starting line, and Beavers is going to be your winner. 005 and one above takes 6 thou. Webb is 10 up front and 492 on the 91. 6 thou margin of victories there. Lee Newmeyer and Gary Humphreys. Lee Newmeyer, right side. Throws a dial of 584 on the Vega. Gary in at 608. Has the Chevelle. Out of New Jersey. All right, they're out of the gate. This one's going to be 10 difference in the starting line. Advantage going to the left side, the win light. Gary Humphreys, 609 to the 608. Lee Newmeyer went 583.4 on the 584, taking 9 thou down there. Jaden Durst and Brandon Prest. Brandon Prest over the left side had dialed in here at 659. Jaden Durst at 668. Is 14, has the advantage. He takes 1 thou to be one above. Jaden Durst is 26 total and in the way. So Brandon gets through with the Camaro. Back in the game for a chance at $100,000. Dave Braskin and Cameron Cardolis. You've got the Pontiac Firebird dialed in at 610, and you've got the Cadillac dialed in at 481. Braskin going to be charging hard after Cameron Cardolis over there on the left-hand side. All right, stage bulbs are lit there for Brasket. Cardolis makes the final move in with the fire chicken. They're out of the gate. Cardolis is holding 17 thou. Let's see. It's going to be a win light for Dave Brasket. 482 on the 481. Cardolis takes 67 thou to be under. 606 on the 610. He's quick by virtually 0.04 of a second. C.J. Yeager, Dustin Evelyn. Coming up now, you've got the wagon on the left side. That's Dustin, dialed in at 691 out of Zanesville. C.J. Yeager, he's got the West Salem, Ohio Omega. The Oldsmobile, 741. Going to be leaving first. C.J. Yeager, a guy that spend some time on a microphone from time to time. Behind the wheel this weekend. Yeager's looking over his shoulder. Here comes the wagon. Watch the front end drop for C.J. Yeager. The win light goes to C.J. 740, under by 8 thou. Dustin rolls down there, takes 4 thou. And goes 689 on the 691. Wayne DeSantis and Matthew Ball. The matchup now, you got Ball on the left side. 57 Chevy. It's dialed in at 631. And the 89 model Dodge out of Massachusetts for Wayne DeSantis at 593. Yeah, Matthew Ball's 57 Chevy. It turns heads every time it comes to the starting line. Pops the wheels in the air, sets him down. He's out in front. Here comes Wayne DeSantis, and by 14 thou, the win light goes to DeSantis. Was behind at the starting line by 6 thou, but gets ahead at the other end. 593 dead 6. Matthew Ball was 2 above, 633 off the 631. Nick McGovern and Caroline McCarty. Caroline left side, 612 the dial in for the wagon, and Nick McGovern's Camaro in at 540. Caroline's trying to put something together here, get through and get on a roll, and get closer to $100,000 later today. Red light by 12 thou for McGovern, and Caroline McCarty is going to be 12 green. Finish line, 613, 1 above, 109 miles an hour for McCarty in the wagon. McGovern was 537.5 on the 540. Did not matter, obviously, due to the fact he turned it red. One by the tree. Austin Cardolis, Dan Fletcher. Man, we talked about earlier that Cardolis has been putting decent runs together. He's just trying to find some luck, and you pull Dan Fletcher the buyback round. It's like, man, can I catch a break, please? 685 to the 625, right here, right now. The ATI Performance Products Nova, here on ATI Performance Products Friday. Red light. Oh man, Fletcher turned it 589 red. Yeah, problems there. Austin 006 and 680. Was holding 500. He was going to go down there and drop Bart 100 miles an hour. Austin Cardolis is back in the game, and I'm not sure what happened to Dan Fletcher, if he slipped off the button or what. He had the opportunity to You're going to be leaving second, but left first. Chris Bear and Dewey Boggs. Boggs over here on the left side. He's got the Nova in at 6 flat. Chris Barron at 592. Win light there for Chris Bear, 11 up front and 592 to be 12 total. Dewey Boggs breaks out 599. Honor by 7th thou. Over there on the left-hand side. Next up, Tim Schmidt and Sean Pitts. Sean Pitts, he's got the Camaro out of London, Ohio, 674 left-hand side. Tim Schmidt in at 512. That Camaro Roadster. Sitting there in the pre-stage ball for a while. Got ourselves a little staging duel here. Tim Schmidt makes his way in. He's staged. Sean Pitts starts to bump. The Camaro's in left side. The tree drops. Let's find out what's going to happen at the other end. They both turn it green. 7th down advantage going to Pitts. It's going to be Sean Pitts, 675, one above. Take 26 down to be your round winner. Tim Schmidt was 515 off the 512 at $140. Rick Huffman and Dan Hagman. Dan Hagman on the right side, 546. The dial in for Hagman. Rick Huffman over there for Accelerated Graphics, the team out of Texas. Rugburn Raceway, that's kind of like the new thing for the kids right now. Get yourself a Rugburn Raceway. Huffman's out of the way, here comes Hagman. Win light, Dan Hagman. He was holding a bunch at the starting line, 546 dead 8. Gets the Camaro in to the show once again. Rick Huff was 046 and 648-1 on the 49. The breakout. Kevin Brandon and Tracy Sons. Another nice matchup here. You've got Tracy Sons down in at 623 in the pickup truck left-hand side. Of course, Kevin Brandon, Will Lamonza in at 562. Red light by 13 foul for Tracy. Kevin Brandon is 008 and 561.7. 122 the speed. Here comes Ricky Atkins and Dennis Mead. Ricky was, I believe, 005 in the opening round and then had some kind of mechanical issue that Pontiac had to coast on down the racetrack, so he fought back. Let's see what he can make happen here. Ricky's going to get the head start to Dennis Mead over there on the left side at Z28 out of Newark, Ohio. Atkins. He was 005 in the opening round. He's 006 in the buyback round and takes 8 foul to be a round winner. Ricky Atkins, get down. Takes the Pontiac GTO back in the game. Dennis Mead was 584 in the 583 and was 024 back here at the starting line. Aaron Vale and Eric Amon now. Amon's Mustang, left side, 585 the dial for the Clinton, North Carolina Blue Oval Ford, and Aaron Vale brings the Pontiac to play. 636. Bell gets to leave first. We'll find out what happens from there. starting line. They close in 660 feet later, and this one goes to Aaron Vale. 18 total. Eric Amon was 14 up front and breaks out, takes 7 thou to be under by 3 thou. William Roberts and Bryson Scruggs continuing on in the buyback round. Roberts right side at the Pinson, North Carolina, 589 on the board for the Mustang, and Bryson dials a 444. Triple fours. Car take down the dragster. We're about to find out. Bryson Scruggs is late. This one's going to go to William Roberts. 591 above, takes 6 thou. He was 17 green. Scruggs was 032 and 445. One above as well, and a $154. Matt Cornell and Timmy Markoglu. Markoglu left side. Of course, out of New York, 457 the dial for the Race Tech. Matt Cornell got that American ride in at 494. The starting line, 008, and look at the win line. Matt Cornell, 9 total, taking 17 thou for the margin of victory. Timmy Markoglu was 13 green and 1 above. Not going to make it happen here. Here comes TJ and Tristan Strauss. Troy Coughlin Jr. Right on the left side, 469 the dial for the Jegs.com machine. Tristan Strauss, his dragster, that S&W entry, and at 521 gets to leave first. He's going to be looking over his left shoulder, finding where that yellow and black dragster is going to be. It's Troy Coughlin going to charge hard down that left-hand side and try to get through the re-entry round virtually. Anybody's drag race, 2 thou separated at the starting line. You see the scoop rocking on the right side. Tristan Strauss makes it happen. Throws down a 15-pack. Takes 11 thou to get in to the show once again. Troy Coughlin was 470 on the 469. No slouch whatsoever, just came up 11 thou short. Mikey Bloomfield and Mark Cooper now. Coop left side, 478 the dial out of Lewis Creek, Ohio, and Mikey Bloomfield Jr. 449 the dial in here. No, Mikey's holding a few, so watch this one. Go down there and probably drop hard on Mark Cooper. Oh yeah, Mikey's got a lot to work with. Yep, it's going to be Bloomfield. 452 at 143, take 8 thou for Mikey Bloomfield Jr. Mark Cooper was 44 up front and 2 above. Connor Grisey and Jason Rich. Jason left side. Dialed here at 438. Connor is in at 429. All right, they're working their way in. Grisey and Rich. Red light by 11 thou for Connor Grisey. Jason Rich is going to be your winner. 49 is a let go and 431 on the 438. Connor is not going to be happy with that one, to say the least. Chris Beauchamp and Jason Lynch. Nice matchup right now. Jason Lynch. Finish line stripe they go. The advantage of the starting line went to Chris Beauchamp, and there's the win line. He's going to be 17 total, dead 0. Jason was dead 7 and 24 up front and in the way. Mike Matty and Grace Rowe. Mike Matty right side. 496 the dial for the Sheffield Lake, Ohio entry, and Grace is down into 506 for her S&W entry at a Maringo. Mike Matty, 13 green and 497. Grace Rowe was 055 and dead 2 to be 57 total, and that's not going to be good enough for a round win. Joey Cameron and Vinny DeMito. A good matchup here. Joey Cameron down into 477 here. 461 for Vinny DeMito on the left-hand side. Vinny got the Camaro through. Let's see what happens here in the dragster. Final call, dragster buybacks. Attention to the pits, final call, dragster buybacks. Need you in the lanes if you are not already there, please. There for Vinny DeMito. He's back in the show. Vinny's dead 6 and 28 up front. Joey was 003. It takes 34 thou to be under by 3 thou. So a break there for Joey Cameron of the dragster entry. Next up, Christopher Snyder and Cortland Carter. Got Cortland Carter here on the left side. Dialed into 465. Schneider throws a 515 dial in on the Diamond chassis out of Strongsville, Ohio. Cortland all the way from Texas. So this is the big run here. Cortland Carter, especially when you got $100,000 on the line and you're all the way from Texas. Separated with the starting line at the other end, the win light by 6 thou. Christopher Snyder, 18 green and dead 8. Carter was 16 up front and 1 above the dial, 466 and the 465. Jeff Reed and Nick Folk. Nick Folk, 461. Going to be leaving second, and Jeff Reed gets that start at 488 dial in for the Loveland, Ohio entry. Top of the racetrack, door breakout, and Nick Folk's going to be your winner. Just under by 1 thou of a second for Nick Folk. Jeff Reed at 487.5 on the 88. He took 1 thou down there. Breaks out by 5 thou. Next up, Glenn Dilday and David Sherbondi. Sherbondi. Let's try that. Sherbondi. Yeah. You know, from time to time, you always butcher a few. Unfortunately, I just butchered David's. 509, left-hand side of LaPorte, Indiana, comes David Lindilday. Yep, he's got the Work his machine at 425. This one's going to go to Shabandi, 509 at dead 4 to be 27 total. Glenn Dilday was 424 on a 425. Virtually mathematically ineligible there. Mike Coughlin and TJ Spurlock. TJ, 457 left side. Mike Coughlin throws a 478 dial. On that jegs.com ride. Normally campaigned by Paige Coughlin. Uncle Mikey jumps behind the wheel this weekend and does a little bit of bracket racing. Back to his roots. See if Mike Coughlin's going to drive the other end. He's 005 holding 10 thou, and it's going to be Mike Coughlin takes 16 thou to go dead 2. Uncle Mikey is 7 thou, or 7 total, I should say. Man, 457. 16 up front. TJ Spurlock put together a good run. It just wasn't good enough to take out Mike Coughlin there. Krista Snyder and Spencer Massey. Snyder in at 448 here on the right-hand side. Spencer Massey at 477. This is dragster. Spencer had to buy both entries back. That's a big hit right there. Opening round, yeah. Krista, 60 and behind. Spencer, 005 and dead 6. Takes 71. Spencer was making sure he was getting there, right? Krista was 450 on the 48, 155 miles an hour. Mike Bodner and Carson Griffith now. You got the shorty on the left side. That's Carson, 516 the dial in New Carlisle, Ohio. And Mike Bodner in at 493. Eric Amon, you were the winner of the Stainless Works Stainless Dragster Headers for the best losing package in round number 1. Eric Amon, Stainless Works Stainless Dragster Headers for the best losing package in round number 1. Carson Griffith, going to be 27 and late. Mike Bonner, 006 and 1 above, taking 10 down there at the top end of the racetrack. Carson was 516 dead 2 to be 29 total. Cal Contreras and Sean Robson now. Sean Robson over there on the left side for Pumpco, Concrete Pumping and Ironman Storage on a Johnstown. 494 to the 459 for Kyle Contreras. Multi-time national event winner. Guy that tries his hand at big money bracket racing has done pretty well with that as well. An undercover machine all the way from Maine. On the tree, and it's going to go to Kyle Contreras. He throws a perfect package together. 459 dead 0. Sean Robson takes 8 thou to be under by 2 thou, or excuse me, 8 thou. 493.2 on the 494 dial for Robson. Both 0, 0, 0 here at the starting line, and Kyle Contreras throws a perfect run together. Wow. Severn Johnson and Paula Holman. And what a buyback matchup that was. What do you do there? I mean, man. Sean Robson said, I got to go for it. He did. Yeah. Are you Sean or are you Kyle? Yeah, exactly. If Nate put it best. If you're Kyle, you're cheering. If you're Sean, you're crying virtually. Yeah, man. Just tough racing to say the least. Paul Holman 5 flat to dial in. 475 for Severin Johnson over here on the right side. 12 to a 29, better off the starting line is going to be Johnson. Takes 7th foul to be 2 above. Severin Johnson, your round winner. Yeah, a couple people on the live feed was like, wow. That was a matchup, wasn't it? Scott Taylor and Ali Pettit. The left side. Dialed here at 496. Scott Taylor at 457. By 6 foul, Scott Taylor. Ali Pettit, 003, and runs it out the back door at 494. Heather Fetch and Eric Pavish. We'll go with that, right? Pavish, 487, left-hand side. Heather down it at 488 here. Undercover out of New Jersey. All dragster buybacks should be in the lanes. All dragster buybacks, you should be in the lanes if you are not already there. Yeah, just some absolutely beautiful, absolutely brutal racing we have seen today. And that's what it's all about here at the JEG Summer Fling. And really, each and every fling race in general. Very competitive bracket racing. Fetch is 003 and 489. One above takes 33 foul to be your round winner. Eric was 14 up front and 3 above in the way. Next up, Mike Ellig and Rob Lipsinger. Lipsinger on the left side. Then Maryland, 466 to dial. Elligan at 475. Going to Mike Ellig. He takes 8 foul to be dead 9. 20 total for Mike Ellig. Rob Lipsinger was 467 off the 466 and 15 green. Michael Shoup and Clayton Roberts now. You've got Michael Shoup over here on the right side, 476 out of Hagerstown, Maryland, and Clayton Roberts in at 473. Shoup's going to control this one. 005 and 1 above takes 22 foul to be your round winner. Clayton is 473 dead 7 to be 37 total and just was not going to be able to make it happen. Josh Gadant and Brett Tanzillo now. Josh Gadant left-hand side, the American race car to Grafton, Ohio. 488 the dial in and 487. Virtually heads-up race here for the Mall of Century out of Pataskala for Brett Tanzillo. 489 to the 488. Here we go. Tanzillo right side, Gannett left side. They're set. Tree fires. True start takes effect, and one foul. Difference in reaction time. Josh Gannett was 14 thou red. Brett Tanzillo was 15 thou red. Josh Gannett moves on and runs 488. Next up, Michael Rourke and Brian Folk. Folk on the left-hand side. 465 the dial for Folk, 468 for Michael Rourke. Foul red for Michael. Brian's going to be 10 up front, 463. 150 miles an hour. Rourke's 469 at $147. Josh Baker and Gabby Needham. Gabby, left side. 530 the dial in. The 471 for Josh Baker. Baker 24 and behind, but Gabby Needham takes 32 thou on the breakout, 529.3 on the 530. She was 006 at the starting line. Josh Baker. Gonna be 31 total there to be your round winner. Bill Preston, Justin Daniels. Justin over here on the left side. Roanoke, Indiana, 528 the dial. Bill Preston at 458 for Press Trucking. To the racetrack, it's going to be Perez, 459. Take 5 thou to be your round winner here. Richard Alford and Chris Reynolds. Chris Reynolds, 455 the dial out of Barrett, Delaware. Your attention to the pit please, door cars. Yellow sticker for round number 2, please. Yellow sticker door cars, round number 2. We need you to the staging lanes at this time, please. One light there for Chris Reynolds, 456, takes 7 thou. Richard Alford was 028 and 490. A little above the dial there. Curtis Allen and Rick Huffman now. Rick Huffman over there on the left side. Down at a 456 and Curtis Allen at 484. racing behind. Curtis Allen is going to be 21 up front, takes 5 down to be one above. 485 and the 484 for Curtis Allen into the next round. Rick Huffman was dead at 1. 37 total there. Kenny Underwood and Will Holloman. Watch this one. Will Holloman left side, 462 the dial out of Pine Level, North Carolina. And Kenny Underwood, of course, 486 there for the Jakes.com Delaware-based dragster. Skinny Kenny, Will Holloman's out front. Here comes Underwood top in. It's going to be Will Holloman, 462.7. And 006 takes 16 thou. Underwood was 46, dead 5. Be 29 total. Troy Williams Jr. and Dennis Bead. Troy Williams, 479 right side. 44 there for Dennis Bead over there in the left-hand lane. As we are nearing the end of the buyback round. For Troy, and the win light goes to Troy Williams, 480, 139 miles an hour down the right side. Dennis was 19 up front and breaks out by 8 thou, taking 7 thou. The finish line stripe, Roman Cosner and Aaron McCullough. Aaron McCullough dialed at 476, Roman at 485. Roman Cosner, Aaron McCullough, just about set to go here in a moment. Round number 2 to staging, please. Win light here for Aaron McCullough, 16 green and 478, 2 above the dial. Roman Cosner was 034 and 486 at $139. Final pair here in the buyback round. This is going to be Johnny Carter and Gary Williams. Gary, left side. G-Dub 485. Johnny Carter at 497. Florida versus New Mexico. I want to give a shout out there to Nick Abruzzi watching from Warren, Ohio. Gary Williams, 1 thou, red. Man, Johnny Carter, 005, green at 496, 139 miles an hour. Eric Gaiman was the wait-and-see buy, virtually, for the buyback round, and, well, he got a buy. He gets back in the show here. Here on ATI Performance Products, Friday, the Jake Summer Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. This is going to be our final machine to go down the racetrack in the buyback round. Door cars, round 2. We need you to the lanes, please, if you are not already there. Door cars, round number 2. You have been called to staging. Takes a shot of the tree. Eric Gaiman, 2 thou red and 532 off the 531, 136 miles an hour. There for Eric Gaiman.
trusted by all since 1960. James.
Years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
We drive tech. We drive the industry. Going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see FuelTech everywhere.
Law Chevrolet Buick in Boonville, Indiana is a family-owned sales and service center proudly serving the tri-state area for over 10 years. Racing has always been in their blood, and over the past few years, they've been blessed with the opportunity to serve hundreds of racers from all across the country. All of the crew at Law Chevrolet Buick would like to thank each and every racer for the opportunity to do business. Remember, if you buy a vehicle anywhere else, it's not the tires you'll be kicking.
Fuel Systems Technology was created to develop a line of carburetors that is not only affordable, but innovative while never sacrificing quality. These principles drive us to make the best carburetors possible. From our entry-level RT series to our full race Billet CNC aluminum and stainless steel Billet XS Pro series. Our engineers have spent their entire careers in the high-performance aftermarket developing various carburetors for enthusiasts, pro racers, and everyone in between. They helped form FST with the same goal that we all share, to get the best performing system into your vehicle for the best price possible. We too are the users, cruisers, and enthusiasts pushing our street rods, muscle cars, and drag cars to their limits. We understand the time and investment that you put into your vehicle, and FST is our opportunity to bring you something innovative, quality-driven, and affordable. Get yours through most reputable online retailers or learn more at fstcarb.com.
Ultronics, the leader in performance electronics. Racers know and depend on their state-of-the-art systems every day. Perform Air Pro and Perform Air Eclipse are the racing industry's standard high-tech, easy-to-use weather systems. Power-Light lithium batteries, the super powerful lightweight energy source for your machine. And the Data Quest Power Quest, the most innovative data recorders and touchscreen switch panels you can find. Check out ultronicsinc.com for these products and more. Ultronics, the choice of champions.
So the first clue we're going to give goes like this. Whenever you're at the racetrack, you have to keep a positive mindset by keeping away the negative energy. So just think about that clue. Where would this hat be? Whenever you're at the racetrack, you need to keep a positive mindset by keeping away the negative energy. Think about that for a little while. If you can figure out where the hat is, it might be yours. And I guess we could say kids of all ages, but primarily for the younger kids, the younger generation, if you can figure out where that hat might be. Again, that clue once more. Whenever you're at the racetrack, you can maintain a positive mindset by keeping away the negative energy. So if you can figure out where the hat is, we'll check here in about 30 minutes or so. See if the hat's been claimed or not. But if it hasn't, we'll give another clue. But for right now, that treasure hunt is in effect. If you can think about that, if you can figure out where that is, we'll go ahead and do it. Again, yellow sticker door cars, you have been called to the staging lanes black sticker door cars. We'd like to get you headed to the staging lanes as well. And reminder, tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., non-denominational chapel service. Not only are they going to put up a great service, they've got some 50th anniversary Racers for Christ, 50 years of Fuel for the Soul books. They're going to be giving one away tomorrow morning at chapel service as well. So you're going to want to make sure that you're there. Again, they've got them for sale here. They are fantastic reads, a great book. But if you're interested in one of those, C Team RFC, we'll go from there. But black sticker door cars, you have been called into the staging lanes for round number 2. And I came in here and kicked out Derek Beach because I'm like, it's my turn. It's my turn. And now it looks like I'm going to get kicked out. Whatever you guys want to do. All right. Well, I'm telling you this. We've got the treat of the treasure hunt. And as usual, we are getting into the Bondo round number 2 here on an ATI Performance Products $100,000 to win Friday. And we get the treat of listening to Mr. Marco Paravallaris and the man behind it all, Peter Bondo, going to take over the mic for a little while. So Motor Maniacs, be ready. This one's going to be fun.
Well, thank you, Nate. First pair, Jeff Fenn, left side, 503 dial, right side. Wednesday's winner, Garrett Griffith at a 628, 15 thou separate him. Win light to Garrett Griffith, 23 and 11 thou above. Jeff Fenn was 38 and 36 thou above. Garrett Griffith, moving on. Left side, Cameron Adkins, 640 dial. Right side, Matt Daddis at a 613.
Good matchup right here. Cameron Atkins, one of the participants in Tuesday's shootout. And Matt Daddis, one of the hottest drivers of the past 3 years. That's an ex-superstocker right there. That's Tony DeFrank's old car that he finished second in the national points in probably about 2001-ish. Turned it into a bracket car. I mean, Matt could win in anything, but that's a nice car. Might as well win looking good. That is going through his pre-stage procedure, and here they go.
3 thou separate him. Win light to Matt Daddis, 14 and 17 thou above. Cameron Atkins was 17 and 35 thou above. Matt Daddis, moving on. Donnie Smith, left side, 634 dial. Justin Mosier on the right, 548. 10 thou separate him. Win light. Donnie Smith, 20 and 15 thou above. Justin Mosier was 30 and 43 thou above. Donnie Smith, moving on.
Checking out the Strange live feed. Big props to Shane, the Strange Engineering, Jeff Stange and the gang, stepping up to be the sole live feed sponsor. Want to say hello to my friends on Motor Mania, Joanne and Mark, working hard out there. Kevin Brandon, the Rabbit, and Ben Height. Interesting matchup. The Rabbit looks over. Turns on the win light, 004 on the reaction time, 5:63 on the elapsed time. on a 562 dial, and Ben in the Camaro was 015 at the start and also one above. The difference right there was the reaction time. Brandon, moving on.
Left side, Donovan Williams in the Chevy 2, 644 dial. Right side, Chad May, 576. One of them has got a huge advantage on the starting line and turns it into a win light. Donovan Williams was 17 and dead on 2, 19 total. Chad May behind at the starting line, got there second and still broke out, going 573 on the 576. As Alan Reinhart would say, that is the 3-strike rule.
That is a trademark sentence from Alan Reinhart. You can't take it away from him. And it's a good one. Stay Schroeder, Ron Foss. Schroeder, the 94 Lumina, quick 515 dial, and there goes the Camaro of Ron Foss. Both drivers are 30 on a tree. This time, Ron Foss makes it work. 36 dead 1. Stay Schroeder was 30 and runs a 517 on a 515 dial-in.
Left side, Josh Van Horn in the 72 Nova, 628 dial. Preston Mitchell on the right side, 538 in the Don Davis Roadster. As they're separated by 13 thou in reaction time, win light going to Preston Mitchell, 17 take 11 to be 24 thou above the 538 dial. Josh was 30 and 22 thou above. Preston, moving on.
So it's the right smack in the middle of the heat of the day right here, Marco. The sun is beating down. As Joanne would say, it's pretty slimy out there. It's actually not as humid as it was yesterday. But the sun's beating down, probably about 125 degree track temperature. Kyle would say 126 because he can never agree with me.
That is true. Always got to be one number off. Kyle actually taught me that one.
And guys are going, roughly one above the dial is the average right now. Jason Lynch, Catfish, wow, ends his day on a 001 heartbreaker. Chad 6, the shootout winner in the roadster, goes dead on with a donut. Had that roadster dialed in. He must have heard me, Marco. Gave it a little juice at the end. 030, dead on with a 0 for Chad 6. Lynch, 001 on the red side, 583.5 on his 585 dial-in. What's up, Gator? Ernie Humes, what's up, pal? I would love to come, Ernie. That is going to be a spectacular event that Jared's putting on. I actually have some family things going on next week. I can't make it. And tell Jake Hodge, yes, I can foot brake. I read somewhere where he asked if I could foot brake. I know he wasn't alive back then, but I can do it. Well, I was foot braking. What do we miss? What do we miss?
Ricky Ship is 009, take 007 to be 13 thou above. Terry Adams was dead on 2, 27 on the tree. So Ricky on a hole shot. Moving on.
The Ship's typically superclass racing. Coming out here, I believe this is his first Fling event. Hope he's having fun. Looks like he is. Bob Brisello and Mark French. Little low rider 69 Camaro versus 93 S10 Winlight. It's going to go to the Camaro. Bob Brisello puts up a good lap. 10 on a tree. 568.7 on a 568 dial-in. French actually got there first by 2 thou. Needed to get there, broke out by 2 thou, needed to make it a dead heat and hope for the best.
Still would have been a coin flip at that point.
It would go to the 10,000th, actually. Yep.
Yeah. Mark Nedesheim, 626 dial on the left side. Larry Murray, 584 on the right, as they're separated by just 2 thou in reaction time. Win light going to Mark. 26 on the tree and 27 thou above, getting their second. Larry was 28. Got their first 27 thou. To break out 2 thou, needed to take 25 or less.
Attention to pits. If you're in need of some Hoosier tires, they'll be here until 5:30 today. And they'll be back tomorrow morning from 8 until 12. So you have some windows there to either buy some new tires or use their services. The Hoosier truck is on the grounds. The head honcho Farron Lubers / Reggie Jackson is in the house. So Hoosier tires will be here. The truck will be here till 5:30 today.
2 thou separate these two. Win light going to Tracy Fields. 18 on the tree and 14 thou above the 594 dial. Ron Johnson was 16 on the tree and goes 48 thou above the 649 dial. Tracy Fields moving on in the 55. Left side, Marco Abruzzi in the pick-em-up truck, 612 dial. Right side, Joey Cameron in the 79 Camaro, 620 dial.
A lot of door cars here. First time in Fling history that there are more door cars than dragsters.
Joey turns it 6 thou red. Abruzzi is 17 and 36 thou above. Marco Abruzzi moving on.
So it looks like the prize vault is wide open. Eric Amen, you won a Stainless Works dragster headers. Come see the Diva Desk, the prize princess. Ron Battison, you won a $300 Crew Chief Pro for the Hard Luck Award in the buyback round. Mark Cooper, you won a Regil's Hood Scoop for a Hard Luck Award in the buyback round. Nick McGowan, you won a $250 Drag Race Solutions gift cert for a Hard Luck Award in the buyback round. So Nick McGowan, Mark Cooper, Ron Battison, and Eric Amen, come see them in Tower 108.
9 thou separate these two. Win light going to Kurt Harrington. 16 get their first 18 thou to go 618 on a 617 dial. Marty Dabney was 007 on the tree and goes 37 thou above the 504 dial. Kurt Harrington in the Chevette moving on.
Yeah, Harrington had it dialed in. He was a little bit behind on the tree, but had the dial in figured out, turned it into a win light.
Left side, Sean Barreler, 610 dial in the 33. Says it's a Plymouth Roadster. Never seen one of those before. Right side, David Davis, 675 dial in the Camaro. One of them has a huge starting line advantage and turns it into a win light. David Davis, 005 on the tree and goes 14 thou above, 19 total. Sean was behind on the tree, behind at the stripe, and still broke out. Left side, Josh Gannett is 611 in the Nova. Right side in the Camaro, Sean Carpenter to 605. They're separated by 17 thou in reaction time. Sean Carpenter is 21 on the tree and 14 thou above. Josh behind at the start and goes 31 thou above. Sean Carpenter moving on.
Steve Eckert chiming in. Is that the Steve Eckert? Like as in Super Gas 1990 Steve Eckerd? That's a great dude right there. Steve and Terry Eckerd, if that's him. How about this 66 CUDA, probably weighs about 3,300 pounds, going 580s at about 4,000 feet of altitude. Watch it leave. Carries it out nicely. Right now he's got his hands full. Trip McCarty, left side. That pickup truck. It's a young gun.
One of them with the advantage, and that's Trip McCarty. How about 005 dead on 2, 7 total for Trip McCarty. Ray Adams was 22, dead on 9. Trip McCarty moving on after being 7 total. Whitney Huff, left side, 639 dial. Right lane, Nick Deshawn, 537 dial. So pick 'em up truck and a Camaro. $29,000 separate him, win light to Nick. 006 and goes 541 on the 537. Whitney a little behind at the start and goes 643 on the 639. Nick moving on. Left side, Taylor Cook in the Malibu wagon, 689 dial. Right side, Richard Alford Jr. in the Chevelle, 625. Separate him. Top end, win light. Going to Taylor Cook. 13, dead on 3, 16 total. Richard was 11, take 14 to be 9 thou under. Needed to take a 5 thou stripe or less to win that round. Just a good race. Taylor Cook moving on. Travis Colangelo, 560 dial in the Nova. Right side, Michael Pascal. I'm not an expert on Fords. Not 100% sure what kind of Ford that is, but I love that chop top. Thanks to Nate Hershey, it is a Falcon. 13,000 separate them. One of them is perfect. Perfect, dead 7 for Travis Colangelo, 7 total. Michael Pascal was 13 and 18 thou above. Travis Colangelo, another perfect light. You know, Mike Ames would normally keep count on perfect lights throughout the weekend. I'd say there's got to be anywhere between 20 and 25 of them this weekend. That would be my guess. Left side, Kyle Beavers, 709 dial. Right side, Noah Carpenter at a 586 in the Roadster. $25,000 separate him. Win light going to Noah Carpenter. How about 002? Take 002 to go 588 on the 586 for the win. Kyle Beavers was 27, dead on 0. Margin of victory, 2.7 thousandths of a second. At the speeds they're going, what do you think, Peter? 7, 8 inches?
Yeah, probably a little bit less than that, I'd say. Probably more like 5 inches. 588 on a 586. Noah Carpenter, 2, take 2. So for the people that don't understand bracket racing, he's basically, what's the best analogy we could use here? Help me out, Nate. I mean, for someone that doesn't understand bracket racing, you're 2 thou from perfect on the starting line. You take 2 thou at the strike.
Just do a 103-mile-an-hour ball right down the middle of the strike zone.
Yeah.
And the
Yeah.
other guy swung and missed.
Yeah. Keep it simple. I like that. He threw a 103-mile-an-hour fastball right down the pipe, and the other guy swung and missed. That's what I like about you, Nate. You keep things simple. My mind was going every which way trying to figure that out, and you just cleaned it right up.
Jeremy York and Vega John. As 8 thou separate and win light, how about Vega John? 004, get their second to go 23 thou above. Jeremy York was 12, take 19 to be 4 thou under. Needed to take a 15 thou stripe or less to win that one.
I tell you what, that's a feather in Talmadge's cap. Vega John taking out a hitter, and Vega John had a lot of issues trying to get here with his motorhome, and then he had the whole car apart yesterday, and he's coming back with a vengeance.
Yeah, he had the transmission out of it yesterday, did a transmission change between rounds. Roger Peterson's 11 red, Kenny Underwood is perfect and goes 5 thou under to take the win. Perfect reaction times, they're popping up like crazy today. But when there's $100,000 on the line on ATI Performance Products Friday at the JEGS Inaugural Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries, bring your A game. Austin Cardulas. 582, 682 dial, excuse me. Ryan Henry on the right side, 560 dial. Ryan Henry turns it a thou red. Austin is 24 and coasts it. So Austin Cardulas moving on. Left side, Jeremy Bargo in the square nose S10, 594 dial. Right side, Jeg Coughlin Jr., 613. Now, Jeggy had to take down Scotty Richardson first round. Both had a great race and got through in his dragster. Should be a good matchup, close in ET. 26 thou separate him. Coughlin in control. And is going to turn on the win light. 005 and 15 thou above, 20 total. Jeremy Bargo was 31 and 14 thou above. Jeg Coughlin Jr. moving on. Jessica Cameron, left side, 640 dial. Right side, Dave Gotts, 634. Dave Gotts all the way from Corona, California.
K&N sponsored car, I believe.
That is correct.
Corona, California.
Is he a rep in
Wow.
That would be on the southern side of California by Los Angeles.
So it's ATI $100,000 Friday. We have an ATI. The good guys at ATI said we have a converter to give away. We want to give it away on our day. So we're going to figure that out in a minute.
Meanwhile, 8 thou separate these two. Win light going to, how about 5 dead 0 for Dave Gotts? 5 thousandths package. Now, as Nate would say, I would say a 5 thousandths package, that's probably pitching, I'd say a 96, 97 mile an hour fastball right down the strike zone. Is that fair, Nate Hershey? Fair enough, okay. Jessica Cameron was 13 on the tree and goes 643 on the 640. Dave Gotts moving on after being 5 total. Wes May, left side, 675 dial. Nick Folk on the right, 583. It's a great matchup right here. Okay. Greentown, Indiana on the left, Durand, Illinois on the right. Dragsters, yellow sticker to the lanes for round 2.
Take a front row seat, Motor Mania, Nick Folk and Wes May. Will it be the Buick? Will it be Nick Folk? Wes May pulls it out, 017, one above. Nick breaks out by 1 thou. He took 23, and I think he was fed about 15 of that.
If Nick Folk got to the finish line just, I would say, less than 3 inches closer to Wes May, he would have turned on the win light. I mean, it was just that close, Peter.
All right, I have my idea for the ATI converter.
Let's hear it.
3 pairs back, we have the $25,000 winner, Pete Dagnolo, versus a bottom boulder. I think that's CJ Yeager. As Caroline McCarty is going to turn on another win light in that Rambler wagon. How about 015, 1 thou under? As Scott Hessel makes it easy for her to drop to 24 red, but Caroline was ready. Scott Tate and Blaine Parrish. Blaine racing with a heavy heart. Lost his father earlier this year. I'm sure he's watching from up above. See if Blaine can do anything on a big day. As Scott Tate from the Media, Pennsylvania area. Pair of quick door cars, 552 for Scott. In the Mustang, Blaine Parrish, 68 Camaro, 561. Steve Eckert, come join us. I would love to see you race one of our flings, buddy. Miss seeing you guys. Blaine Parrish, Scott Tate, will it be the Mustang? Will it be the Camaro? Give it to the Camaro. Blaine Parrish, 004, taking 009 at the stripe to go one above, picking up the win. So, okay, here it is. Pete Dagnolo, it's ATI $100,000 Friday. Pete Dagnolo's, the American Race Cars $25,000 winner that we completed this morning. CJ Yeager is going off the bottom. If CJ Yeager off the bottom puts out Pete Dagnolo, we're going to give him the converter.
Fair enough.
As I say to my daughter and son, Gabish? Gabish?
What's that?
Understand?
Okay. Understood.
He's got the open face helmet. He's got the old school look in the 76 Omega, and he has his hands full with Pete Dagnolo. Holy moly.
9 thou separate him, win light. Oh. CJ Yeager almost gets it done, but Pete Dagnolo was 15, take 13th out the stripe to go dead on 4, 19 total. CJ Yeager off the bottom, 24, dead on 8. That'll win you probably, I would say, 83% of rounds off the bottom bulb for sure.
Yeah, they would say he's bringing a knife to a gunfight, but kudos to him, man. That takes a lot of confidence, and I like it. Put up a good run, just fell a little bit short.
Absolutely. Great execution by both drivers. As the next pair, we got Brian Folk on the left side, 538 dial in the Cavalier. Right side, Steve Holman in the Camaro, 657. Brian Folk, how about 006, take 002 to be dead on 8, 14 total. Steve Holman was 23, got to the stripe second, broke out 7th out. When your opponent's 14 total, that's tough to beat. Brian Folk, moving on. Gary Humphreys, left side, 609 dial. Mike Bloomfield Jr., 631. $15 thou separate him. Win light going to Mikey Bloomfield. 004, take 14 to be 18 thou above. Gary Humphreys was 19 and 17 thou above. Mikey Bloomfield moving on. Once again, we have called dragsters with a yellow sticker to the lanes for round number 2. Left side, Lou Greco. He'll be the music man tonight.
He's going to be the singer and the guitar player.
He's doing it all.
Well, let's see if he could do it on the racetrack. He's got his hands full. Another is Kevin Pollard, bottom Bowman here? Let's see if the crosstalk's in effect. I don't believe it is because I don't see the negative sign. Yeah, he's off the top. And he's off the red light right now. And Lou Greco will move on in that beautiful big 1970 GTO 006, 573 at 120 miles per hour.
You know, Lowell and I were talking about this, Peter. The way Lou Greco is driving, if he stays in competition for like a long time, and the Racer Appreciation Party is scheduled to start, we're going to have to wait for him to sing.
Nope. I'm going to put you out of your comfort zone once again. You'll be the singer.
I don't think so. Not this time, Peter. No way.
For you guys at home that know Marco and know myself, we're really good friends, and every day I've been trying to find one way to put him out of his comfort zone.
Well, that would
tonight he might be grabbing the mic at the, tell you what, if you grab the mic, I'll grab the guitar.
Fair enough.
I know one song, and like 5 beats of it. Smoke on the Water. That's the only one I know.
Chuck Sanders turning on the win light, 006 and 19 thou above. Larry Chapman behind on the start, runs it down to be dead on 4. Chuck Sanders with the whole shot win.
How about Don Hagman wins a K&N door car hood scoop? It was decided amongst the announcers. So Dan Hagman, we decided you could use a hood scoop upgrade. That's a fiberglass K&N valued at about $1,500.
Wow. Rocky.
Come see the, excuse me, Margo. Come see Dan. Come see the Diva Desk in Suite 108. You won't be disappointed.
Didn't mean to interrupt you, Peter, but how about this? Rocky Van Note is 1 thou green and Troy Coughlin is 1 red. Rocky Van Note, 001 green, goes 589 on the 590 dial. Troy Coughlin, after being a thou red, is just 3 thou under. Even though he was on the wrong side, just 4 thou from a perfect run to end his day. Rocky Van Note, moving on. Dave Fields, left side, 589 dial. Right side, Anthony Fetch, 627.
Good friend of mine from Colonia, New Jersey, puts on some races up at Cecil County, and a very talented driver. He took a super stocker, put a box in it, and picks up the win light. Anthony's 014. I'm going to say he's going to go a 626.1. 627.7 on a 627. Nice lap for Anthony. Dave Fields, 007 on the red side, will end his day in a big, humongous shout out. Like, as big as I could hold my arms apart without hitting Nate in the face. That's how big this shout out is. To Nana, Pops, Severio, and Olivia, listening in at home in Florida. Guys, we'll see you soon. We miss you so much.
Vinny Domino moving on. Glenn Dilday was 5 thou red and goes 547 on a 546. Vinny is 6 thou under and is going to move on.
One other thing I like to plug, the Optima big truck is here. I know I'd say probably about 50% of the people have Optima batteries. That's accurate, Marco? What do you think? 51 or 49, you're going to say, right?
Yeah.
Well, a lot of people have Optima batteries. If you want to have any questions, if you want to go over there and talk about batteries and yellow tops, red tops, blue tops, Check him out.
26 thou separate these two. Win light to Wayne DeSantis. 11, take 5 to be 28 thou above. Rob goes dead on 7. Was behind at the start. Wayne DeSantis getting the whole shot.
I saw Wayne when we were handing out some prizes and time slips. C Money and I down at the time slip booth when he lost first round. He was a little disappointed. He said he's buying back and moving on to round number 3 now. Someone in the chat room said, Vega John never gives up.
Absolutely. He is just, we were talking about Vega John earlier. He's been through a lot and still turning on the win lights on the big day. Seventh thou separate these two. Win light going to Jeremy Cooper. 004 take 007 to be 18th thou above. Mike Donnell 11 and 18th thou above. Jeremy Cooper moving on. Justin Logan left side 637 dial. Joe Rundunsky. Rundunsky or Rundunsky?
Potato, man. I don't know about that one. I'm going to lean on the professional Nate. Radunsky or Radunsky? Radunsky.
Radunsky. Okay, we'll go with that. 10 thou separate him. Win light going to by 3 10,000ths of a second. Justin Logan was 22 and 27 thou above. Joe Rundunsky was 12 and 37 thou above. 3 10,000ths of a second, that's less than an inch right there.
Yeah, that's too close for the eye to see. And how about, is that a Cadillac?
That's a Cadillac.
What do you think of that Cadillac? That's pretty fancy. I mean, I've seen some Escalades, I've seen some CTSs, and I've never seen a Cadillac race car like that. I love it. Look at those working brake lights. David Brisquet, 482, almost a 2-second handicap. Gonna go to the hitter of Sean Pitts in the 2000 Camaro. Pitts went deep in the shootout.
Separate him, win light, Sean Pitts. Sean was behind at the start, snugs it up to 1 thou stripe to go dead on 1. David Brisquet was 27 and 22 thou above, margin of victory 1,000th of a second. So if you add the margin of victory between the last two pairs, that's less than 2,000ths of a second, and that averages to less than 1,000th for each pair.
Welcome to the Fling.
Welcome to the Fling. 14 thou separate these two. James Crouch, 004 and 20 thou above the 673 dial, 24 total. Brandon Press was 18, take 8 thou at the stripe to be 2 thou under. Needed to take a 6 thou or less stripe to win that round. Rob Mosier, left side, 587 dial. Right side, Ricky Adkins, 547. Rob Mosier turns it 7 thou red. Ricky Adkins moving on, goes 548 on the 547. Rob goes 589 on the 587.
David Hagman and Bug McCarty. That is the patriarch of the McCarty family. It all starts with him. 6 foot. Bug likes door cars. 644, and that nice little, what is that, Olds? Calais, maybe?
That is an Olds, but don't know the model of that.
Dan Hagman and
Super Stalker.
And the Camaro. Hagman's car kind of left a little bit flat. Maybe that's how he has it set up. Quick 121 60 foot. He was one above the dial, no good. How about Bug McCarty puts up a 7-pack? What that means is he was 005 644 2 on his 644 projected number.
Even though Dan Hageman just bowed out, I believe he was the winner for the needs it the most hood scoop. He did get the scoop.
Right.
He's got a nice one on there, but
We're just going to make it a little bit nicer. That's what we're all about. Just a little bit of upgrades here and there.
brand new one.
This way next year when we come back, he's looking that much better. Scott Taylor, Garrett Griffith. Griffith out 616. The young gun in the pick-em-up truck. Pretty big handicap right here. Taylor dials it in at 485 in a Miller Roadster. See the hands fly off the top, pair of green lights. Griffith looking over his shoulder, turns on the wind light, dials it in 616, runs a 617. 009 at the start. Taylor was also one above and loses on a little baby hole shot.
How about that? 106 miles an hour for Griffith, 138 for Scott Taylor. Despite that big split, Griffith taking 6th thou at the stripe.
Yeah, 617, 106. He probably killed, what do you think, about 4 mile per hour, 3?
It's pretty accurate.
Is that Nasty Nick? That's Nasty Nick and Roman Kasner. For everyone on Motor Mania, for everyone in the pits, I'm just telling you right now, in 20 years, we're going to go back and say what Nasty Nick did between the year 2019 and whenever he stops doing it was absolutely amazing. Off the foot, a lot of talent. This time, just got too much of it. 14th thou red. I might have jinxed him, sorry. If I did. Roman Kasner, 002, one above, it turns on the wind light. Everyone's allowed to swing and miss once in a while. He usually swings and misses once out of about 1,000. So we'll give him a whole pass. I'm sure he'll be back tomorrow with a vengeance. We still have to give away that ATI converter. We're going to find a fun way to do it. I want to thank JC Beatty from ATI, sponsoring ATI $100,000 Friday at the Inaugural Jag Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries.
True start affair between Lonnie Smith and Art Siafi. Art moving on after being a thou red and goes dead on 5. Lonnie Smith was 2 thou on the red side. Art Siafi gonna move on.
I want to say thank you to Funny Car Chris. You know, I kind of live under a rock these days. I had no idea he was the owner of Gleason Drag Raceway Park.
That is correct, in Gleason, Tennessee.
That is pretty cool. Moves from the west to the east. Buys a drag strip. That's gonna be fun to watch. As is the pair in the water box.
Heads up, Peter. I said heads up.
All right. Heads up. I'm ready. I got Chris Bear, you got William Roberts. You challenging me? I'll take Bear any day.
Well, they're both dialed at a 591 as 5 thou separate them. Wind light going to Chris Bear. 21 take 2 thou at the stripe to go 592 on the 591. William Roberts was also one above and was 16 on the tree. Margin of victory, 2 thousandths of a second.
Chris Bear's tough. 592, 115. He might have killed about a mile per hour or two. Check out this matchup. Young Gun versus, we can classify Aaron as a has-been. That's a compliment because that means he was really good in his day. Still pretty good, but he's up against a Young Gun right now. Aaron Vale, 636 in a wheel standing pure Pontiac under the hood 1973 Trans Am. Matt Daddis, the 1980 Starfire. He is a great student of the sport. Puts everything he has into it, and it shows. The results are there. Has his patented process as he puts it into the stage beams very carefully. 1/10 of a second is the handicap. Now 900ths is the handicap because Daddis is 13, Vail is 26. Daddis doing what Daddis does. Look at that, 13, gets there by 8 thou and goes dead on with a 1. Vail was 26, 4 thou under. Nice lap right there for Matt Daddis. All right, last pair of door cars. All right, let's have some fun. If either one of these door cars go 003 or better and turn on the wind light, we're going to give them the ATI converter.
But they have to turn on the wind light as a result of going 003 or better.
Correct. That's just covering up bases in case they both go 003 or better. Nope, 005 for David Davis, Eric Amon. 043 with advantage left side, wind light left side. 005 for David Davis, 659 on a 659 dial-in at 102, pretty much wide open. Amen missed the tree just a little bit, 043, 533 on his 532 dial-in. So we'll just do a little. Hardcore product, cable and all, put together by my brother-in-law, Rich Schreiner. It's a nice shifter. It's actually, I'm starting to see them in a lot of cars. Comes with the electric solenoid. It's a nice piece. So if you're going to lose this round, try to lose with a good package. You know what? Just try to win. And then if you lose, you'll probably lose with a good package, right? That makes sense?
Absolutely, and when you're here at the JEGS Inaugural Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries on ATI Performance Products Friday 100,000 to win, in the early rounds, especially in Bondo round 2, if you don't go in with the mindset of, or at least put down a winning run, that's the only way you can really get a best losing package. It has to be, like I said, a winning run. Let's just say, 13 to 15 thousandths package or better. I mean, that will win most of the rounds, but sometimes the races here are just that tight.
They are. And when you talk about mindset, sometimes at this level, with the competition out there, the mindset can make all the difference in the world.
Well, that's a fact, and you have preached that. And don't get me wrong, I mean, you have, from day one, you've practiced at the highest level to what you preach.
Yeah, I worked pretty hard on every aspect of my game. I don't race quite as much. Until Kyle Seipel throws me into the ring against Muhammad Ali like he did against Hunter Patton and against himself and then Gage Birch. But yeah, the mindset's big, especially when you get in the heat of the day. You're kind of feeling a little bit hot, a little bit lethargic, and this is the time when you got to bring it because you can really smell blood. The competition, you're going to start seeing some 19 and 24 reaction times, and that's just... From experience, I see that over and over, especially later in the week, in the heat of the day. So drivers, you got to go after it. Don't let your guard down. Kyle Seipel's watching from above, and let's put on a great show for him.
Get the right parts at the right price with same-day shipping from Jegs High Performance. Just click on jegs.com. 100% satisfaction guaranteed. The place for performance. Jegs. Rad torque guns are the world's most powerful and reliable torquing systems with the highest power-to-weight ratio. Rad torque guns are available pneumatic, battery, and electronic drive systems with torque ranges from 500 to 15,000 foot-pounds of torque. Rad torque guns are being used around the world by companies such as Boeing Aerospace,
Transition over to the dragster side of Bondo round 2. First pair up is a good one. The Rabbit, Kevin Brannon versus Gary Minter. So Minter, some would consider him the underdog, as most are against Kevin Brannon. Brannon's been, I'd say about 3 years ago, he took his racing to another level.
That, and last year, won $1 million.
That's right. He's a good dude. His wife, he comes from, has a good family, Ivy. And he's a heck of a racer. Both drivers put the stage bulb on simultaneously. Minter's away, and here comes Brannon. Minter dialed 494, Brannon dialed 452, and this time, Brannon's not going to be happy with that time slip. Minter had a good run. He's 0-11, dead on 8. Brannon was 006, gave the stripe back by 2 thou to go one above, 453, 146. Marco, I think he killed about 6 mile an hour.
Yeah, he may have been trying to get ahead, but when you're making decisions that are paper thin, it becomes a coin flip. It's just that close. Left side, David Sherbondi, 509 dial. Right side, Roots Blower, Courtney Grisez at a 428.
Let's see if my pep talk worked. I think so. Trip, zip. As Ron Howard would say, bag of donuts for David Sherbondi. Perfect reaction time, 508 ET on his 509 dial. It takes to win as Courtney is 003 on the dark side.
Left side, T-Rock, Troy Williams Jr., 488 dial. Right side, Mike Coughlin, 478.
Mike Coughlin hasn't bracket raced in a while. He's got his hands full right now with one of the best in the business. Anybody's race, 8th mile picker says. How about talk about someone who hasn't done it for a while, comes out against T-Dub in a $100,000 event and goes 003 dead 4. It's in his blood.
Well, Troy Williams' side, when you're 006 and take 006 and go 5 thou under and you need to take 1 thou or less, really not a whole lot you can do. But at the same time, when you're 00 and take 00, win light or not, that is great execution. And in this case, great execution by both drivers as a win light goes to Mike Coughlin.
Yeah, T-Dub is not going to be disappointed there. He's 00 on a tree, does his thing at the stripe, just takes 00, just broke out, ran up against a good run. Dragster's black sticker. Dragster's black sticker, we're ready for you for round number 2. So now all dragsters have been called for round 2.
Josh Josh Baker turns it 8 thou red. Jim Glenn is 10 and 11 thou under for the win. Left side, Jack Ostrowski in the Pro Charger car, 445 dial. Right side, Richard Duval Jr., 499.
They call him Jack the Quack. Hangs out in the media gang. He's actually a really good dude. Fast car, good mechanic. Came down here with the Domino family, and speaking of which, Rob Domino is listening at home. Rob, Little Pete, love you guys, miss you. Probably see you guys in October or maybe sometime in September up there.
7 thou separate him. Win light going to Jack Ostrowski. 10 take 2 to be dead on 2. 12 total. Richard Duvall, 17 on the tree and 3 thou under. Jack Ostrowski moving on.
All right, I got a question for you, Marco. He got there first by 2 thou. Laid down a great lap, but I'm not so convinced he took 2. I think he was wide open.
I would say he was wide open. But then again,
nevertheless, a good lap.
Then again, when you got a Pro Charger that charges hard at the big end, you never know.
I just try to figure out when someone gets there by a few thou, I look at their mile per hour and see if they were actually driving it or depending on the car. Either way, it's a good lap. Bob Payton and Noah Rambo. It's a pretty cool name, Noah Rambo. 2010 American for Noah. Bob Payton, 2019 Diamond.
4 thou separate him. Win light to Bob Payton. How about 004 take 0009 to win the double breakout as he's 4 thou under. Noah Rambo was 008 and 8 thou under. Margin of victory 4 thousandths of a second to Bob Payton.
All right, let's have some more fun with this ATI converter. How about in this pair here right now, if one of these drivers are 00 on a tree and take 00, they'll win the ATI converter.
00 take 00 for the win?
Win or lose. If one of these drivers right now are 00 and take 00, this lap, no chance. 13 for Reynolds, Dennis D was 052. It should be all Reynolds. 13 to above for Chris Reynolds. Punches his ticket into round number 3 as Di Valerio just missed it and broke out by 3 thousandths, but it didn't matter. What's up, Vincent? What's up, guys? Watching the live feed. Talk about a pair of young guns, Corey Galitti and Chris Beauchamp. Both drivers go right in, getting after it. 000 for Chris Beauchamp. Can Corey drive the stripe and pull it back? No. Chris Beauchamp is trip zip. He did it one pair late, otherwise he would have got the ATI converter. Trip zip, 3 above. Galitti's 020 on the tree, stops to go 1 above.
How about this for a matchup? Almost heads up here. Left side, Will Hallman, 463 dial. Right side, Jeff Serra, 464. Now, Peter, it's safe to say that both these drivers are and have been at the top of their game. This should be an interesting matchup.
Yeah, it's a pair of really good drivers, different driving styles. Will Holloman's more dialing honest, depending on his equipment, kills the tree. Serra, he just drives the wheels off it. He's usually holding about 3 to 4. You'll see some hood scoop rocking. He's known to make the right decisions at the other end time after time. This is going to be cool to watch how it plays out. $1,500 people watching on a strange live feed.
1,500? Well, thank you to each and every one of you. This is going to be a good one. It's 5 thou separate him. Win light goes to Jeff Sarah. Like you said, the last pair, Peter, Jeff Sarah just went down there and stopped. 465 at 137 to turn on the win light. Will Hallman was 009 taking 30 to go 8 thou under. Will needed 22 or less.
And you saw Sarah's hood scoop actually rocking a little bit. I mean, he does things a little bit unorthodox, but it works. He was rocking a scoop, then he just dropped, bailed out. You would think he'd go way above doing all of that, but was dialed for it, went one above, and pushed Holloman out.
Marco Abruzzi and Bailey Ferraro. Marco at a 483, Bailey a 452. Marco turns it 12 thou red. Bailey is 006 and goes 453 on the 452. 16 total. Bailey runnered up on Wednesday's FST Carburetors 15,000 a win race, going after 100.
You know what I noticed about the Bailey Ferraro and the McCarty family? They are super competitive, with each other even.
Absolutely, and they bring out the best in each other. How about Jason Rich, 433 dial on the left side. Right side, Eric Bowman at a 473. Now Jason Rich blew up his motor, got another one, put it in the car last night, and he's back at it again. Separated by 18 thou. Eric Bowman, 008, take 005 to be dead on 4. That's 12 total. Jason Rich was 26 and 9 thou under. Eric Bowman moving on.
And here's a crowd favorite, Chet Dragon. Why is he a crowd favorite? Well, he runs with the dragsters. He has a lightweight Bantam that he's been running the same car and same engine combination for at least 35 years.
35 years?
At least. Super nice guy, not afraid to run with the dragsters and mix it up. He has I think he has like a flat tap of cam, runs on pump gas, and you know, you would think he's an underdog, but you cannot take him lightly. I'm calling 010 for Chet.
I'm going to say under. Both drivers are under 10 thou in reaction time. 4 thou separate him. Win light to Denny Napier. 008, dead on 8, 16 total. Chet Dragon was 004, get their first 22 thou to break out 10 thou. Chet needed 12 or less.
Another Bantam, back-to-back Bantams in the dragster side. This one's a little bit quicker. This one's a lot quicker. Ty Davis from Mooresville, Indiana, 486, and Kyle Coltrera, who put up a perfect lap and is the leader in the clubhouse and will remain the leader in the clubhouse. He's actually guaranteed the spot. Yeah, the first tiebreaker's first one to do it.
First one to do it.
He's guaranteed the spot in the dragster side for that Brodix run for the SR20s.
So Ty Davis going to be at a 486 on the left side. Coltrera, 484 on the right. They're separated by 19 thou in reaction time. Win light to Ty Davis. 15, take 19 to win the double breakout. Both drivers were 3 thou under. Margin of victory, the difference in the reaction time, going to Ty Davis's way.
Curtis Allen and Matt Reklitis. Mac, 2014 American Dragster, runs up at New Media, good guy. I think he's 71 years old. Loves racing. 477 is his dial in the left-hand lane. Curtis Allen from Foster, New York, I believe that's upstate, 484.
Is okay if at some point we mention that Farron's hanging out with us?
Could even talk about. Ooh, Matt Reclitis. He's going to need a miracle. Curtis Allen was 011. Mac Reclitis was 054, and Allen turns on a win light, 485 on a 484 dial-in.
How about Farron Lubers from Hoosier Tires hanging out with us in the tower? Got the Hoosier trailer here at the Jeg Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries. Hoosier been a longtime supporter of the Flings.
And of Disciple family. They go way back. Thank you, Farron. It all started with his relationship with Kyle. And that's how I met Farron. And now my nephew, who's been doing well racing, is on Hoosier Tires. You met Dylan? Cool.
Joe Barish is 005 and is going to turn on the win light. 005 dead on 7, 12 total. Lane Cayley was also dead on 7, but was a little behind at the start. Joe Barish moving on. Aaron McCullough, 478 dial on the left side. Mikey Bloomfield on the right, 449. Separate him. Win light to Mikey Bloomfield. 20 takes 7 to be dead on 7. 27 total. Been getting a lot of 7s these last couple pairs. I'm liking it. Meanwhile, Aaron McCullough was 22 and 12 thou over. Mikey Bloomfield moving on. Josh Ludke, left side, was the runner-up in the 10K shootout that concluded earlier. He'll be dialed at a 465. And how about this? We got the runner-up of each final that was concluded today paired up. Bob Kalipski Jr., the runner-up of the American Race Cars Thursday 25K that was finished this morning. He'll be dialed at a 459. Josh Ludke's going to turn on the win light. Goes 466 on the 465. Bob Kalipski got their first 34th thou and breaks out 24th thou. Needed to take 10 or less.
All right, back to this ATI converter. So the next driver doesn't have to be this pair. That's 005 and takes less than 3 thou.
005 or better? Or
005 or better, but it has to take 3 thou or less.
So you got to be 005 or better, and you got to take 003 or less, win or lose, right?
Correct.
All right, we'll be watching.
For an ATI converter valued at about $1,000.
Let's roll.
So a couple of people asking about the single entries for tomorrow. If you are local and you want to race tomorrow, it's $290 for the $25,000 FuelTech Saturday. We'd be more than happy to have you here. We have plenty of room. Justin Mosier, Zach Fulcher, win light. Double breakout, give it to Mosier. 35 on a tree, Fulcher missed it a little bit. Lesser of the two breakouts goes to Mosier, and the win light goes to Mosier.
Left side, Nick Folk, 462 dial. Right side, Mike Matty Jr., 498.
Should be a good matchup. Nick Folk, I believe he lost in the door car. He broke out by a thou. He's going to be running with a chip on his shoulder right now. Excellent driver.
5 thou separate these two. Win light. Mike Matty, 17 dead on 2, 19 total. Nick Folk was 22, take 3 thou to be 6 thou under. Mike Matty, moving on. Wes May, left side, 495 dial. Right side, Mike Illig with the tunnel ram. Dialed at a 475.
Illig won the best package this morning, right?
He was second best.
Second best. What was his package?
4,000's package.
4,000 package was second best. Yeah, they were putting down some tight runs this morning. I'll say this, if anyone has any questions about the timing system or this track, just look at the log sheet from this morning. It was tight. See what Wes May does here against Ely. Ely's already $1,000 in his pocket today. Good race right there. How about Wes May 003 dead on with the 1 for a 4 thou pack. Ely's 10 goes dead on with an 8. Just not good enough. Again, next driver who's 005 or better and takes 003 or less. ATI converter on ATI Friday.
Oh. McKenna Brown and Jeff Sowers. Jeff turns it 5 thou red. McKenna 25 and a thou under. Gonna move on. Tom Dauber and Jacob Miner. Tom at a 464, Jacob at a 470. Thou separate him, win light, Jacob Miner, 13, take 15 to be dead on 0. 13,000's package. Tom Dauber, 24, dead on 4. Jacob Miner, the brand new American dragster, moving on. Steve Law, 475 dial on the left side. Scott Hornlein, 483 on the right.
So the Racer Appreciation Party, sponsored by Mullis Race Cars, is going to happen at 6:30 tonight, right behind the grandstands by the FuelTech trailer. 6:30 tonight. As I mentioned earlier, we have 600 plates of a great catering company coming in. Bring your friends, or anybody you know. Let's have a good time.
How about 005 dead on 4 to be 9 total for Steve Law? Scott was 30 on the tree, got there second, and was 5 thou under. Steve Law moving on after being 9 total.
Travis Colangelo, that's Mr. American Race Cars himself. Took a close look at some of the American race cars. He builds a very nice piece. Madison McCormick. In the other lane, dial 490. One-tenth of a second handicap start. Going Madison's way.
Separate him, win light, Madison McCormick, 28, take 3 thou at the stripe to go 10 thou above. Travis was 19 and goes 482 on a 480. Margin of victory, 0.03 of a second to Madison McCormick.
Barry Anderson, Sal did not drive a Bantam. It was actually a Roadster. Todd Piper. The car count today was 273. 273 cars.
Mark Warmouth, how are you? Good to hear from you. Jeremy York, Vince Schroeder's 15 thou separate him. Win light to Jeremy York. 006, take 007 to go 449 on a 448. Vince Schroeder was 21 and goes 456 on a 455. Now that was 00, take 00, not quite 5 or better or take 3 or tighter, but that was close.
Yeah, I met the York family back in probably about 2010 at Indianapolis Raceway Park, and I never heard of them before, and after we ran, I heard a lot about them. Because we ran twice in a row. I think I won one and he won one. Both of them were like killer runs. And I said, who is this guy? And everyone came up to me. You never heard of York? You kidding me? Just goes to show how much talent there is on a local level.
Brian Folk and Mike Bodner. Brian, 465. Mike, 494. Mike turns it 7 thou red. Brian is 003 green and goes 462 on the 465. Mike was 8 thou under the 494. Brian Folk moving on.
The strange live feed keeps asking if Nick Hastings won. That's how good Nick Hastings is. When he loses, it's like a big surprise. Everyone's asking about him. Yeah, Nick lost today. I still think he is the most impressive driver of our time right now. The way he does it, what he does, all of the above. Jay Coughlin Jr. and Brian Reclitis, JCJ, dial 457. Brian, a former New Media Track champion, dialed 473. He won that race tech in a raffle last year. One of our Fling raffles. Both drivers are red. Look at this one. Goes to the 10,000. Jay Coughlin Jr. is going to pick up the win. He's 004 red. Both drivers 004 red, and goes to the next digit. Coughlin 457-1 on his 457 dial, and to pick up the win. Talk about the York family, here's another one. Jesse York this time, 477. In the left-hand lane, Nick McGovern, 463, 2010 race tech. That's actually my old car. Fun fact. I drove that car from 2010 till about 2000 and, no, I'm sorry, 2000 and, late 2008, 2009, 2010. I don't know how it could be a 2010 because it's not, but he says it is. Maybe he redid it. Jesse York with the reaction time advantage and the win light. How about an 8-pack for the York racing family? McGovern had no shot, 040, one above. All right, it's going to happen soon. The ATI converter is getting closer to going out the door. I can feel it. Spencer Massey and Jeremy McCormick. You were talking to Spencer yesterday in the staging lanes?
I was talking to him this morning in the staging lanes, and he has been to every single fling this year. Vegas, Galat, and now Columbus. Problems for McCormick getting off the starting line. Spencer Massey going to take the win, 15 on the tree, and coast to 481 on a 477.
So yeah, Spencer's actually talking about coming to Bristol, and he made a comment to you about trying to get in on the pre-entries. So for 2021, we've said it a couple of hundred times, but there's no pre-entries for our events in 2021.
Just pay at the gate.
Pay at the gate. Let's roll. Bristol coming up.
Is there a buy three and get one free?
In a couple of weeks. Nate wants to know if there's a buy three, get one. Where did that come from? A buy three, get one free. What, it's like McDonald's or something? I mean, Dan Sayers, John Biaggi. Not very often you see a 1 second handicap in 8th mile racing on the dragster side. 543 dial-in for Dan Sayers, 454 dial-in for John Biaggi.
Seven thou separate them. One of them is perfect. How about perfect dead 4 for John Biaggi? Dan Sayers, 007, goes 545 on the 543. John Biaggi moving on after being 4 total.
My favorite part about announcing with Marco or just listening to him announce is the passion he has in his sport. You could hear it in his voice.
Well, when both drivers are 00 and one of them is perfect, you know there might be a possibility of there being a perfect run. So the excitement is building up, but 4 total, that's still a lot of excitement.
And I want to tell you guys how good of a friend Marco is. Marco's arguably top 10 right now as a driver in the country. He parks his rides at the Flings to come help. That's saying a lot, buddy.
Well, I really enjoy being a part of the Fling staff. We got a good pair here, Vinny Domino and Christopher Schneider. Vinny Domino's 24 and goes dead on 0 for the win. Christopher Schneider was 19, take 22 to be 17 thou under, needed to take 5 or less. Vinny Domino moving on.
It's my buddy Big Vin. Final call, dragsters round 2. Door cars round 3, you're on standby. T-Dub, Troy Williams Jr. T-Dub lost in his first entry, I believe, and Rob Mosier. Racing with a chip on his shoulder, but Mosier is in control. Let's see what happens at the other end. Mosier shuts him out. T-Dub drops hard to go 5 above. Rob Mosier, 004. 2 above the dial. That's pretty high speed, 459 and 151 for the ET.
Absolutely. Keeping it tame on the bottom end, letting it charge hard at the top.
Sometimes you wonder if he was dialed for nitrous right there.
Meanwhile, speaking of hard charges at the top end, left side we got Chris Stein at a 423. Matt Cornell on the right at a 494. Motor Mania TV, watch the top end charge that Chris Stein has. Gonna do about 170-ish miles an hour to the 8th mile.
He's another one that keeps to himself, but he's a tough
out. Chris Stein is 17 and is down about 8 or 9 mile an hour, taking 27 at the stripe to break out by 1 thou. If he had taken about 2.5 inches or less margin down there, his win light would have been on. Meanwhile, Matt Cornell was 35 on the tree and dead on 8 for the win.
And Chris Stein was holding some numbers there. He went 417 in the run for the money, I believe, and had it dialed pretty high. Was going to drive the stripe. He did a pretty good job, but I think Matt Cornell dropped him a little bit down there, fed him a little bit extra.
Johnny Labuse and Chris Bear. Now Johnny Labuse dominated the early flings. He's got a Mopar in that thing.
In that dragster, and this is a MVP battle.
Both drivers are 006 win light. Chris Bear 006 dead on 1, 469 on a 469. Johnny Labuse 006 take 005 to be 4 thou under, needed to take 1 thou or less.
Labuse down some mile per hour, did everything he could, but Bear shuts him out. 006 dead one, 469, 148. Might have touched a nitrous button.
Possibly.
It's close. Typically that's about a 146, 470, about 146, right?
Yeah, well, Johnny Labuse at 133, he snugged that up to 5 thou stripe.
Did a great job, absolutely. Just didn't work out for him.
Allie Pettit and Carol McCarty. Allie, 494 on the left side. Carol, 486. 12 thou separate him. Win light to Carol McCarty. 007, take 004 to go 17 thou above. Allie Pettit was 19, dead on 9. Carol McCarty with the whole shot win.
We saw Bug win. We saw Carol win. I think we saw Caroline win the wagon, right?
I believe Caroline and Tripp won, and Bailey Ferraro. I want to say the McCarty family is 5 for 5. Don't quote me on that, but
this could be
I believe it.
A McCarty party tonight.
That's got a nice ring to it.
Yeah. Why not? Severin Johnson.
Up, JJ?
And Lindsey Butler. Got JJ listening in? JJ, just tell me the age that you can be a free agent. All right? Just put it up there right now. JJ, definitely up and coming announcer. Don't worry, Nate, you have job security. I promise.
Lindsey Butler, 6 thou red. Severin Johnson is 17 and dead on 7. 24 total for the win. Lindsey Butler, 006 red, dead on with the 2. Still 8 thou from perfect. Severin Johnson will move on.
Yeah, JJ, just like I told your father, the offer always stands. No matter what, if you guys ever want to come to a fling and call some shots up here, you are more than welcome. Next year is a free agent? All right, well, the bids are going to start coming in, JJ.
Johnny Ringo, left side, 502 dial. Right side, Todd Knight, 474. 11 thou separate him. Win light going to Todd Knight. 15 take 7 to be dead on 1. 16 total. Johnny Ringo was 26 and 3 thou under. Josh Gannett, 489 dial on the left side. Right side, Tim Kelly, 481. Tim Kelly was dead on 6, but behind at the start. 3 total for Josh Gannett. Moving on.
We're still at the crosswalk.
Tension in the pits. Door cars, round 3. We'll take it to the staging lanes now. Door cars for round number 3. Staging lanes 3 and 4 this time. As we start chopping the field in half. Tracy's son, Steve Schmidt. Schmidt, a local from Navarro, Ohio, 451. That's a quick dial-in at 4,000 feet of elevation. And Tracy's son's 483. Hendersonville, Tennessee.
Both drivers 00 on the tree. Tracy Sons 004, dead on 7, 11 total. Stephen Schmidt was 007, take 14 to be 10 thou under, needed to take 4 or less. Tracy Sons moving on.
Troy Williams Jr. and Bill Prest. Wow. Good matchup right here. I'm just saying. I mean, every matchup's a good matchup at this stage of the game, at this level of competition, but this one is especially good. T-Dub dials 472. Bill Prest dials 458.
And goes dead on 6, taking 7th out. Bill Press Jr., perfect, dead 6, 6 total for the win. T-Rock is 4, dead 9, to be 13 total. That was a great race. Wow.
You know, that's a tough round for T-Dub. In his first entry, he broke out by a foul. He was 00, took 00. That round, he's 004, drops hard to go dead 9. I mean, he's doing everything he can. It's just brutal out there.
While I catch my breath from that last pair, Chris Bashan and Cody Witt, 23 thou separate them. Win light, Cody Witt, 007, take 007 to be dead on 9, 16 total. Man, I'm not going to get an opportunity to catch my breath here. These guys are just nasty.
I gave him a pep talk at the beginning of the round, and I'm going to take credit.
It worked.
I'm just kidding, Marco. They are, I tell you, it's the heat of the day. These guys are bringing their A game. Tight numbers. Corey Galitti and Clayton Roberts. Clayton Roberts, he's right from Galat Motorsports Park area. And young gun Corey Galitti. Clayton Roberts. Corey Galitti, win light. Give it to Galitti. Roberts had the reaction time advantage, but Galitti stops. And he was dialed for it. 475 on a 475. For the win, Clayton Roberts had a 15th hour reaction time advantage, but took 35 down there and broke out by 14 thou.
Need to take 21 or less. Corey Galitti moving on.
You know, some people ask, why would you hold numbers if you can run a number flat out? Well, that's one of the reasons why. If you're behind on a tree, you can make it back up down there and make the right move and turn on the win light.
Jeff Serra and Heather Fetch. Jeff at a 465, Heather at a 488. Jeff Serra, I would say this week he's in the MVP conversation.
He certainly is. Race Tech Dragster winner on Tuesday. Been going a bunch of rounds. Heather Fetch, fun fact, U.S. Nationals winner in Super Comp in that car. I'm going to say 2018.
19th thou separate him, win light to Jeff Serra, 007 and 14th thou above. Heather was 26 and 3 above the 488 dial. Jeff Serra moving on, as Jeff Serra has got 2 entries rolling in to third round of ATI Performance Products Friday 100,000 to win. Michael Needham, 495 dial. Michael Shoup, 476 dial. Now, Mike Ames, if you're listening right now, prediction machine is open. Michael is going to win this pair. Michael Needham made it down to the semifinals on FST Carburetors 15,000 to win Wednesday. Separate him, win light, going to Michael Needham, 20 and 16 thou above the 495 dial. Michael Shoup was 30, take 9 thou at the stripe to be 3 thou under, need to take 6 thou or less. Will Holloman, 448 on the left side. Jonah Gerber, 486 on the right. Win light going to Will Allman. 11 dead on 7, 18 total. John Gerber was 23 on the tree, took a 6 thou stripe, but was locked out. Will Allman moving on. Kyle Coltrera and Jordan Parker. In this specific entry, Kyle Coltrera put down a perfect run last round. Kyle at a 459, Jordan at a 456. Just a 0.03 of a second head start going to Kyle Coltrera. Coltrera, 25, takes 6 thou at the stripe to be dead on 8. Jordan Parker was 26 and 13 thou above. Kyle Coltrera moving on. Gonna bring up Johnny Carter and Tristan Strauss. Johnny, 496 on the left side. Tristan, 522 on the right.
Jim Gleason, 273 entries today.
Carter is 3 thou red. Tristan Strauss is 13 and 11 thou under. Moving on. Final pair of Bondo, round number 2.
Good matchup too, Lester Atkins and Josh Baker. Baker, a very talented driver and also a very talented painter. 2020 American Dragster for Josh, 466 is his predicted ET. Lester Atkins, 467. Last pair, round 2. Door cars are at the ready line.
Josh Baker is 003 and 9 thou under, and is going to be the final dragster to move on out of Bondo round number 2. This is ATI Performance Products Friday, 100,000 to win at the inaugural Jag Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries. Still haven't given away that it's an ATI converter for being 005 or better and taking 3 thou or less stripe.
Well, now that the round is over, when Nate's going to take over, he's going to make up the rules for round 3.
The rules?
The rules.
For the ATI converter?
For the ATI converter. So that ends.
First one in line.
That makes it way too simple, right? Round 2 is over. Getting ready for Mickey Thompson, round 3. And a couple of quick announcements. The barbecue tonight, 6:30. We're going to have a great time. Again, we ordered 600 plates. It's going to be catered by a local company and local catering company. So if you have anybody, if you live in the area, come join us. Even if you're not racing, because I don't like food going to waste. And we have 600 plates and 273 racers and crew, so we're probably going to have about 400 or 500 people there, and I'd like to get some more. It's 100% free. You don't have to do anything special. You just show up. Secondly, our Bristol race is coming up. It is a gate entry event, the Fall Fling, September 28th to October 2nd. All are welcome. And I think that's all I got. I think we're going to hand it over to Nate, and these drivers it's all about the racing now. Turn on the wind lights and keep cutting the field in half, and at the end of the day, someone's going to walk away with 6 digits on a big check.
6 figures. Well, thank you, Peter. Nate Hirsch.
Well, racers and race fans, welcome once again to the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway as we get ready to go with the K&N Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. It is main event day. Thanks to the folks at Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC, we are out here one more time racing for a very large prize in drag racing.
Racers, from the bottom of my heart, on behalf of Kyle Seipel and myself and the entire Spring Fling and LVMS staff, I can't tell you how much I appreciate you guys and gals. You guys were tired. You traveled 2,000 miles, some of you, and spend your hard-earned money and spare time to be here with us, and we couldn't be happier. We could not do this without you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Big money is on the line, and we are going to go racing right here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Let's fire them cars up and find out who's going home with the big cash. Somebody is going to add their name to the list of the immortals that have won the Spring Fling Million. As we're in set, tree drops, we stay green. Butner grabs the advantage on the starting line, and with a 13 thou reaction time, he goes dead on 3:16 total. Your champion of the Spring Fling Million Day, Bo Butner.
Again, we are in an ATI Performance Products $100,000 to win Friday. The main event is underway. We've been through round number 1, been through the buyback round, been through round number 2, and of course we've handed out our Stainless Works headers for round number 1 best losing package. We are going back and figuring things out for our best losing package on the Bondo round number 2 for that elite outlaw shifter. And we are getting a number. We'll talk about that here in just a minute. Garrett Griffith and Trip McCarty. How about starting things off in a big way? Trip McCarty over the left side got that S10 pickup truck out of Hazelhurst, Georgia, and Garrett Griffith, who has been one of the hot shoes on the tour recently. Garrett and Trip McCarty separated by 1,000th of a second. Win light's going to belong to Garrett Griffith on a double breakout. Garrett was 13 on the tree. Trip was 14 on the tree. Trip taking 2 10,000ths if you can even call it that. It was a 2 10,000ths difference at the stripe, and Garrett Griffith goes 627.8 on the 628. He's under 2 thou. She's under 3 thou. Kurt Harrington in the Chevette, Matt Dattis in the Grand Am on the right side. Mike Johnson, if you're an hour and a half away, the barbecue's at like 6:30. You got time to get here, enjoy the barbecue, and that still gets you home in time to go to bed for work in the morning. Right, Lou Greco, music. There we go. Barry Anderson, why, what's up? Winner's going to be Kurt Harrington, 007 on the tree, 618 on a 618. He is 15 total, getting there first 44,000ths of a second. Matt Dattis, something had to go wrong with the car. He was 12 at this end of the racetrack and then 4 above the dial. That is unlike Dattis in any way whatsoever. There's now Donnie Smith and Bob Russello. Russello over to the right side, 568 the dial in the 69 Camaro. Donnie Smith in the S10 pickup truck. This time it's a difference of 6 thou in reaction time. Russello goes 569 on a 568. After an 014 reaction time. Donnie Smith in that pickup truck was better at this end of the racetrack with the 008 reaction time, but he ends up 4 above the dial. 638 on a 634. Donnie Smith bows out as we bring out David Davis and Pete Diagnolo. Pete, who has already made a visit to the winner's circle here this morning as we finished up last night's $25,000 to win American Race Cars event from Thursday. Diagnolo was the man standing, holding the check, and enjoying a little birthday here, trying to make it out of round number 3. Again, this is the money round. You get a win light on your side of the racetrack here, and it's a nice little cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. Pete Diagnolo is making the most of his birthday. I'm just going to say, grabbed himself 16 thousandths of a second advantage on the starting line, ends up 16 total, or excuse me, 4 total, had a 16 thou advantage in reaction time. He was 001 at this end of the racetrack, goes 580 down the racetrack as Carolyn McCarty and Chad 6 coming up next. Wow. Chad 6, 580. Now again, we went from the winner of the American Race Cars $25,000 main event to the winner of yesterday's impromptu $10,000 shootout. Chad 6 here on the right side, going up against Miss Carolyn McCarty. Carolyn, who is the MVP up there in Galat. And that wheel stand and wagon is moving on. Chad 6, red by 6 thousandths of a second. Oops. And then goes 580 on a 580. Caroline McCarty, 13 green, and runs 612 on a 614. Picking up the win light to advance. And while we bring out our next 2, We need to find out. Did anybody find the hat on the treasure hunt?
Yeah.
They found it?
I don't know.
Oh, you said, yeah, we need to find out. Okay, got it. He's like, yeah. I'm like, does that mean they found it? Did we get it? Ron Foss and Ricky Shipp. Shipp's got the 590 dial on the left side. Foss is down 629 on the right side. Winner is going to be Ricky. He was 12 on the tree. Better than Ron Foss's 028 reaction time, and he's 14 thou above. So ends up 26 total, taking a 3 thou stripe. As Ron Foss was 28 on the tree and dead on 1 to be 29 total. So Ricky Shipp gets to hear the nice little sound of the cha-ching. Again, as we do get into round number 3, the reason we call it the cha-ching round, that's where we start out the payouts here on an ATI Performance Products Friday. If you turn on your win light in this go-around, you are going to be making a trip to the pay window. The question is, how much will be on the check? Could it, maybe possibly be 100 grand? Well, Austin Cardulis just took one step closer to that. He ends up 20 total, 004, and then 16 thou off his dial to get the win light, getting there second. Preston Mitchell was 17 on the tree, takes an 11 thou stripe, and needed it to take 3 thou or less as he breaks it out 8 thousandths of a second. So again, we'll find out. Did somebody find the hat yet or not? We'll find that out. Also, as Kevin Brannon and Justin Logan starts lining up the cars, we have had a lot of questions about single-day entries for tomorrow. A lot of local racers are like, hey, can I come out and race? We got another 25 grander that's on tap. Yes, you can. $290 is the entry fee for tomorrow on the single day. So yeah, you can get out here and run. Kevin Brannon, 001 dead 3. 562 on the 562. Kevin Brannon is 4 total. Justin Logan was 026 on the tree. And then goes 637 on a 637. And yes, the answer on the perfect runs, we have had 2 of them here today. The first one was done by Shane Weaver during that run for the money. The second one was Kyle Cotrera about a round ago, as he put up that perfect lap. And it was pretty good. I mean, it was really good. Jeremy Cooper over on the left side, Nick Dishon on the right. The Kokomo, Indiana-based 69-bodied Camaro dialed in at 537. Dishon is in control of this one, and he will lock it down. 543 on a 537. Still gets there first by 0.04 of a second, as Jeremy Cooper had given up about 0.04 of a second advantage in reaction time. Cooper runs 645 on a 638. That car was just going away on him. And Nick Dishon will pick up the win light and will return at John Talmadge and Brian Folk. Now, Talmadge, you could hear them talking about the challenges that he has had just getting here. When he got here, the car broke on him, had to switch a transmission during the time run or the run for the money this morning, pulled it off to the side, had to try and fix it there. It's just been one thing after another for Talmadge. He's got Brian Folk on the left side. Talmadge's car starts to smoke a little bit, but he picks up another win light. 11 on the tree and dead on 6 for John Talmadge. He's 17 total, taking a 17 thou stripe. Brian Folk was 15 green. Had a couple of thou to work with and goes 539 on a 538. Wow. Here now is Marco Abruzzi and Ricky Atkins, and his Marco Abruzzi and Ricky Atkins lineup. Dragsters, both colors. Yellow and black. We'll take you to the staging lanes, please. Dragsters for round number 3. Again, we are in the Mickey Thompson round, best losing package. We'll get a set of those sticky Mickeys to go on the back of your race car. Ricky down 548, Marco Abruzzi dialed in at 615, and here we go. Abruzzi's got the advantage in 006, 616 on a 615. Will work for Marco Abruzzi. He ends up 23 total as Ricky Atkins was 33 on the tree, taking a 16 thou stripe and goes 545 on a 548. Chuck Sanders and Sean Carpenter. Sean Carpenter on the right side, Chuck Sanders on the left side. Sanders down 625, Carpenter down 605. The pickup truck versus the Camaro. Win light's going to go to Carpenter. 19 green, and 605 on a 605 for Carpenter. So I think Chuck Sanders was 21 on the tree and 625 on a 625. I think Marco and Pete were kind of talking about this, that as we get to this point of the day, you do start to see maybe the reaction times falling off a little bit. It's time to get a little advantageous in that, get a little aggressive, see what you can do there. And we are seeing, I mean, like 19s to 21s, this to that, blah, 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 blah. But what we aren't seeing is people missing the dial. They've got it pretty well figured out. Everybody's been like pretty much dead on. I mean, Carpenter, dead 3. Chuck Sanders, dead 3. Difference of a couple of thou in reaction time, and that was the difference at the stripe. Still looking for that 005 or better on the reaction time. Taking 3 thou or less to see if you can get that ATI converter. James Crouch Jr. goes red. Left early, got a little too aggressive there and runs 672 on a 675. Sean Pitts was 18 green and then runs 674 or 671 on the 674. Once again, dragsters, round number 3 will take you to the staging lanes. And the Bondo, round number 2, best losing package for that Elite Outlaw shifter is going to go to Troy Williams Jr. Troy Williams Jr. with a 13 pack there in round number 2 gets that Bondo Elite Outlaw shifter. So Troy coming up here to the Diva desk, and that is going to bring up Jed Coughlin Jr. and Rocky Van Note. And now I can say in my lifetime, I have seen Jeggy stage up a lot of different cars. I've seen him stage up the wagon. I've seen him stage up pro stock cars. I've seen him stage up dragsters. I've seen him stage up a lot, including a Saturn. And I've actually seen him take it down the racetrack. It was rather impressive, actually. Rocky Van Note, 589 in the Vega over on the left side. Jed Coughlin Jr. is going to get the win light as Van Note fouls it away by 21 thousandths of a second. Jed Coughlin, 612.9 on a 613 dial after his 10 on the tree. Rocky Van Note, after the 021 reaction time, ends up with a 590. Uh-oh. Fair enough, Miss M. We'll get that corrected. So Van Note fouls away his chance at the next round as Wes May and Kenny Underwood. This should be a great matchup. May in that Buick on the left side, dialed 675. Kenny Underwood lining up on the right side with that 615. As the pre-stage, now stage bulbs are lit on Kenny's side of the racetrack. Here we go. 2 thousandths of a second, the difference between the two in reaction time. Wes May is going to get the win light, 009, and goes just 2 thou off of the dial to be 11 thou total. Kenny Underwood had an 11 thou reaction time, takes 5 thou at the stripe to break it out 5 thou. Wes May moving on to round number 4. And Jeremy Mitchell called that one. That's now Vinny Domino and Wayne DeSantis. DeSantis in the little Daytona out of Massachusetts. I've seen that guy hanging out with us a ton. Wow. Vinny Domino with a big air on the starting line. He was 15 green and goes 578 on a 576. That car has been pulling wheelies all day. That was pretty impressive. 578 on a 576. Domino for the win. Wayne DeSantis was 036 on the tree. Takes 13 thou at the stripe and breaks it out 7 thousandths of a second. Domino on to round number 4. Adding a little ching in the pocket before the night is over. So Noah Carpenter, Tracy Fields. That's one of those matchups you do not see very often. How many times do you see the Roadster going up against the 55 Bel Air? I mean, you're used to seeing Novas and Camaros and Dragsters and Firebirds and all that. You just don't get to see the 57, or the 55, excuse me, and the Roadster doing battle very much. Noah Carpenter, 009 on the tree, 589. On the 586 for Noah. That is going to be good for the win. Was holding 31 thousandths of a second advantage over Tracy Fields, who ended up with a 40 reaction time and goes 596 on the 594 on the loss. I know that Derek's up here just trying to cool off a little bit. You were down there flipping the switch for a while, or helping out at least. Helping out. I saw that. Teamwork. Yeah? See? He gets it done. You're wrong. I did it at the first fling I was at in Bristol. Yeah! Yeah, they never let me go back down there. Art Siafi, 593 the dial on the right side. Mark Nettensheim, 627 the dial over on the left side. As Nettensheim was 33 on the tree, Siafi with the better bulb had a 12 thou reaction time and goes 594 on the 593. Mark Nettensheim, 627 on a 627, but Siafi by 13 thousandths of a second. Lights up the scoreboard is now Donovan Williams and Dave Gotts. Williams coming out of Bradenton, Florida. That's a long drive. Dave Gotts coming out of Corona, California. That's a longer drive. No ATI converter yet. Not yet. So again, we'll give the door cars a shot at it, and then if we get back around to the dragsters, we'll change it up a bit and see who we can get it to. As Gotts dialed in at 634, Donovan dialed in at 644. Inset. 1 thou separate them. Neither one of them really spectacular, but it's just a thou. And a Donovan Williams win light on a double breakout. Williams, 40 on the tree, gets there second by 4 10,000ths of a second. Goes 643 on a 644. He's under 1,000th of a second. Dave Gotts is under 2,000ths of a second. And by that one lousy thousandths, Dave Gotts will come up with the short end of the deal. Donovan Williams will come up with the ticket for round number 4. And he will move on as now Blaine Parrish and Chris Bear. Talking about a couple of really talented drivers behind the wheel. Chris Bear, 592 the dial on the pickup truck on the S10, and Blaine Parrish lining up on the left side in the Camaro. The North Carolina-based car dialed 561. Chris Bear in the pickup truck dialed 592. And identical reaction times for Chris Bear and Blaine Parrish. Both of them were 12 on the tree. Bear, 3 thou under the dial. Blaine Parrish, 4 thou under the dial. Both were 12 at this end of the racetrack. Neither one of them wanting to give up an inch. Bear, 591.7 on a 592. Blaine Parrish, 560 with a 6 on a 561. And again, 1,000th of a second decides the double breakout. Winner's going to be Chris Bear moving on as Roman Cosner and Anthony Fetch are up next. Fetch, 628 is the dial. Roman Cosner, 559 is the dial. We are in and set. 004 the reaction time for Roman Cosner, ends up 1 above the dial and is 14 thou total. Anthony Fetch was 21 in the reaction clocks and goes 627 on the 628. Taking the stripe by a thou and had nowhere to go with it is Roman. Locks it down with a 14 pack is Taylor Cook and Mike Bloomfield Jr. Mike in a pickup truck, 631 is the dial. Taylor Cook in the wagon. I love seeing the wagons go rounds. The big old long roof machine, 689 the dial for Taylor Cook. Over on the left side. 14 thousandths of a second, the difference between the two in reaction time, and Mike Bloomfield, 007, dead on 2, is 9 total to get the win light. Taylor Cook was 21 on the tree, dead on 5. And the 021 reaction time gets locked out. See, it's just putting a little bit more oomph behind what Marco and Peter were talking about. Get a little bit aggressive out here in this go-round, as you're going to be running into a couple of slower reaction times. Bug McCarty got a little too aggressive. 008 on the red side to David Davis's 023 reaction time, and Bug, after being 008 red, was 642 on a 642 and no good. Dave Davis, 23 green and 658 on the 660. We'll get him into round number 4. Hey racers, while we are after it here, Matt Daddis and Lou Greco. Greco on the left side. Now the question is, we're going to have the barbecue at like 6:30. We're going to have the racer appreciation party at 6:30. I'm sure we'll be happy to wait for the live entertainment should Lou Greco continue to be racing. Because I'm sure he'll, Well, Marco's going to take over? Well, I got somebody that wants to be in his band. Just saying. Matt Daddis here on the right side, 626 in the Starfire. We got ourselves a little bit of a staging duel. Okay, not much. I thought it was going to get exciting. Matt Daddis with a 626, Lou Greco with a 572. One-foul separation between them in reaction time. 627 on a 626. Matt Daddis gets another win light. He's 005 on the tree. Lou Greco was 006. Takes a 16 thou stripe and needed to take 12 thou or less, as he ends up running 571 on a 572. So Matt Daddis moving on, freeing up Lou to get ready for his live entertainment night here at the Racer Appreciation Party is Travis Colangelo and Garrett Griffith. Griffith trying to keep things rolling. He's got that 616 dial over on the left side. Colangelo's got the 560, and again separated by 1,000th of a second. Both drivers are 00 at this end of the racetrack, and the win light will belong to Garrett. 008, dead on 1, 9 total for Griffith in the truck. Travis Colangelo was 007 and dead on 4 to be 2 thou behind at the stripe. So for Colangelo's ride, the chase comes to a close. For Garrett Griffith's red pickup truck, it continues, and we make the swap from the door cars to the dragsters. And as we do make the swap from the door cars to the dragsters, David Scherbandi and Gary Minter are going to be our first two. Scherbandi misses the tree by 10,000ths of a second. Gary Minter takes a 008 reaction time, parlays it into a 493 on a 494 dial, and moves into round number 4. David Scherbandi runs 509 on the 508 after he was 10 thou on the red side. But Gary Minter moves on, as now James Glenn and Bailey Ferraro will be next. So let's see, like round number 3 hasn't been quite as nice to the McCarty crew as round number 2 was. We saw Bug kind of drop out. I think we saw Carolyn drop out. Now Bailey Ferraro trying to keep it going here as he's dialed in at 453. James Glenn dialed in at 470. So Bailey lights that third bulb on the Christmas tree. James Glenn blinked it about 4 times before he finally locks it in, and here we go. 12 thousandths of a second, the difference between the two in reaction time, and 4700 on a 470 dial for James Glenn after a 004 reaction time. I think that's about the third 4-pack that we've seen go up in this round. Bailey Ferraro was 16 green, dead on 6. He ends up 22 total, and it is not going to work out this time. So James Glenn, racing out of Ridgefield, Washington, rolls up there, and Mike Coughlin now rolling up on the right side. I heard Pete say what they call Jack Ostrowski, and I just don't feel right calling somebody that. They said they call him Jack the Quack. I'm like, does the dude like ducks?
Well, Jack was on,
or is he like slightly askew? Okay. Fair enough. I'm going to leave that one alone too. 5 thou separated him in reaction time. Jack Ostrowski was 0.25 in reaction time. Gets down there and wins it on a double breakout. 444 and a 445. He's under 4 thou. Mike Coughlin 476 on the 478. He ends up under 13 thou, and the win light will go to Jack Ostrowski as Jeremy York and Cody Witt. We'll go head-to-head here. Cody dialed in at 490, Jeremy dialed in at 447, and as we get those two cars staged up. Think about this for a moment. Cody Witt, Jeremy York separated by a thou. And with a quick whomp of the throttle, 447 on a 447. Jeremy York is 10 total. 005, dead on 5. Cody Witt was 004, taking an 18 thou stripe to break out 12 thousandths of a second. Needed to take 6 thou or less, but Jeremy York lights up the board, moves to round number 4 as Ty Davis and Jacob Meinert roll out of the water box. Hey kids, and I seriously mean like, hey kids, tonight, just before the barbecue, just before the Racer Appreciation Party, we are going to have a kids treasure hunt back there at the Fling Fun Zone. I mean, this is like big time stuff. We're going to have remote control cars, razor scooters, basketballs, footballs, eggs with cash in them. That's open to kids ages 1 to 12. So if you've got a kid here that is 12 years old or younger, at 6 o'clock, make sure you're over at the Fun Zone. Jacob Meinert and Ty Davis. Davis had dialed in at 486. Meinert had dialed in at 469. Meinert was 11 on the tree and runs 469 to be 18 thou total. Excuse me, yeah, 18 thou total, gets the win light. Ty Davis was 29 on the tree, goes 486 with a 1 on the 486. But the nod going to go to Meinert as he will advance. Todd Knight and Bob Payton. Again, kids treasure hunt, 6 o'clock, just before the party. Remote control cars, razor scooters, basketballs, eggs with cash, just all kinds of great stuff for the kids to find and win and take home with you. So parents, just remember that at 6 o'clock you're going to want to be over at the Fling Fun Zone to make sure they get a chance at some of that stuff. Bob Payton dialed in at 481, Todd Knight dialed in at 473, and Bob Payton goes red by 5 thousandths of a second. And then goes 482 on the 481. Todd Knight, 12 green, 472 on the 473. Has him moving on to the next round as Jeff Serra and Spencer Massey. This one should be fun. Spencer, who as Derek had pointed out a little bit earlier, on the big day ended up having to visit the buyback booth a couple of times, once after the door cars and once after the dragster. Now is trying to turn around and make it pay off, but lined up in the staging lanes against Jeff Serra, and that may not bode well. Serra dialed in at 464. Spencer dialed in at 477. Advantage on the tree by 19 thousandths of a second to Jeff Serra, and he will win it. 004 and 467. Looks like he may cut Spencer loose down there at the finish line. Spencer stayed in it, goes 476.5 on the 477. Gets to the stripe first by 20 thousandths of a second, breaks it out by 5 thousandths of a second, and Jeff Serra advances. So the RFC hat has been claimed, so apparently they figured it out on the first clue. Figured it out where it was. That's good. That's good. I wonder how long it took. But that's good. I'm glad somebody got that. Bill Press Jr. and Josh Lutke. Lutke over to the left side, 465 is the dial. And for Bill Press, 458. We're really going to get into the catch-up discussion again? 12 thousandths of a second. The difference between the two is Bill Press, 004 dead on 2 is 6 thou total. Josh Lutke was 16 on the tree, runs 463 on a 465. But it was Bill Prest, who was 004 dead on 2 and with a six-pack, which I haven't seen a six-pack in 23 years. He says as he squeezes his belly. That's been like high school. And since I haven't had anything that resembled a six-pack. Okay, maybe not. Corey Galletti and Curtis Allen. Allen on the right side, dialed 484. Corey Galletti dialed a tenth of a second quicker than that with a 474. Exactly stellar in the reaction time column, but Corey Galletti, the better of the two. Corey Galletti gets the win light. 474 was the dial, and 474 was the final number. All right, we got to come up with something better for an ATI deal because nobody's really getting this right now. So for an ATI converter, we've tried the 005, taking 3 thou or less. I don't know whether we really gotten there. Trying to think my way through this thing. Let it make them work? Okay. That's true. We do have the rest of the day. We'll get there. We'll get there. Because I'm with you. I mean, we see it kind of, the reaction times and stuff fade out third and fourth round, and then they start to come back. Severn Johnson dialed in at 475 and drops it red by 1,000th of a second to bow out to Josh Gannett. Gannett, 488 is the dial, 485 is the run, and he goes 006 on the tree. So we got Chris Reynolds, we got Mike Matty Jr. Matty dialed in at 498 on the right side. Chris Reynolds dialed in at 455 on the left side. And it sounds like we are getting down near the end, or at least nearer to the end, of our Mickey Thompson round number 3. Again, as we do go through this and start cutting the fields in half, things get quicker as far as the rotations are concerned, the rounds, turning them around quicker. This Mike Matty with a 498 dial, Chris Reynolds with the 455 dial, and a 4980 on a 498. Mike Matty was 12 on the tree and dead on 0 as Chris Reynolds had an 034 reaction time and runs 454 on a 455. So it's Madison McCormick and Steve Law Bring them out of the water box to stage them up. Just a reminder, 6 o'clock is when that kids treasure hunt is going to start. Back there at the Fling Fun Zone. Remember, kids ages 1 to 12 are eligible to be over there. We want to make sure that they get all the nice prizes and the good stuff that's been brought out. Just like the racers are getting the fun prizes. We've got plenty for the kids. Emily always makes sure to take care of the kids, which is really cool. Madison McCormick dialed at 491 on the right side. Steve Law dialed at 475 on the left side. 23 thousandths of a second separate the two in reaction time, and Steve Law with a 002 reaction time is moving into round number 4 as he goes 478 on a 475. Madison was 25 on the tree, gets to the stripe first by 16 thousandths of a second to break out 7 thousandths of a second. So Steve getting down there and got to lose just a little bit. Holds on for the win is Chris Beauchamp and Jesse York. It will be our next two. Was the difference in the dial, 12 thousandths was the difference in the reaction time, and 11 thousandths was the difference at the finish line. Chris Beauchamp, 10 on the tree, 473 on a 473. He has 15 total, picking up the ticket and moving around number 4 is Jesse York. Had the 022 reaction time, runs 476 on a 476, but at 26 total for Jesse York here in round number 3. Not going to cut it on an ATI Performance Products Friday for $100,000. As Joe Barish and McKenna Brown. Miss McKenna, the Jegs ride on the left side. 463 is the number she's working with. Joe Barish with a 485. Trying to play along. Oh, not good. 38 thousandths of a second advantage goes to Joe Barish. He was 005 and dead on A, taking a 35 thou stripe. McKenna Brown goes 463 on a 463. Unfortunately, was a little bit behind with an 043 reaction time. And Joe Barish continues to charge through the rounds. He was around late into the rounds last night. Of course, made an appearance as one of our semifinalists here this morning in the main event is now Tristan Strauss and Will Holloman. Holloman, right or left side, Tomball, Texas home base for the 4.47 dialed in dragster, and Tristan Strauss with a 520 number showing up on that right lane scoreboard. 7 thousandths of a second, the difference between the two, and Tristan Strauss, wow. 5200 on a 520. Was 20 thousandths of a second behind the green light. So a 20 light for Tristan, dead on 0. Will Holloman was 13 green and dead on 7. Both of them with 20 packs. It came down to 5 thousandths of a second. That was almost, I mean, at least it had the margin down there. Had the margin down there. Now we just need to get the reaction times in there. Michael Needham and Justin Mosier. Mosier with a 468 dial on the right, Needham with a 496 dial on the left. Still got to give away that ATI converter. And I think we are getting down towards the end of the round. So if the dragsters don't do it, I'm going to say, come on, door cars. Which, by the way, door cars, I think we're going to be ready for you here in just a little while. Mosier blinks on the final bulb on the top of the Christmas tree. And Mosier is in deep trouble. Michael Needham, 007 on the tree, and a double breakout ensues at the finish line. 495 on a 496. Mosier is under 4 thousandths of a second. Or excuse me, Needham is under 4 thousandths of a second. Mosier is under 19 thousandths of a second. Trying to play catch up there. Mosier had an 032 reaction time to Needham's 007 and run a 19th thou under at the stripe. Mosier checks out as Brian Folk and Matt Cornell check in on the starting line. Matt Cornell with a 494 dial, Brian Folk with a 462 dial. As we are in our Mickey Thompson round number 3. Oh, Brian, I'm so sorry. Brian Folk 046 on the tree to Matt Cornell's 004. Folk trying to make up for it by running too quick at the finish line. Goes 461 on a 462. Cornell beats him there by 13 thousandths of a second, and after the 004, Matt Cornell will advance over Brian Folk as Wes May and Eric Bowman make their way out of the water box. Bowman dialed in at 473. Wes May dialed in at 495. And we'll take door cars to the staging lanes for round number 4. Both colors, yellow and black. Door cars come on back to the lanes for round number 4. Eric Bowman doesn't like the color of the light at all. Red is a nasty, horrible, awful color, and he turned it on that way by 4 thousandths of a second. So Eric Bowman exits here in round number 3. Wes May will continue the charge. 14 on the tree and dead on 0 for Wes as Jeg Coughlin Jr. has made it back around. Jeg picked up the win in the wagon. Now looking to try and pick up the win in the dragster against Denny Napier Jr. Napier dialed in at 470, Jeg Coughlin dialed in at 457, and I've said the name so many times that I've confused myself, but I think it's Pataskala. It's Pataskala. How far is that from here? 10 minutes away? Is that where the guys you chased try to run to? they all run straight to Pataskala. Like, I'm out. I've heard Pataskala is a safe haven. 470 is the down for Denny, 457 is the down for Jeggy, and they're separated by 1,000th of a second. Jeg Coughlin, 14 green, dead 1, 15 total to Denny Napier's 15 light. Napier, 468 on a 470, gets to the stripe first by 18 thou, breaks it out by 18 thou, and Jeggy staying in a couple of entries as Tracy Sons and Rob Mosier. Sons out of Tennessee, 482 is the dial on the left side of the racetrack. And we have called our door cars back into the staging lanes for round number 4, please. Bring them up. Mosier with that 457 gets the pre-stage bulb lit on his side of the racetrack. And now we're both in. 22 thousandths of a second. Advantage in reaction time belongs to Rob Mosier. He is 003 dead on 7, puts up a 10-pack here in round number 3 to advance. Still didn't quite have that margin we were looking for. He had the 005 or better light, but didn't quite have the margin of victory we needed. Tracy Sons, 25 thou on the tree, 482 on a 482. Here's Josh Baker and Vinny Domino. Baker with a 466 anticipated ET. Vinny Domino with a 461 expected ET. Vinny Domino going to be the first one to step it up into the stage position. I'm with you. I'm with you. thousandths of a second. The difference is they're both 00 at this end of the racetrack. 462 on a 461. Vinny Domino will move on. Josh Baker was 005 in reaction time and goes 465 on the 466. Taking a 25 thou stripe, breaks out 7 thou. Vinny Domino gets the win as Kyle Cotrera and Caroline McCarty. And I'm going to go with this. I mean, we're getting ready to have a killer party here. Well, actually, it might be Bug. I'm not sure who's in the car today. I forgot to really take a close look there under the visor, because I think Caroline was standing out there. I'm looking. I got to take a closer look. So McCarty on the right side, Coltrera on the left side, 458 to a 487. An advantage at this end of the racetrack to McCarty by 13 thousandths of a second with a 006 light, 489 on a 487, and by a thou, McCarty gets the win light. Kyle Cotrera, 19 green and 458 on a 458, but the McCarty machine is moving on by a margin of 16 at 10 thousandths of a second. Chris Baird and Mike Bloomfield Jr. Bloomfield dialed 449, Chris Baird dialed 469. So we're waiting just an extra little moment here before we get them staged up and set. Down to our final couple of cars in round number 3. Win light belongs to Chris Baer on a double breakout. Bloomfield was 11 on the tree. Chris Baer was 002. Baer gets there first by 8 thousandths of a second to break out 8 thousandths of a second. Bloomfield gets there second, breaking out 9 thousandths of a second. And it's going to be Baer. Down to the final 2. Jeff Serra and John Biaggi. Biaggi out of Illinois. Jeff Serra out of Pennsylvania. 466 to down for Jeff. And a 453 down for John. Lights are on. Tree drops. 10 thousandths of a second, the difference between the two in reaction time, and the win light belongs to Jeff Serra. Both drivers run dead on the dial. John Biaggi was 23 on the tree, dead on 6. Jeff Serra was 13 green and dead on 3. Jeff Serra by 13 thousandths of a second, making his way out of round number 3, headed into round number 4. And with that, we've got a little bit of track prep. Door cars, you have been called in.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
With performance this raw, you need air that's pure. We started with a firm belief that innovation could improve performance. With the success of 50 years and millions of filters behind us, we continue to look ahead. Guaranteed to protect against dirt and proven to provide up to 50% more airflow. This is filtration for the future.
How would you like to have champion racers you know and trust to handpick the best products in the industry for you and your vehicle? With 25 years in the business and 8 NHRA World Championships, Sal and Peter Bondo of Bondo Racing Products will get you the right parts at the best prices, along with unmatched racer-friendly advice. From safety equipment to electronics and everything in between, call the racers at Bondo or visit BondoRacing.com.
From Luke Bogacki, and this is BracketRacing.com, comes a can't-miss event. Weather 101. Learn how to make sense of the wind, when you need and don't need a weather station, and how to predict ET without complicated software. Plus, gain access to Luke's personal weather ratios. Learn from the best with Weather 101, and this is BracketRacing.com.
Queen Jaylene doing all of the paperwork to make sure that it's out there. Peter Bondo was even up at the top end of the racetrack, I think, through the entire round number 1. Handing out prizes from the treasure chest up there as well. I mean, we had $50,000 worth of product prizes, giveaways that we rolled in here with, and I think we've given away maybe $35,000 of it. Maybe we're pushing $40,000, but there's still plenty to go, and we're going to make sure that all of that gets out the door to the racers. So if you did catch one of those text messages, or if you were one of the racers that did win one of those prizes, please make sure that you get up here to the Diva Desk to collect it so that it goes home with you. We would much rather it go home with you than stay in the trailer here because, well, that's what the prizes are for. They're for you. So again, racers, thank you for the great turnout here at the inaugural Jegs Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries. Round number 4 is about to get underway. And as round number 4 is about to get underway, we've got some of the baddest door cars in the country lining up right here under the tower. And I am going to slide out of the way, and I'm going to let Derek Beach take over for a little while as he'll take you through round number 4.
So we are just chopping away and getting closer to that $100,000 payday here at the Jegs Summer Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. In ATI Performance Products Friday, National Trail Raceway. We're going to kick things off with a guy that's already parked it in the winner's circle this week. Over here on the right side, that's Garrett Griffith. The pickup truck out of Kentucky dials here at 627. Kurt Harrington, 618. Guy that's no stranger to a winner's circle big money bracket races. Over there on the left-hand side as well. Dragsters, round 4 to the lanes, please. Attention to the pits. Dragsters, we need you. Hoosier Racing Tire, round number 4. We're going to make the call for Dragsters for Hoosier, round number 4. So here we go. Garrett Griffith, Kurt Harrington. 1 foul red for Garrett Griffith. Kurt was 008 and 616. Garrett coast on through at 666 off that 627, but by 1 stinking thousand. Garrett Griffith is out of here. Next up, two heavy hitters again. Marco and Matt. Matt Dattis, Vermilion, Ohio. He's got the Starfire. That's another race car that's been in the winner's circle numerous times. 626 the dial in. Marco has the truck over there on the left side and at 612 for Abruzzi transmission and converters. Summit Racing. So we'll see who's going to prevail out of these two. They both come out of the northern Ohio area. Pre-stage bulbs are lit for both. Matt bumps in, he's set. The tree fires, they're out and away, and it is a red light start for Marco by 4th out. 4th out too soon for Marco Abruzzi. Matt Dattis was 21 up front, runs down to a 6:24 elapsed time. And moving on to the next round goes Dattis. Austin Cardulis and Bob Russello now. Russello the right side. He's got the Camaro out of Michigan, dialed at 569. Cardulis, the Pontiac. Firebird at 682. Yeah, we're starting out round number 4, presented by Hoosier Racing Tire. It's brutal. Oh boy. Cardullo starting to look over his right shoulder. Here comes the Camaro. Finish line stripe. It's going to be Bob Russello. Cardullo takes 24th thou to be under by 2 thou. He had the advantage of the starting line by 14 thou. Russello is the round winner. 569.8 on the 569. Sean Carpenter and Roman Cosner. Final call, door cars, and we have made the call for dragsters. Round number 4, dragsters, the lanes, please. All right, Sean Carpenter and Roman Cosner, as we just talked about. You've got that 70 model Chevrolet bow tie at 560. That first gen 68 model on at 604 out of North Carolina. Let's see if the local runner, Cosner, can stay alive, or is it going to be Sean Carpenter prevailing here? It's going to be Carpenter by 12 thou. Sean Carpenter is 6 total there. Over there on the right-hand side, Rowan Cosner was 001, but 17 thou above. 18 total, and it cost him. Pete Diagnolo and David Davis. Here we go. Pete Diagnolo. He's already found a final round with that Malibu out of New York. Put her in the winner's circle. It's his birthday. Well, how cool would that be on your birthday to win $100,000? 583. David Davis going to try to put a stop to him. The Fleet Doctor. C28 Camaro, 659, right-hand side. Oh, boy. 002, right side, 002, left side. 9 thou, margin of victory, Pete Diagnolo. 13 total there to go into the next round. David Davis with 661 on the 659. Nick Deshon and Sean Pitts. How cool is this? Just seeing a very, very tough round here in door cars. Nick Deshon, right side. He's down here at 537. Sean Pitts throws a 672 number on his Camaro. $1,500 strong in the live feed right now on Motor Mania TV, presented by Strange Engineering this weekend. Nick Deshon giving chase. He is holding 16 thou. 002 right side in the win light by 16 thou. Nick Deshon. He's going to be 7 total. Sean Pitts was dead 5 and no good. 23 total there for Sean Pitts, and it's not going to be a win light. John Talmadge and Ricky Shipp. Vega John on the right side. God, never gives up. Dialed in at 601, 591 for Ricky Ship. Battle between the Novas. Is it going to be the green one or is it going to be the red one? Home. Somebody is perfect here and holding 9 thou, and that is going to be John Talmadge. How about that? 601, there's another perfect package for John Talmadge. 6010 and perfect, going by the tree. Ricky Ship was 009, one above, and in the way. Get down. Art Siafian, Caroline McCarty. Caroline, left side, 613 for the wagon, 594 there for Art. Guarantee you the live feed's going to blow up there, seeing John go. Perfect package. That last pair. Let's see what McCarty can do. 3 thou red for Caroline. Art was 28 up front. And the red Pontiac, 591. Oh. 636 for McCarty off the gas there at 88 miles an hour. Noah Carpenter and Donovan Williams. So Noah Carpenter out of Mississippi with that Roadster 585. Going to be leaving second. Donovan Williams gets the tree first there on the left side. $25 thou red for Noah Carpenter. Donovan's going to be 10 at the let go, and 641 out the back door at 105 miles an hour to be your round winner. Next up, Mikey Bloomfield, junior on the right side. He's wheeling the S10 in at 630. Wes May, he's got the Buick. Rigo in at 675. This will be another good matchup here in door cars. Once again, dragsters, we have made the call here in Hoosier Racing Tire, round number 4. Dragsters, this is your call. The staging lanes, please. Look at the stage bulb on it. Here we go. 5 thou, going to the left side. Front end's dropping, the wind light shines by 31 thou for Wes May. 676 on the 675. Mikey was 634 on the 630. He said you can take all the stripe you can take right there, but Wes May was safe and he's going to the next round. Jaggy and Vinny. Vinny and Jaggy. Match up here. You've got that Camaro on the left-hand side. That's Domino. Out of New York. Jay Coughlin Jr., of course. Representing everybody at Jags. 613 the dial for the wagon. We're out and away. 9 thou advantage. This one's going to Jake Coughlin. The wind light to Coughlin. He's going to be 7 total. Take 11 at the finish line stripe. 002 and dead 5. Vinny Domino was 11 and dead 7 to be 18 total, and that's just not good enough to get around for world champ. Chris Bear and Garrett Griffith now. Battle between the trucks. You got the red machine left side. That's Garrett. He's trying to stay alive. He just lost the blue one. 616 the dial left-hand lane. 591 for Chris Bear out of Ohio. Bear Motorsports, him and Ken. Trying to take care of business here today. You got the round nose S10 on the left side, the square bodied machine over there on the right side. Oh my gosh. Both are 11. Identical at the starting line, 8-10 thou at the finish line. That's close. Gary Griffith's going to be your winner, 618, 2 above. Chris Bear was 593 on the 591, and they were dead even when they left the starting line. 8-10 thou, margin going there to Garrett Griffith, and he continues on here on ATI Performance Products Friday. Dragsters, should be in the lanes, please. Dragsters, this is your call. Dragsters, round number 4. Presented by Hoosier. Troy Williams Jr. wins the Bondo Outlaw shifter for the best losing package. In round number 2, Travis Grangelo wins a set of Mickey Thompson slicks for the best losing package. In round number 3.
Trusted by all since 1960.
Jays. 60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Trusted by all since 1960.
Jays.
Good morning. So we are getting ready to go racing for a nice payday here at Galat Motorsports Park here at the Rad Torque Systems Spring Fling presented by Optima Batteries.
One of the best races of the whole year for me. I don't care if it's not $1 million, but it's $1 million to me.
This is amazing. Husband and wife, leading both of them, 1 and 2 in the wheel stand contest. They've already taken all the money.
Paying off for them. Oh, yeah. Airing it out on the starting line. Away we go. Advantage on the starting line to Brian Martell. And Brian is going to go 585 on a 584 with 16 green.
And for both of us to be in the final, I mean, you only dream about stuff like that. We've been together 10 years. This is only the second time we've ever raced each other. We talked about doing something crazy in the finals, like switching cars or doing a long burnout, but I really just wanted to beat her just flat out.
He deserved to win. It was, either of our races, and he did better than I did, so it is what it is.
can't wait. I'm really excited, and they're right. It is an experience. The Flings are always such great events. They're large events. You want to be a part of it.
Oh, it's just a great race. Kyle and Peter put on something great here on the West Coast, and I just love it. I love bracket racing.
Everybody that enters that race has the feeling that they can win it.
An experience like what's got to be one of the best bracket races you could ever go to at what's like the Taj Mahal of racetrack.
I absolutely love to come to these big dollar bracket races. Just racing with the best people, I think is what everybody wants to do.
Plot off and away first. Jerry Brewer's 002 plot is 15, and Jerry Big Brewer 002 taking 002 to be a hun above as Jerry Brewer is going to be your winner.
Good, man. You don't know how hard I've been working trying to get this thing. I've been to the flings, every fling they have. I try to make it. If my car's broke, I try to find something to drive. If I don't have nothing to drive, I watch, whatever I got to do. But this is one of the best races of the whole year for me. I don't care if it's not $1 million, but it's $1 million to me. It's $1 million to me, so.
Years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
U.S. military, and many more. Rad Torque Systems are also very involved in the drag race community, sponsoring many events as well as a large fleet of Rad-sponsored race cars. Visit radtorque.com.
All right, racers, we'll go ahead and take our door cars back to the staging lanes for round number 5, please. Door cars back to the staging lanes for round number 5, please. Again, remember, the racer party is on down at the end of the grandstands. They've got the pulled pork sandwiches. They've got the pineapple and mango coleslaw, the bacon baked beans, and the kettle chips. All available up there, racers. If you are on property, take your friends, take your family, take your kids. Head up there to the barbecue and make sure that you eat up. Eat hearty and eat well. For those of you that are still in competition, door cars, let's get you headed back into the staging lanes, please. And our round number 4, best losing package, Roman Cosner has got yourself, you sir, a brand new set of those Hoosier tires. It's the best losing package in round number 4. Travis Colangelo got the Mickey Thompsons from round number 3. Gary Looms got that Bondo Elite Outlaw shifter in round number 2. And well, we've been just handing out all kinds of stuff. Eric Amon had the Stainless Works headers from round number 1. So that's pretty cool. I think we've just about got all of our door cars back there, and of course John Talmadge by way of that perfect reaction time and perfect ET for a perfect run. Essentially the third one we have seen here today. I mean, I have seen a lot of runs. I've seen a lot of racing. I've seen a lot of stuff. But I don't know that I can ever say that I've seen 3 perfect runs in one day. And we've seen that. Well, Shane Weaver got the first one this morning. Kyle Cotrera got the second one. And then John Talmadge just put up a third one not too long ago. That's pretty cool. Joanne, I'm going to sure try to make sure that they have get something headed your way so that you guys get some of the barbecue as well. That would be good. But again, we should have all of our door cars back into the staging lanes for round number 5. Again, we're getting ready to head into the Goodyear round on this ATI Performance Products $100,000 to win Friday. And we've still got another full day of it to go tomorrow. I know there have been a lot of questions, especially from local racers, about single day entry. Can they still get out here for tomorrow? Would it be possible to come out here and enter just for the Saturday? If you live in the area, had to work throughout the week, whatever the case may be, we will be back out here tomorrow morning. Yes, you can get the single day entries. I believe they're $290 to come out here and race for $25,000 worth of FuelTech money. FuelTech going to be the sponsor tomorrow of the $25,000 to win final day of the inaugural Jegs Summer Fling. We've got a few more rounds left here with the door cars, and I believe we're coming back with just shy of 50 total. I think we're coming back with what should be, what, 25 door cars, and well, maybe we're downloading that. I gotta think again. I think we're coming down with less than that. Yeah, we are coming down with less than that. Never mind, I'm around behind. But again, door cars should be in the staging lanes. Dragsters, we know you guys wrapped up here just a moment ago, but hang tight. I'll get you headed back that way soon. Again, just a quick little reminder, tomorrow morning, Team RFC is here. They'll be offering a non-denominational chapel service. Huh. I'm trying to figure out, did somebody like get lost trying to go to prom or what? Maybe that's what it was. I don't know. I don't know what things are like in Ohio. I'm saying, I don't know what it's like here. Let me tell you something. And I think I might have mentioned this to you before. But if I were at home right now, I would be trying to sneak into my old high school's prom tonight. Is it tonight or tomorrow night? Anyway, I would be trying to sneak into my old high school. My old high school is Bonanza High School in Las Vegas. The lead singer from the Imagine Dragons went to my high school. He went to school with my sister. They are doing a free concert at my old high school's prom. They're going to play prom for my old high school.
All right, you're allowed to go back.
So I would try to be sneaking in. They're not letting a whole lot of people in. Basically, like, you got to be a student or a teacher or something like that, but I would be trying to sneak back in there tonight or tomorrow, whenever it is.
Maybe just tell them that you're alumni, right?
Right? But yeah, The Imagine Dragons are playing it like my old high school prom this weekend. I would sneak in for that. Trust me, I found ways to, wait, no I didn't. I found more ways to sneak out of the school rather than sneak into the school, which has really paid off for me in life, I'm just saying. Matt Daddis and Kurt Harrington. As we get into round number 5, we are into the Goodyear round. And as we are underway with the Goodyear round, Kurt Harrington in that 87 bodied Chevette out of Muncie, Indiana, puts a 617 dial-in up on the scoreboard, and Matt Daddis in the Starfire puts up a 626. Those are the predicted elapsed time. Yeah, Johnny, see, you got the right idea. I've been hired as a chaperone.
Yeah, I'm security.
Well, like an old friend of mine from high school, she is like getting to go there because of some reason or another. I don't know. Been posting about it on Facebook all day. Show off. Anyway, so Matt Daddis still waiting. Now gets the pre-stage bulb lit as Kurt Harrington has been sitting there for a little while with that Chevette and the front tires in the beams. We've got a couple of drivers that are still doubled up, trying to get out of round number 5. We'll see if they can take both entries into round number 6, but we got a lot of racing to do. And Kurt Harrington in the Chevette, Matt Daddis in the Starfire, identical reaction times, both of them 005, and Kurt Harrington lays down a lap. 617 on a 617. He's dead on 3 to be 8 thou total. Matt Daddis was 005 at this end of the racetrack as well. Got to the stripe first by 4 thousandths of a second to break out by 1 thousandth of a second. That was a spectacular drag race between the Starfire and the Chevette. Daddis and Harrington. Harrington coming out on top of the matchup and earning the trip into round number 6. Art Ciaffi and Donovan Williams. Williams over on the left side. The Bradenton, Florida based. Nova dialed in at 642. Art Ciaffi dialed in at 590. 10 thousandths of a second the difference between the two this time down the racetrack. Winner says Donovan Williams is going to move on. He is 642 on a 642. 26 on the tree. Dead 9 puts him 35 total. Art Ciaffi was 16 on the tree and 20 thou off the mark to be there second by 11 thousandths of a second. Donovan Williams, winner, moving on to round number 6. Here's Garrett Griffith and Nick Dishon. Dishon, 536 dial on the right side. Garrett Griffith in that red pickup truck, who parked the blue truck in front of the winter banner on Wednesday night for $15,000 after picking up a couple of 10 grounders like last weekend. Now trying to see if he can do it again. Red light start for Garrett Griffith by 3 thousandths of a second. He is done. Nick Dishon, 21 green, and then goes 535 on the 536. And we got to hold up here for a moment. All right, so having to hold up here just for a moment. We got to get some things taken care of up at the top end of the racetrack. But we are underway in round number 5. And the racer party is underway down towards the end of the grandstands. Again, we have called our door cars all into the staging lanes as they are under the tower now. Sent a couple of pair down already. But again, they're just checking some things out up there at the top end of the racetrack, doing a couple of quick checks. And we're getting closer and closer to handing out $100,000, which is a good thing. I don't think anybody out here would mind if somebody handed you a big old check that said $100,000. You know, if I could find like a financial advisor or somebody that could help me find a way to get $100,000, that would probably be cool. I'm just saying, I mean, the one I've got has done really well for me already, though, so I'm happy. I'm happy with what is going on so far. Now if I could just get my phone, my email to quit going off from work, life would be good. Because it just sits here and keeps buzzing and buzzing. It's driving me crazy. So I think we're getting pretty close. As a matter of fact, now I know we're getting really close. Starting to get some water back down in the water box. And we'll go ahead and fire up the next two. So Bob Rossello and Wes May. Wes in that 82 Buick. $675 the dial in for the racer out of Greentown, Indiana. And Bob Rossello out of LaSalle, Michigan. $569 the dial on the right side as Rossello going to be the first one to find the pre-stage bulbs. And the pair of the water box behind it and the pair behind that are going to be fun to watch as well. We've seen some big matchups, and as we get deeper into the rounds, we're going to continue to see those matchups fight, fight, and fight. 24 fouls separate Wes May and Bob Rossello, and it's going to be Wes May. May with an 0.10 reaction time, 10,000ths of a second. What he put in the bank there as he grabbed himself a 24,000ths of a second advantage over Bob Rossello. Wes May goes 6.75.0 on the 675, puts it dead on with an egg to advance into round number 6. Bob Rossello, 34 green, 569 on a 569. And bows out here is Jeg Coughlin Jr. and yesterday's winner, Pete Diagnolo, line up side by side. Jeggy in the wagon, dialed at 613. Diagnolo in the Malibu, dialed at 583, and Pete Diagnolo goes red by 0.03 of a second. Jeg Coughlin, 001 on the tree. Tapping the brakes at the finish line, runs 612 with a 9 on a 613. So on a 003 red light, Pete Diagnolo's day comes to a close. Jeggy was 001 and 1 thou under at the finish line as Kevin Brannon and Sean Carpenter head-to-head. Carpenter, 604 was the dial. Kevin Brannon dialed it at 561. 26 thousandths of a second, the difference in reaction time, and Kevin Brannon, Rabbit, is getting hot. 11 on the tree, and 11 thou over the dial. Kevin Brannon is 22 total. Sean Carpenter had a 37 thou reaction time. And with that, we'll go ahead and take our dragsters to the lanes for round number 5, please. Dragsters, round number 5. Go ahead and make your way this direction, please. So dragsters for round 5. Go ahead and come on down, and racers, if you have not yet made your way up there for the racer party, remember, we have got a lot of food. I mean a lot of food. They've got the pulled pork sandwiches. They've got the pineapple mango slaw. They've got the kettle chips. They've got the bacon baked beans. And I'm still kind of looking over here at Derek like, why have you not gone that way yet? Why? All right, so we have called our dragsters to the staging lanes for round number 5. We'll get you headed back this way again. Dragsters to the staging lanes for round number 5, please. And our Brodix run for the heads. Essentially that Brodix shootout. We have been going from essentially like Wednesday all the way through to round number 3 today. After round number 3, it got cut off, and the best overall package on the dragster side and the best overall package on the door car side, the representatives will get an opportunity to come up here and race it off for one run. Winner take all for the SR20 heads. Our representative on the dragster side is Kyle Cotrera with that perfect run. Our representative on the door car side is Josh Sullivan. So Kyle Cotrera and Josh Sullivan. After round number 5, we're going to want to do that runoff for those Brodix heads. Again, one run. Put your dial in on the car, and if you would please bring them up to the staging lanes. Again, after round number 5 here, that Brodix. those. So again, the t-shirt booth is still open if you want to get over there and grab that. There's also still plenty of barbecue left. So I got to get up there pretty soon and get some of that myself. But they've got a lot of it. So if you've had a plate, go back and get another one. If you've had 2 plates, maybe you can go for 3, depending on how much you can fit in there. But from the chatter I'm hearing on the radio, it sounds like we are getting a good chunk of our dragsters back there in the staging lanes. And again, for our Brodix Best Package Runoff, Kyle Cotrera and Josh Sullivan, if you guys would join us in the staging lanes, we'd like to do that shootout for the SR20 heads. We'd love to see you guys headed back up this way. Next round, we will be on a ladder. We'll be down under 16. We'll get them laddered up. And again, the way that the ladder works here at the Flings, remember that it does change each round based on the performance of the previous round. So as we do get ready to roll, it should be fun. I see dragsters coming out from under the tower here at National Trails Raceway, which is a good thing. But a little bit of the delay here is, you know, we've got a couple of drivers that are still in both entries. Jeff Serra is still in 2 entries. Jeg Coughlin Jr. is still in 2 entries. Jeg's still in the dragster. Jeg's still in the station wagon. Jeff Serra, of course, still in both dragsters. And with the next round being a ladder round, that could make it very interesting. Especially if you can get in there and hold on to 2 of those spots. So Jeff Serra and Jeremy York. Serra, as we mentioned just a moment ago, one of the double-entered drivers. We're going to run this pair, give Jeff a little bit of time to get back into the pits, pick up his other car. Regardless of what happens, he's still got to get his other car and get back here to the staging lanes for the next round. Or for this round, excuse me, for his next entry in this round. But Jeremy York dialed in at 447. Jeff Serra dialed in at 462. Pre-stage bulbs lit both sides of the racetrack. The Selma, Indiana based dragster on the left side. Jeff Serra racing out of Pennsylvania on the right side. It's going to be Jeremy York first into the stage bulbs. Jeff Serra with a quick double blink of that second set of bulbs on the top side, and it's a foul difference between the 2 of them. Whomp, whomp, whomp. 462 on a 462, and it comes down to 3/10,000ths of a second at the finish line. Jeff Serra was 008 on the tree. Dead on 6. Jeremy York was 007 on the tree, dead on 7. Both racers with a 14 pack and with a 3/10,000ths of a second margin of victory. Jeff Serra gets out of round number 5 with 1 entry for now. He's getting a chance to come back and do it again. He's going to get his car. He's going to head this way. We should have our Brodix Best Package Runoff competitors headed back into the staging lanes as well, which of course will be Kyle Cotrera, and Josh Sullivan. Right now it's Todd Knight and Vinny Domino. Domino over to the left side, Todd Knight on the right. As we know that one of the dragsters going through is Jeff Serra. Who will join him? Todd Knight. I think he was running late in the rounds this morning as part of that $10,000 shootout. Let me correct that. Yeah. Made his way into the semifinals for the 10 grand. Already picked up an entry for the 2022 Spring Fling, or Summer Fling that's going to be held here. And is now trying to race his way into the ladder rounds on a $100,000 to win Friday. Vinny Domino over on the other side. Heard Peter talk about it several times. Vinny's one of the guys who gets hot like later on. Like later in the event. And he's getting hot now. 003 on the tree, 16 thou above the dial. Vinny Domino, 19 total, getting there first by 15 thousandths of a second, gets the win light. Todd Knight was 21 on the tree and goes 473 on a 472, so Vinny Domino joins Jeff Serra, as we've now decided there are 2 of the dragsters that are going to advance. So Jeff Serra, Domino, so far. And we'll find out if Jeg Coughlin Jr., who's already won in the wagon, will carry 2 entries into the ladder round. Rob Mosier over the other side. 455 is the down for Mosier. One of them was perfect in reaction time, and oh, Rob Mosier is going to need a friend. He was trip, zip, perfect in reaction time, took 32 thou at the stripe to break out 4 thousandths of a second. Jeg Coughlin will take 2 entries into the second round. Jag was 16 on the tree, and we have got a little scramble going on here in front of the tower. Joe Barish on the right side, down 484. Corey Galletti on the left side, down 474. Joe Barish continues to go into the rounds. He'll be on the ladder again. Was in the ladder last night, will be on the ladder again. He goes 485 on a 484. Getting there first by 2 thousandths of a second after the 005 reaction time. Corey Galletti was 19 on the tree, dead on 7, but not enough. And what we were talking about a minute ago with a little scramble taking place on this right here in front of the tower, Tristan Strauss was having some sort of issue with the car, had about 3 or 4 people rolling over there trying to make sure everything was good. Had a little drip, so they reached over there, tightened up the connector. Michael Needham waited for a little while. Tristan Strauss was able to get it fired up. And now I think they're still looking at that race car out there with Tristan. Tristan, whose home is just down the road from here, has got a 519. Showing up on the scoreboard. Well, they were in there reaching in, trying to figure it out. Justin was reaching in there. The guys from Jags trying to help out, make sure that Tristan could get the car staged up. Michael Needham dialed in at 495 on the left side. Tristan over here on the right. We've had Serra, Domino, and Coughlin all advance. We'll see if Needham or Strauss. 5 thousandths of a second, the difference between the 2 in reaction time, and Tristan Strauss. How about after a scramble, a little help from your friends down here? 005 on the tree, dead on 7 for Tristan. Gets him there first by 10 thousandths of a second. Michael Needham was 10 on the tree and 12 thou above. To bow out here. So Serra, Domino, Coughlin, Strauss are through, and we know that Coughlin's in 2 cars. We're about to find out if Jeff Serra stays alive in 2 cars going on to the ladder. So since we do have the double entry still in effect, we've got another pair still back here to run before we finish off round number 5, the Goodyear round, here on the $100,000 to win ATI Performance Products Friday. And, just so you know, following that, we'll have the Brodix Best Package Runoff. Again, Kyle Cotrera put up a perfect lap. Josh Sullivan put up a 2-pack early on in the weekend that kind of locked in his spot. Nobody was able to get around that all the way through round number 3 today. And so with that, it earns him a chance to get that $5,300 set of heads, thanks to our friends at Brodix who have been doing this with us out here for many, many years. And when we added the Summer Fling, decided that the run for the heads was another good way to go about it. We've got Sarah, who's going to be coming back to take a second swing to see if he can do what Jeg had done. And stay in the double. And by the way, the 25 drivers who were selected for the Reaction Time Challenge that's going to be taking place tomorrow morning were just texted out via the text message. We'll talk about that here in a moment. So here it is. Do we have 2 drivers that take 2 entries into the ladder round, or does Matt Cornell say one's enough? Jaggy has already claimed the 2 spots. Jeff Serra has made it through in one of his entries. He's now rolling up in the second entry on the left side of the racetrack. 466. The dial-in that Jeff Serra has selected. 494. The dial-in that Matt Cornell has selected. And then once we get through this pair, a guy who has been just like unbelievable today. What has happened for him? Anyway, we'll get to that in a minute. Matt Cornell. On the right side. Both drivers are pre-staged. Kind of wonder what's, rolling through Jeff Serra's head right now. He just got done, gets back here, jumps in another car, refocuses. Matt Cornell on the other side, he's just like, look, man, I just want a spot. Just give me a spot. 11 thousandths of a second, the difference between the two in reaction time, and Jeff Serra is taken 2 into the ladder round. 11 on the tree, dead on 4 is 15 total, and gets there first by 3 thousandths of a second. Matt Cornell was 22 on the tree, tried to run him down, ends up running 493 on a 494. But wow. So Jeff Serra stays alive in 2, Coughlin stays alive in 2, and John Talmadge in that little green 70 Nova continues to roll through. 5999 on a 600 dial for John Talmadge after an 021 early leave. Talmadge coming off that perfect lap. So the Brodix Best Package Runoff. Best overall package in the door cars through round number 3 today. Best overall package in the dragsters through round number 3 today. It was a perfect run for Kyle Cotrera. It was a 2-pack for Josh Sullivan. And they are the 2 that are on the line right now. It's getting really good. As Peter comes in here and says the main event's getting, did you say juicy? He said it's getting juicy. Juicy. So for a set of Brodix SR20 heads valued at $5,300, Kyle Cotrera takes over the right side. The racer out of Elliott, Maine. Josh Sullivan over the left side out of Ohio. 625 is the dial for Josh. 456 is the dial for Kyle.
Josh was last one down the track.
What? Red light start for Josh Sullivan, who made his last run down the track on Wednesday?
Yes.
Oh, Josh Sullivan, 007 on the red side, goes 623 on a 625. Kyle Cotrera, 11 on the tree and dead on 1. Somebody's pretty happy about getting themselves a set of Brodix heads. They are running back here like, yes, we got the heads. $5,300 worth of heads. Again, thank you so much to the folks at Brodix for your continued partnership with us here at The Fling.
"60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Trusted by all since 1960. What you want, when you want it, at a price you want to pay.
Jays.
How would you like to have champion racers you know and trust to handpick the best products in the industry for you and your vehicle? With 25 years in the business and 8 NHRA World Championships, Sal and Peter Bondo of Bondo Racing Products will get you the right parts at the best prices, along with unmatched racer-friendly advice. From safety equipment to electronics and everything in between, call the racers at Bondo or visit BondoRacing.com.
From Luke Bogacki, and this is BracketRacing.com, comes a can't miss event. Weather 101. Learn how to make sense of the wind, when you need and don't need a weather station, and how to predict ET without complicated software. Plus, gain access to Luke's personal weather ratios. Learn from the best with Weather 101, and this is BracketRacing.com.
In the spring of 2021, 347 racers made their way to Galat Motorsports Park to take part in the Rad Torque Spring Fling presented by Optima Batteries. With 29 states represented, the best drivers in the country would battle it out over 4 days of intense competition. After the dust settled, there would be only one driver that would be awarded the Spring Fling MVP. Meet Caroline McCarty.
Down here cruising the pit area, we got to come talk to Caroline McCarty because she's just awesome.
Thank you.
All right, so tell us about the Rambler wagon.
It's a 68 Rambler. My dad bought it as a street car and turned it into a race car, and I've been driving it for 2 years now, and yeah, I love it. It's so much fun.
All right, now let's talk about the Fling and the 30 grander.
Yeah, that was one of the best days of my life. I love these races. I love, I think everybody else loves them too. Just the fact how they make you feel so at home. And even if you don't come and win, you still go home with something mostly. So I love it. It's one of my favorite races.
At just 18 years old, the young lady from Hazelhurst, Georgia drove her small block Chevy-powered 1968 AMC Rambler wagon deep into the ladder rounds each of the 4 days, defying the odds and the general perception that a 6-second door car cannot be competitive against today's high-dollar tube chassis cars and dragsters.
They're ripping away. Away for Thomas. Caroline in a good position, dominating on the starting line, and Caroline McCarty, 15 green and 8 total.
Caroline McCarty credits her early success to being born in a drag racing family and her willingness to stand up against the best in the business week after week. She lives by the motto, if you want to be the best, you have to beat the best.
Lanes, please come on down. Well, so for those of you that are watching online, courtesy of the Strange Engineering live feed on MotorMania TV, who are the best in the business as far as live streaming motorsporting events, especially drag races, we are down on a ladder. We are going into round number 6, which is the Mazir Enterprises rounds. And again, a huge thank you to the folks at Mazir Enterprises out there in Escondido, California. Appreciate you guys being on board with us here as a round sponsor at the inaugural Summer Fling that's taking place here at National Trails Raceway. We are down to 13 cars left in the main event. And for those of you that are watching online, here are the pairings. Jeg Coughlin Jr. is still double entered. Jeff Serra is still double entered. Jeg Coughlin in the wagon will sit on the solo for this round. Strauss will get lane choice over Deshawn. Harrington will get lane choice over Jeff Serra in his 274 entry. Jeff Serra will get lane choice over Donovan Williams in his 118 entry. Vinny Domino with lane choice over Kevin Brannon. Joe Barish with lane choice over Jeg Coughlin Jr. in the dragster. And Wes May with lane choice over John Talmadge. Those are the 13 that are left. They are back in the staging lanes getting paired up. And we'll be back in just a moment for round number 6. And before I scoot out of here, and before Derek Beach scoots in here to take over, by the way, best losing package for the Goodyear Slicks, Jeremy York. Jeremy York, you can come on up here to the Diva Desk and see him. You've got yourself a brand new set of Goodyears with your name on them. Not bad. They're getting paired up. They'll be up here momentarily.
All right, so it is time for round number 6. Presented by Missouri Enterprises here in the ATI Performance Products $100,000 Friday main event at National Trail. We're going to kick things off with our drivers that are double entered. Jeff, Sarah, Donovan Williams going to be our first pair out. Dragster and door car action. So Jeff Sarah completes his burnout right-hand side. Sarah throws a 460 dial-in on the orange machine. Donovan Williams out of the burnout box left side. Florida-based Chevrolet 642 there for Williams. The round of 13 here in the main event. Jeff Sarah has got 2 rolling into this round. Let's see if he can keep that up. Donovan Williams going to try to put a stop to it here. Nearly 1,700 on the live stream, presented by Strange on MotorManiaTV.com. We want to say a thank you. Everyone watching in, it's getting good. We're going to find out who's going on to round number 7 out of this pair right about now. Donovan Williams is in trouble. Top in, it's going to be Jeff Sarah. 14 green, dead 9. It takes 34 thou the finish line stripe. Donovan was 42 at the let-go and goes 643 on the 642 dial-in. Jeff Sarah marches on to another round in that entry. Next up, Jake Coughlin Jr. Jaggy dialed in at 457, left side. Joe Baruch alongside. Baruch is in at 484. Dublin, Ohio versus Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The Jegs.com machine, left side, he's got 2 still in. Jag turns it green. Joe came to play, he's holding 5 thou. Double 1, right side, and the wind light shines by 4 thou for Joe. Barish is on to the next round, 485 on the 484 dial-in. Jag Coughlin was 006 and 458, one above. Next up, Tristan Strauss and Nick Dishon. Dishon out of the burnout box left side. That's the silver Camaro, dialed in at 535. He's going to be leaving first. Tristan Strauss gives chase. The Newark, Ohio-based S&W race car. And you look at the 13 drivers still left in, and this is the only driver that remains that's virtually local to National Trail on a regular basis. Of course, Jake Coughlin and everybody at Jegs, they call National Trail home. They're up the road 40 minutes away. Tristan, he's about 15 minutes from National Trail. The young kid over on the right side. Going deep in eliminations here in our ATI main event. Good, but Nick Dishon's better, but the wind light comes on for Tristan Strauss at the finish line. 2 thou margin of victory down there. 11 up front and 1 above to be 21 total. Nick Dishon was 003 and 2 above. 537 on the 535. Tristan Strauss moves on to another round here tonight. Next up, Kevin Brandon and Benny Domino. Vinny Domino has that race tech on the left side. 460 the dial in. Kevin Brandon, 560. 1 second difference in dials here, and you're talking about two heavy hitters. They're getting ready to take care of business. Green lights a pair. Vinny, I'm not sure what happened, but he just flat out missed it. Domino was 86 up front. Kevin was 12 and dead 2 to be 14 total. Breakout for Domino, under by 6 thou. Vinny, a guy that virtually never misses the tree, fortunately missed it right there and when he did not need to. John Talmadge and Wes May. We've got the May carburetors entry, left side, the Buick in at 675. Vega John in at 599. We've seen some stellar runs out of John Talmadge today. Let's see what he brings to the table here in round number 6. Green lights a pair. They're closing in on the finish line. Here comes that Nova. And it's going to be Vega John. 6 flat on the 599. Take 9 thou. He was 13 green. Wes May was 21 leaving the starting line and 1 above. 676 on the 75. And John Talmadge moves on to another round here at the Summer Fling. It's a pretty cool story we've been talking about all day long about Vega John. Yeah, that's really well deserving of the Never Give Up award. And that's what everybody has kind of been concurring there on the Motor Mania live feed. So we have one more pair to run this round. That's going to be Jeff Sayre and Kurt Harrington. Jaggy's sitting on the bye with the wagon. So we will finish out round at number 6 here momentarily, just waiting on everybody to get back. So how things look, obviously we're going to re-ladder after this round. We do that each and every round here at the Fling events, but we've got Talmadge, Barish, Brennan, Sarah, Strauss, all in to the next round so far. The big question that remains, is Jeff going to keep 2 entries rolling? I'll find out here momentarily. Jakey's down to 1, and that's the wagon. Like I said, he's on the bye this round. So the barbecue is closing down at 8 o'clock. About 15 minutes remain. They have plenty of food left. They even have to-go containers. How about that? It's like a drive-through. So stop up, grab yourself some more food. Plenty of food for everyone. We were planning on feeding 600 people. Yeah, that's a lot. So stop down and grab yourself some more barbecue. Grab yourself the to-go container. Put it in the fridge, yeah. Nate's going to put some in the fridge for tomorrow, to say the least. We'll be eating on that for a few days. So here we go. This matchup, it's going to be Jeff Serra and Kurt Harrington. Kurt Harrington is trying to put a stop to Jeff Serra and is not doubling up. Guy that's trying to keep 2 entries alive in the biggest payday. Here are the jigs, Summer Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. Jeff backs up right side, 460 the dial on the Racetech machine. Kurt Harrington in at 616. That little Chevette out of Indiana. So the door car and dragster matchup. Final pair of the round. And then Jaggy's going to make his buy run. The Chevette's in. Here comes the dragster. Harrington leaves. Serra leaves. They're both green. Jeff Serra, man oh man. Bad dude right side, 002, take 3, Thal to be 1 above, and Jeff Serra is rolling still with 2 entries in the 100K. Kurt Harrington was 006 and goes 617 on the 616. Gave it a valiant effort, but Jeff Serra's on a roll here tonight in Columbus. A man on a mission, to say the least. Here comes Jake Coughlin Jr., keeping the folks at Jegs alive. Yellow and black crew with that way cool wagon. 613 the dial on a buy run here to officially end out round at number 6. Jag is 16 to the good. And goes dead 3. Tap the brakes a little bit down there. It'll be 19 total for Jake Coughlin. So we're going to re-ladder. Round number 7. Coming up later this evening.
Ultronics, the leader in performance electronics. Racers know and depend on their state-of-the-art systems every day. Perform Air Pro and Perform Air Eclipse are the racing industry's standard high-tech, easy-to-use weather systems. Power-Light lithium batteries, the super powerful lightweight energy source for your machine. And the Data Quest Power Quest, the most innovative data recorders and touchscreen switch panels you can find. Check out ultronicsinc.com for these products and more. Ultronics, the choice of champions.
Law Chevrolet Buick in Boonville, Indiana is a family-owned sales and service center proudly serving the tri-state area for over 10 years. Racing has always been in their blood, and over the past few years, they've been blessed with the opportunity to serve hundreds of racers from all across the country. All of the crew at Law Chevrolet Buick would like to thank each and every racer for the opportunity to do business. Remember, if you buy a vehicle anywhere else, it's not the tires you'll be kicking.
Fuel Systems Technology was created to develop a line of carburetors that is not only affordable, but innovative while never sacrificing quality. These principles drive us to make the best carburetors possible. From our entry-level RT series to our full race billet CNC aluminum and stainless steel billet XS Pro series. Our engineers have spent their entire careers in the high-performance aftermarket developing various carburetors for enthusiasts, pro racers, and everyone in between. They helped form FST with the same goal that we all share, to get the best performing system into your vehicle for the best price possible. We too are the users, cruisers, and enthusiasts pushing our street rods, muscle cars, and drag cars to their limits. We understand the time and investment that you put into your vehicle, and FST is our opportunity to bring you something innovative, quality driven, and affordable. Get yours through most reputable online retailers or learn more at fstcarb.com.
With performance this raw, you need air that's pure. We started with a firm belief that innovation could improve performance. With the success of 50 years and millions of filters behind us, we continue to look ahead. Guaranteed to protect against dirt and proven to provide up to 50% more airflow. This is filtration for the future.
How would you like to have champion racers you know and trust to handpick the best products in the industry for you and your vehicle? With 25 years in the business and 8 NHRA World Championships, Sal and Peter Bondo of Bondo Racing Products will get you the right parts at the best prices, along with unmatched racer-friendly advice. From safety equipment to electronics and everything in between, call the racers at Bondo or visit BondoRacing.com.
From Luke Bogacki, and this is BracketRacing.com, comes a can't miss event. Weather 101. Learn how to make sense of the wind, when you need and don't need a weather station, and how to predict ET without complicated software. Plus, gain access to Luke's personal weather ratios. Learn from the best with Weather 101, and this is BracketRacing.com.
These flings, same deal. The feeling that you get when you get in that car, when you pull in the gate and you see all these people and all these rigs, it's the feeling that you get of competition, I guess.
Pete and Kyle, just, the whole Fling staff does just such a great job. They run things on point. Every decision is made for the racer. I mean, it's, to me, the best experience. It's just an awesome affair.
It's very unique. Throughout the year, we don't get to race for this kind of money.
No other feeling than winning a big race, a spring fling event. It's just nothing to compare to that.
Always a good race. Well ran. It's not drug out. They put you in the water box, you get down the racetrack.
That's one thing about it, is a friendly atmosphere, and they treat the people well. If you got questions, they have their number where you can call them personally.
It just seems like everything they do, they go the extra step to just make sure everything's covered, basically. They send text messages out there on that whole new deal that they have going on. It just seems like every step of the way they thought of it all.
They do all kind of, give all kind of prizes out, and then even on the Fridays, they feed everybody. It's free. So, it's, as far as all the bracket races I've been to, Spring Fling is best by far. And I would say to anybody that hasn't been to one, you need to make it your business to come to one.
I can't wait. I'm really excited, and they're right. It is an experience. The Flings are always such great events. They're large events. You want to be a part of it.
Oh, it's just a great race. Kyle and Peter put on something great here on the West Coast, and I just love it. I love bracket racing.
Everybody that enters that race has the feeling that they can win it.
An experience like what's got to be one of the best bracket races you could ever go to at what's like the Taj Mahal of racetrack.
I absolutely love to come to these big dollar bracket races. Just racing with the best people, I think is what everybody wants to do.
CompuLink has been used at all Fling events since 2016 and now used at over 50 tracks nationwide. In a double red light situation, True Start awards the win to the racer who red lights by the least, regardless of handicapped start. True Start was created to level the playing field by equalizing the pressure for both drivers regardless of which driver's tree drops first.
All right, racers in the pits. Little schedule update for tomorrow morning. Most importantly, we have church service in the Jeg Suite on the second floor of the tower. That's going to happen at 8 a.m. So church service, come one, come all. We got a lot to be thankful for. 8 a.m., Jeg Suite in the tower. After that, we're going to have the Summer Fling Reaction Time Challenge. Summer Fling Reaction Time Challenge, what that is we randomly selected 25 tech cards, and those 25 drivers, I texted it out. Whoever signed up for the tech service saw all 25 drivers. Any of the drivers have any questions, feel free to call me. But those 25 drivers, I need you to start lining them up in the staging lanes right around 8:40. At 8:45, the 25 drivers are going to make a hit. They're not going to get any incrementals. They're just going to get the reaction time. Any of those 25 drivers go 00 anything, they'll get $100, $100 cash. If they go 000, they get $1,000 cash and a chance to come around and do it a second time. If they go 000 a second time, they get $10,000. So we're going to have some fun in the morning with that. So church service at 8. 8:45 is going to be the reaction time challenge. I texted the names out already. Then we'll go into new entry time runs. As new entry time runs are happening, I'd like to get everybody on the property for something very special. It's very special to me. It's always very special to Kyle. We do a Fling family photo on a starting line. We all line up in a big circle, and it's pretty cool. So I'd like to get everyone up here at 8:45 for that. Actually, guys, come up for that. Watch the same time the reaction time challenge is going on. Take that photo. No entry time runs will be right around 9 o'clock. And then we'll go right into round number 1, probably at about 9:15.
And we have got 7 left. Joe Barish sitting on the bye run. Strauss going up against Sarah. Sarah's other entry going up against Talmadge, and Brannon versus Jeg Coughlin Jr. We are going to start things off with Jeff, Sarah, and Tristan Strauss. Strauss, who had lane choice over Jeff Sarah, opting to stay in this right lane, which has proven to be a very happy place for Tristan Strauss. Jeff Sarah, if I've been paying attention, which in some cases I have, in other cases I haven't, I'm just saying, I'll call a spade here. But typically Jeff Sarah rolls up in the car that he's in now on the right side. And I've noticed in the other car he rolls up in the left side. Well, now, on this one, he's been bumped over to the left lane. Is that going to make a difference? I don't know. When you're hot, you're hot. And right now, Jeff Sarah, rolling with 2 entries in the round of 7, is hotter than hot. He's got a 466 dial. On the left side of the racetrack, Tristan Strauss, who is running a home game with a 520 dial. 5 thousandths of a second, the difference in reaction time. Tristan Strauss trying to hold on against Sarah and cannot. The hot streak continues. Tristan Strauss was 17 on the tree, takes 11th thou at the stripe to break out 12th thou, as Jeff Sarah was 12 on the tree and dead on 4 to be 16 total. Jeff Sarah gets 1 of 2 entries into what will be the semifinals. Ooh. How about Kevin Brannon and Jeg Coughlin Jr.? 2 of the best in the biz. And I mean the best, whether you're running NHRA, whether you're running here in the big buck bracket races. Man, Jeg Coughlin in the wagon on the left side, Kevin Brannon on the right side. Brannon had lane choice, bumped Jeggy over to the left lane. Jeggy dialed in at 613. The Rabbit dialed in at 559. Let's go. Oh my, both drivers leave with double reaction times, just a 3 thou split between the two, and the scoreboard lights up for Kevin Brannon. Jaggy was dragging the brake down there, ends up running 612 on a 613. He's under 3 thousandths of a second getting there first, needed to tighten it up to 2 thou or less. Kevin Brannon was 004 in reaction time, Jaggy was 001, and Kevin Brannon is headed into the semis as Jeg Coughlin bows out in the wagon. Wow. Joe Barish on the solo shot. Gets the single here. Was 023 on the treat. Clicks it off early. Goes 509 on a 484. And we are just waiting on Jeff Sarah to make his way back here to take on Talmadge. I mean, Talmadge's story has been, it's been one of those like nigh impossible type things. Had all kinds of issues getting down here, got the car here. I think at one point they changed out a transmission. They had to do all kinds of other work. Today during the run for the money, the car broke on them, had to pull it off to the side. They were doing all kinds of stuff on the car, were able to get it into the run for the money. And it seems like for Talmadge, things just keep snowballing in the right direction now. They were all going the wrong way. It's turned around. And now he's coming back to take on Sarah's dragster. So he's waiting back there patiently. We've got all of our Motor Maniacs watching along on the live feed. And for those of you that have been with us all day, for those of you that have been with us for just a part of the day, thank you so much for watching along on that Strange Engineering live feed. Of course, thanks to all the sponsors that make this possible. But for all you guys and gals that are watching, you can see that there is a slew of golf carts that have